on the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome, everybody, back to the EWC qualifiers for the European region. Just a moment ago, the EWC Korea qualifier got wrapped, and now here we are, ready to close out Europe on the road to EWC. Only 8 players remaining, 2 of them, Serral and Reynor, already prepared to duke it out in the first qualifying best of 7. I'm so excited to be here. Join with me is Rotterdam. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, and I heard that we're going to keep it very short at the top of the show because this was supposed to start at 6, but because Korea went on a little bit longer, and honestly state we got lucky because that could have been a 2-hour TVT as well. We're just going to hop almost straight into the games, but first we'll take a little look at the upper bracket of yesterday. A lot of one-sided series. I expect it to be very different today, but yesterday got quite a few 3-0s across the board, but one absolute big shout out, I think, to Goblin, who managed to defeat both Spirit and HeroMarine, the 2 finest Terran players in Europe outside of the World Champ. Very, very impressive performance by Goblin yesterday.
Yeah, Goblin was just stunning. And also Serral there in the upper bracket, yet to drop a map here in the EWC European qualifier. Now looking down the lower bracket, these are the players remaining with only 1 life. Lambo, Skillless, HeroMarine, and the Laser in the round of 4 Group A. A couple more players in the round of 4 Group B. If they lose a series, they are completely knocked out. This is their last chance. You're not only fighting for the 2 qualifying spots for EWC, but also for those spots in the closed qualifier later on, the last chance qualifier. And Roddy, we're already getting ready to start this thing out, man. Spawning here in the top right, the blue Zerg, it is LiquidElazer.
We got to make up for those 23 minutes that we are behind schedule state. But that's what people are here for anyway. They don't want to hear us yap. They want to watch some video games, and we are all for it. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who once upon a time was 1 map away from the grand final of the World Championship. He has been representing mouse sports for over a decade. It is HeroMarine.
Winner of this best of 5 in the lower bracket will go on to face Showtime, who is waiting very patiently. And I gotta say, man, the games yesterday in the European qualifier were so tricky. We had so many mind games. Not only were a lot of this series 3-0s or 3-1s, and so relatively short, just due to that, but a lot of the builds that we saw, especially from our Zerg players, like Lambo in a lot of his games, were just so cheeky, so cheesy, so aggressive. It was an explosive day 1. I'm kind of expecting that pace to keep up here in day number 2.
Well, Lambo is a unique character because we know that Lambo likes to truly prepare special builds, special mini timings on certain maps. And this is one of the reasons why Lambo doesn't like to play in a lot of minor online events, because he doesn't want to give away those unique details of some of those builds that he likes to prep for big moments. Well, State, there's not going to be a bigger moment than this. This is the biggest day of StarCraft of the year for a lot of these guys. Top 2, they're going to be incredibly happy. Top 5, and you're still allowed to dream, because for the people who are not aware, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place in the European qualifier will seed you into that global qualifier that is going to happen next month. That will have 8 players. 4 of those will still have a shot at making it into the main event. The other 4 will be eliminated. But if you lose in that first round, that is what you mentioned earlier. That is where it will be all over. But we'll talk more about that and the bracket later on, as we're going to take a little look at HeroMarine, his first Reaper. Going to the other side of the map. Great save there by EWC. And I have to admit, State, I am positively surprised by the EWC that I've seen so far in these qualifiers. A 3-1 victory over Young Yakov. Damn impressive, as Young Yakov is really good these days. And a 3-2 victory in ZVP over Christiane. For a man who hasn't played tons of StarCraft over the last 6 months, I think EWC has been looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, he has been looking good. You know, it's been kind of odd coming back after such a long hiatus in StarCraft 2 to now having all of this action, because it feels like there's a little bit of a fog of war in terms of where everybody is at in terms of skill. Some people who are coming back after maybe taking an extended break as they waited for the circuit to be revitalized this year was a little bit shaky at the start. I'm thinking back to, Maru in Season 1 of GSL Codes, but after a couple of weeks, just immediately able to turn it on, win DreamHack Dallas, qualify for EWC. And I feel like that's the story for a lot of these guys. They're looking significantly better than we saw them even just a couple of weeks ago. And EWC, I mean, you would be surprised to know that he's taken such a long break from StarCraft 2, but he's been in really good form. So it's kind of fun, because usually when we have a year-long circuit, Of course, everybody loves just having non-stop action, but it's never been as chaotic, in my opinion, as it is right now here in StarCraft 2, where it feels like really anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah, and we still had the favorites showing up in a really big way yesterday, but we'll talk more about all the other big names that are left in this record. So far, HeroMarine applying the pressure, trying to get a good scout off, has seen that Roach Warren, sees the evolution chambers as well. Great job by EWC making sure that those Hellions don't get in, because EWC has gone for a bit of a unique opening, and if those Hellions would have snuck in, it would have been bad. I guess we have to address the elephant in the room, and that's the 8 racks on 3 bays. All the Terrans love it. This is a pretty damn good map pool for it, and I think throughout history, it's been a true specialty of Gabe. HeroMarine has some unique openings. This is his bread and butter. The 6 Hellions, couple of Cloak Banshees. But we know that he loves to bring out the 8 racks on big moments. If you think back of some of the most important series he's ever played, a lot of them involved 8 barracks of 3 bases, a lot of Marines, a lot of tanks, and fantastic micro.
And I think that's exactly where we're going to be heading in this game right now, because, oh yeah, those Roaches a little bit of a mission right now in the center. Ooh, man, EWC's getting aggressive. So HeroMarine behind all of this, he is going for the triple CC. So this is a pretty greedy build, but he does have this kind of rabbit in his hat in that he has the Cloak Banshees, which have not yet been revealed here to EWC. Now, of course, with the Overlords, the drop Overlords morphing in, Queens are certainly going to be joining this fight, but we'll have to see exactly how this control is going to work, because this is a lot of Roaches getting ready to barrel down on HeroMarine.
Yeah, and he's been very greedy with it as well, like no spore crawlers whatsoever. At least HeroMarine is going to keep the Banshees at home. I'm not totally certain why they are cloaked. I guess because there is already one drop alert, dropping a couple of Roaches in the back of the main. But this is a really big investment by EWC, but it's also not an all-out all-in, because he has been droning up behind this. I have to admit, I'm a tiny bit confused, because to me this almost feels like too big of an investment to look at and be like, oh, we're just applying some pressure, even though these Roaches are taking a great fight against the Hellions. And I was thinking, I think HeroMarine really needs some bunkers. He's got one bunker. You really don't want to lose this bunker too early, State.
Oh, the Bile's raining down, and the Roach is able to focus fire down that bunker. It is going to fall now. Siege Tank garrisoning itself on the bottom left side. One of the Banshees actually gets sniped there by the 2 Queens that joined the force. And man, EWC with this push coming in so early, so hot with those Roaches in the main. The knockdown on the front door. HeroMarine down to 50 supply. 26 counting. SCVs have fallen, and it's not even over yet, man. The natural yet to get cleaned up, and those Roaches in the main base still getting so much damage done. We were talking about how we were expecting these games to continue the trend of just being explosive here in the European closed qualifier. Well, EWC not disappointing. So much damage done to a HeroMarine who, despite opening 3 CC, is now down to 27 workers.
Yeah, we believe in triple orbital, we believe in mules, but I think this is an insane amount of damage. HeroMarine just has no supply, and it's also not like he can immediately counter and retaliate with 60 Marines, 2 medevacs, and we can start slowing EWC down on the other side of the map. I think EWC is going to be more than satisfied with what he has accomplished so far, and he ain't even done yet. The multitasking coming out of the man from Team LiquidElazer has just been on point, and HeroMarine just had a difficult time keeping up with that drop pickup Roach micro that was happening in the back of his main, and then obviously the all-out onslaught at the front. Well done by EWC, and I think he's just 1 or 2 good plays away from potentially taking the 1-0 lead. He's sitting on a few too many minerals, but as soon as we take care of that, I am certain that we can just wrap this one up, and that is a spicy start on Ultra Love as well, which I think is an excellent map for HeroMarine traditionally. EWC is going to be feeling really good about this.
Yeah, man, what a good win there for EWC, starting this thing out, this best of 7 already going in his favor. And yeah, you know, you talk about the 8 racks, especially off of the 3 command center, the really fast 3 command center. It's a potent build, but it takes a very long time for it to actually get online. And so EWC just deciding to take the reins himself in that game before HeroMarine could finally add in those final 3 barracks before the Banshees can start getting some damage on the board. And with a very low drone count, but a lot of Roaches, he was able to make that damage just come to fruition so quickly in kind of an interesting way too. Usually when you see that push, it's usually everything right at the front door of the Terran. You know, you want to try to bile down the siege tanks, bile down the bunkers, but he actually opened it up in kind of an interesting way with 4 roaches dropping really early into the main base, like 10 or 15 seconds before he actually started busting down the wall into the natural. I don't think I've actually seen that technique used before, but it pulled the Banshees away. You could see HeroMarine was stretched a little bit thin. He didn't have exactly the correct read on what's going on because it's a bit of a curveball coming in from the Zerg, and that early triple CC, the greed getting punished in game number 1.
Yeah, HeroMarine just had a tough time because it wasn't the roaches got dropped and now we pull the boys, we fight it with the Banshee and the Heli and it's over. No, EWC did a 10 out of 10 job in picking them up, prolonging that, and that really distracted him. I really thought that HeroMarine should have built double bunker immediately. When his Hellions saw the amount of roaches being built on the other side of the map, I kind of expected double bunker. He went for the single bunker, lost it rather quickly, and then obviously just took way too much economic damage. A very cool and unique build coming out of the Polish Zerg, who has spawned in the bottom right side of map 2, representing Team Liquid. It is EWC.
And spawning in the top left, down 0-1. Let's see if he can fight back here in game number 2. It is HeroMarine.
I feel like EWC, his queen count was proper low as well. I didn't quite get to see, as we are not in the game and we're just watching the stream. Maybe I should have joined the game for it. I really don't think he had a crazy amount of queens. It felt that this build was as streamlined and as cutthroat as it could be, where he obviously made those EVA chambers early on to keep the Hellions out, but he never researched any upgrades. He never got Zergling speed. I feel like we barely even made any Zerglings, if any. And then on top of that, our queen count was low. I saw perhaps 1 creep tumor being spread. That was it. Clearly, that build was all about getting those roaches into the main base as quickly as possible with the drop alert, and then the all-out assault in the natural. And that just made him show up with a few more units than I think Terran normally expects, and perhaps a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, it was a really cool opening strategy. I feel like over the course of these 2 days on the road to EWC, the European qualifier, we have seen so many special builds cooked up, just tailored to take down, whether it be some kind of early greed play or just sniping the tendencies of your opponent. The mind games have been through the roof over the course of this qualifier, even more so than I think like the Korean qualifier or the EWC Asia qualifier. You can really feel the pressure here in Europe because I think a lot of these players were expecting both Serral and Reynor to qualify through Dallas, maybe even somebody like Showtime or HeroMarine to qualify through Dallas. But in fact, it was just 4 Koreans that made it through. And so now we're in this really tense situation in Europe where there's only 2 spots seeding directly into EWC through this qualifier. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, number 3, 4, and 5 will get the last chance qualifier for a chance to show up at EWC, but that is not where you want to go. And so the fact that we already have Serral and Reynor, by the way, really... Oh, man, I thought he was going to get that drone for sure. I thought the Reaper was almost body blocking it with that grenade, but EWC miraculously able to save it with the Spore Crawler. Nice move out of our Team Liquid Zerg. Yeah, it just feels like the pressure of having Serral and Reynor not qualified yet and so knowing that you need to compete with those guys here in this qualifier has leveled up the game of basically everybody here in Europe. I mean, they are not holding back at all in terms of strategies, in terms of tricks. It has been really fun to see how many special builds are being deployed here in this this qualifier.
Yep, and it's a really cool way to set the tone as well for a best of 5. Like coming out like that, guns blazing, kind of is going to keep HeroMarine on his toes a little bit, especially because historically HeroMarine has done pretty freaking well against EWC. And we're not going to go over all the little series they've ever played because it doesn't matter. None of them are going to be as important as this one right now, as this one could truly make or break your entire 2025 when it comes to StarCraft 2. But the last 7 best of 3s or best of 5s have all gone in favor of HeroMarine. So for EWC to come out like that in game 1, taking the lead without truly showing a whole lot, like that's not a build that you rely on getting the job done 7 times in a row. That is just a cheeky 1-0 lead that you're going to be incredibly happy with, even though it looks pretty similar so far here in game 2 state. But I can't quite imagine that he's going to throw the same things over at HeroMarine throughout this entire best of 5. He's going to have to switch it up. He knows it because HeroMarine can make adjustments and is making adjustments. He is not opening up those 6 Hellions and 2 Cloak Banshees. Instead, we have a very early Cyclone, and Cyclones, of course, great against units like Medevacs, War Prisms, but also a drop alert if that would come into play once more. And Overlord speed does get fired up. EWC. All right.
I think he's getting ready to run it back, man. This is looking a lot like game number 1. Just the 2 queens. I think we might not even have this 1 creep tuber this time around. And it's only 45 drones. Now, I like what you said, because HeroMarine, although he is going for a 3rd command center, very similar to game number 1, there have been deviations since then. He's going for a medevac drop. This is going to levy a lot more pressure on the Zerg side of the map. Keep in mind, previously, because of the wall-in, because of the architecture of Ultralove, HeroMarine wasn't really able to do any counter damage while Laser was kind of barreling down on that natural expansion, actually even able to catch a number of these roaches with that drop Overlord getting morphed in. So yeah, HeroMarine able to take this Overlord out very quickly here. And I think he has a perfect understanding of what is going on. This build, it mirrors exactly what Laser did in game number 1. We have 1 bunker still, just the 1 bunker here at the natural expansion. That's usually not sieged up just yet. But for HeroMarine, this is looking to be a lot more stable setup. He has many more Marines. He's got that Cyclone to chase down the roaches. And on the Laser side of things, I almost feel like we're getting ready to abandon ship. 10 drones just got queued up. Roach speed is getting started. So I think he realizes he's not going to have the element of surprise that he had in game number 1 for sure. But on top of that, there's just no momentum building. HeroMarine is just well too prepared.
Yeah, now those roaches in the end were a bit of a donation, as I think a couple of Hellions are going to try to drive into the 3rd base. They won't be able to find anything yet. But yeah, maybe Laser's like, all right, the build has been revealed, the build is already filled. What I'm going to do is suicide and kind of donate these roaches, but hopefully you stay on your side of the map, and that will allow me to drone up a little bit. But before that, he already made so many roaches. These are not safety roaches. These are not, I want to make sure that I don't lose too many drones against Hellion roaches. No, it is a serious number that normally absolutely needs to get something done, but there really isn't anything to get done. EWC knows that, so he's kind of faking it, pretending he wants to be aggressive. Meanwhile, the infestation pit finished up, and he has fired up a really quick hive. Despite the fact that he opened up with that drop lord and those roaches, this was a 6-minute and 20-second hive.
Yeah, look at how much gas he's making too. I wonder where he's going to go with this, because we saw at DreamHack Dallas a lot of Zergs, especially Shin, I think, bust out strategies like Fast Hive with Roaches and Ravagers into really quick Ultras, and it has insane killing potential, even on a lone drone count. But a Laser, the way that he has pathed through this early game, the fact that HeroMarine made the critical adjustments that he needed to make to parry any kind of potential aggression from a Laser means that it's not going to have quite the kick that a lot of these pushes had for Zerg at Dallas, in Korea, in Asia, where else we have seen this strategy deployed. And so I'm wondering if we still stick with that game plan here, if we are going to see something like the Ultralisk Cavern, or like maybe we go for some spellcasters. Yeah, maybe, but no, it is going to be the Ultra. It's just that in a situation like this one, it's feeling a little bit brutal, you know?
Absolutely, but I don't think he has many other choices, though. Like, what else could he do? We don't want to see him going to Lurkers from here on out. That would never work. Going Broodlords would just be an absolute meme. So he doesn't really have a choice. When you start is that rough, where your initial opening doesn't get anything done, they're one unit that can absolutely make up for you being behind in when it comes to raw firepower is Ultras and Kindness Plating if your opponent is just working with a couple of Marines and a few tanks. So I love the idea. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be incredibly hard to pull it off, as HeroMarine is already in the main base. One single drop, and he saves the units as well. He's lost 1 Marine there, kills 6 drones and a Queen, and now actually EWC temporarily even built a 2nd Ultralisk Cavern. I don't understand what is happening. We are really not that rich, State.
Yeah, I don't know if we can afford to get both those things going at the same time, but we have seen some crazy moves like this already in Europe. I'm thinking back to Reynor going for a double Liquor Den with a hive time and trying to get that as fast as possible.
Yeah, but that makes sense. The double Lurker Den.
Yeah,
I cannot imagine.
It is strange.
I mean, if he fires off the speed upgrade as well, I'm almost starting to believe that it might be a purpose. But this is so silly. I don't think we're that rich. The Blinding Clouds here are quite useful, though, and that actually allows the Roaches and Ravagers to take a way better fight than I ever thought they would. Gets a couple of the tanks as well. Gets all the tanks outside of 1 on the high ground. 4 Ultras are about to pop. EWC might actually be able to hang in here a little bit longer. And I did not expect that with how rough this game had started. The Ultras are out Kindness Plating maybe 20 seconds away.
Yeah, Ultra is going to be able to nail down the defense here against those Marines. +1 Carapace just finished, but still no canvas plating. So, I mean, the Marines actually are getting some pretty good damage done. +2 infantry weapons, about 30 seconds away as well. And for a laser, this defense is starting to run on fumes. HeroMarine, he's getting so much value, even with the unsieged tank, just adding some additional DPS here into that Ultra. And the fact that these units are just kind of trickling out for our Team Liquid Zerg, I think eventually he will be able to stabilize with these 2 more Ultras popping, but it is not the cost-efficient trade that he needed.
No, but the fact that he's alive is honestly kind of fascinating because the game started off rough. His build did not work out at all, and that push of HeroMarine looked deadly and devastating, but the Blinding Clouds were fantastic, and the Roaches and Ravagers just did a much better job in holding the line and buying some time for those Ultras, and I honestly expected them to. That doesn't mean EWC is cooking, because at this point he doesn't have a lot of micro potential in his army. He's got no Infestors, and if you don't have any Infestors, well then these Marines can just kite forever, and there is very little that you can do unless he believes that he can just run to the other side of the map and somehow get on top of the 3rd base. Ultras are good state, but are they that good?
Yeah, more Marauders getting mixed in by HeroMarine too. You see him being produced 5 at a time, and that's going to add a lot more firepower here with +2 infantry weapons and armor both completing here for HeroMarine. And with a 4th command center now going down at the 9 o'clock position, and EWC just stuck in this situation where he's on 65 drones. He's basically only mining gas out of this 4th base, which might get taken down by the bio. +2 bio does a lot of damage to hatcheries like this one. Already half HP. Ultra's getting focus fire down. Blinding Cloud is good, but with nothing to back it up. I feel like we're about to see HeroMarine get on the board here in game number 2.
Yep, looking good. Parasitic Bomb did soften up the Medivacs a little bit, but in the end there is just a little too much game. Without any Infestors there to drop a couple Fungals, it is going to be so hard for those Ultras to truly get on top of the bio, and EWC's upgrades were just very underwhelming. He had +1 Carapace, was working on +2, at least had Kindness plating, but that was the only thing. It was a low eco Zerg with 0 creep, with 0 queens pretty much, after the queens got picked up and a couple of Ultras. It's like, it was annoying for HeroMarine. Not the end of the world. I do think that Gabe throughout the best of 5 is going to have to step it up a little bit when it comes to the Marine tank pushes. Maybe he got like a little bit reckless there because he was so convinced that this game was already in the bag and it was never going to go wrong. But you really need to be careful, especially on such an important moment like this. There is very little room for errors. There were some errors there. He got away with it. But I think if he wants to come out on top in his best of 5, he's going to have to step it up a little bit because EWC clearly came prepared and came to battle.
Yeah, but I think you hit the nail on the head with HeroMarine maybe a little bit overconfident after the way that early game went, because you identify a situation where your opponent as Zerg is pumping roaches with like 2 queens, has no creep spread, is going for a 630 hive, 620 hive, whatever it was. I understand HeroMarine being like, you know what, you got no damage done. You basically donated those roaches to me for free. I got my fast 3cc up. I'm going into a ton of barracks. I'm just going to push across the map and kill you. But yeah, that was kind of a stunning moment when HeroMarine actually pushed down the ramp into the 4th base. And this was a key timing even before the Ultras got onto the board. The roaches and Ravagers took a better trade than I could have possibly imagined. With I don't even think they had +1 Carapace. I mean, it was a rout there for EWC. Now, unfortunately for our Zerg player, he still just was a little bit too far behind from the early game to really punish HeroMarine for that mistake. It did give him a couple more minutes to survive in that map number 2, but you're absolutely right. For HeroMarine, I think that you got to give a little bit more respect, even if things don't go very well for your opponent. I mean, everybody is trying to bring their A game today, and now we are all tied up 1-1 here in this best of 5. He won map number 1. Can he win map number 3? Spot on the bottom left, LiquidElazer.
Right after I thought he used that build in game 1, and that was just a cheeky win, and from there on out we're gonna switch it up a little bit. He indeed ran it back, but this man made some excellent adjustments, and instead of going for 6 Hellions and 2 Cloak Banshees, which is bread and butter and the opening that he absolutely loves in TVZ, he decided to get a little more firepower and get a little more map presence early on, and units that can actually deal with a Dropper Lord like the Cyclone. Shut it down, took a big lead, and never truly let go of it. It is Mo Sports, HeroMarine.
So we've seen the same build twice from EWC. I would be very surprised if we saw him do it again in this series, just because it feels like the tells are a little bit too obvious with the wall in of double evolution chambers, the lack of creep spread and stuff like that. HeroMarine seems like he is dialed in exactly what the response should be. But in terms of general style, I feel like if EWC still wants to go for something like Roach Ravage or into Ultra, game number 2 was a pretty convincing example of how effective that could be, because even though he lost, he made it a really good fight despite how bad the early game went for him. I mean, he was on 2 queens basically going into Hive. He was on a very low drone count. He donated all of those roaches, and HeroMarine still had quite a bit of difficulty actually putting EWC to bed. It took a few more minutes than I think anybody expected after that initial Marine tank push kind of kicked off there at the 4th base of Zerg for EWC to be put in the coffin. And so I'm wondering if instead of seeing quite the same aggressive approach from EWC, I mean the complete just full pedal to the metal, 2 queens, pump nothing but roaches, cut it like 40-something drones, and go for the kill. If we see him play just a heavier Roach Ravager style, I think that will do really well against what HeroMarine is going for, which again is going to be the 3CC. I imagine we're going to be seeing this a lot from HeroMarine in this best of 5 series. It's been 3 games in a row.
Switching it up, though. Switching it up a lot, because it's triple CC 3rd Rex coming out already for HeroMarine, so he's going to have a lot of bio early on. I don't know if he's planning on a move out with that or not. It's going to take a little while before you have a combat shield and stim, obviously, of 3CCs. But maybe he looks at what EWC has been doing, and he's like, you know what? I believe that if I just get the right amount of bio, clearly I don't need Hellions to contain creep, because you're not spreading any creep. And Banshees, well, by the time my Banshees are going to be on the other side of the map, you're already attacking me. If this is what you plan on doing over and over again, I'm just going to do things that are a tiny bit unorthodox, but I'm just going to get a lot of bio units early on, and that is the only thing I care about. And now I really hope that EWC A picks up on it, as he is going to bleed out a couple drones here. That is -2 workers. And B, I just want EWC to switch it up, State. Like, if this is the kind of opening that he loves, and if this is how he wants to approach the entire best of 5, I'm completely okay with it. But it can't always be 4 roaches, couple drones, more roaches, attack. Like, you need to give different looks to your opponents, as the Reapers somehow kill one of the queens as well. I mean, it's an amazing start for HeroMarine. I think EWC honestly in quite some trouble already, and he's incredibly blind, as Indy or Mapu is showing us. Who's observing for us today?
I'm not sure, actually. It's a very good question. But looking at what EWC is doing, I mean, he's starting Overlord speed. He's getting the 2nd queen out, but he's droning a lot more heavily than he was in the past. So while this it seems a lot, it's hitting all of the same beats and notes as we saw from EWC in the past, it's not going to be exactly the same build. There is a lot more droning happening behind this, and so I think this is him trying to make it seem to HeroMarine like the same opening is going to be coming in. But a little does EWC know, because he is so deep in the dark, that this is 3 racks bio, soon to be with stim and combat shields. Now, unfortunately for HeroMarine, this isn't something like a really fast +1 infantry weapons. Instead, he waited to go for a double engineering bay build instead of a really fast single engineering bay build. So he won't have +1 infantry weapons lined up with this to deal with those roaches. But still, it's going to be a lot of bio on the ground that should trade fairly well here against these roaches, I'm imagining.
Especially because EWC doesn't get crazy upgrades with his roaches, right? We have seen some double Evo builds in the past, where if the roaches are 2 upgrades ahead of bio, they actually do pretty well. Even against a bunch of marauders, even if there are some medevacs on the field, they can stand their ground and fight. Now the bio is going to have superior upgrades, even if it's not as quick as it could have been. It's still pretty damn quick. Drop Alert is never going to make it. I almost think HeroMarine should have waited their State. He should have let EWC put a couple of roaches in a Drop Alert, because good luck, have fun saving Drop Alert with cargo against the stim to bio. Like, that's not gonna go anywhere. And even if he does somehow manage to unload in one blind spot, who cares? We've got bio 4 days, a couple roaches, should not be scary. So I actually think HeroMarine got a tiny bit too eager there. He should have let it happen, pretend he wasn't prepared, and then punish EWC even harder than he was now able to do.
Yeah, I think you're right, but for HeroMarine right now, with 1-1 and True Evans about to be complete and so much bio on the ground, I don't see really any opening for Laser to find with these Roaches and Ravagers.
He's
It's going to
sending
take
it,
a
though.
minute. He's sending it, but +1 Carapace, it's only halfway done. Even though this is a very marine-heavy composition, with +1, unless you can force out a couple of sims, you're going to be hard-pressed to get damage, but I mean, EWC has taken some miracle engagements already in this series. In game number 2, when HeroMarine went for that push there at the 4th, it was looking really good for HeroMarine. EWC was able to trade much more cost-effectively than we imagined. Maybe he can work that same magic here with a ton of Roaches and Ravagers attacking into Bio with the first 2 Medivacs popping out.
That bunker is a little bit late on the side of HeroMarine. I do really like it. We wanted to see the same but different from EWC. Well, he's giving us different over here, all right, because he has built way more Roaches and Ravagers. He's got a 50 army supply lead, and I'm with you. I love, obviously, the power of Marine Marauder against a couple Roaches, but this is an insane amount of Zerg, and HeroMarine only has 2 Medivacs as those corrosive balls land in the middle of all those retreating SCVs. That is already 16 SCVs going down. Will EWC drop the infestation pit, or does he feel that he can do even more? Does he think that he can walk into the natural? I think that's a bit ambitious. He's firing up 11 drones now. We'll probably drop the infestation pit, go hive. It's already pretty damn good though by EWC.
EWC getting so much damage done. 16 SCVs falling to those biles. And he was patient. He was more patient than I was imagining, moving in with just enough on the left side, just enough here at the 3rd base that HeroMarine could not isolate just one of these armies, take them out, and then clean up the rest. And additionally, EWC with +1 Carapace negating that upgrade advantage. And HeroMarine, you go for this opening where you have so much bio, you're expecting to be safe against something like a Roach Flood like this. But EWC just firing in all cylinders right now. He is executing this so well, not just with the biles on the SCVs, but also zoning away the command center, zoning away all these Marines.
Did he wait too long though, State? Because
loving what we're seeing.
there was a moment that HeroMarine only had 48, 50 army supply, 2 Medivacs. And then I think that the Terran army wasn't all that impressive. Right now, HeroMarine is working with 100 supply, and he's got Medivacs for days. So those Marines and Marauders can stim forward. We do have Roaches coming in from the top left. They're going to get on top of the tanks. But I don't think Big Gabe really cares, because Mouse Sports HeroMarine has wiped the floor with his entire Zerg army. I think EWC gave him too much time. There was a moment where we had a 50-60 army supply lead, only 2 Medivacs. Army was already a little bit damaged. I think that's when he should have pulled the trigger and go all out. Is it going to be messy, bloody? Will you lose a lot of units? Yes, but I think that was EWC's best choice. Bio skills so much better than Roach Ravager, and I think we just saw how it turns out if the Bio army becomes twice as big.
Yeah, man. HeroMarine is going to continue to push in right now. This hatchery almost definitely going to be going down. Baneling speed is starting here. +2 Carapace nearly completed for EWC, but there is just so much Marine Marauder on the ground. This is about the best trade you could hope for here as EWC, and it's still not going to be good enough. As HeroMarine just stimming forward, GG is called. And talk about a swing in momentum. You know, I was singing EWC's praises because heading into that push, the initial push at the 3rd base, he had done such a good job of perfectly balancing the army at where the 4th base would be for his Terran opponent, HeroMarine, at the 12 o'clock position, and just in front of the 3rd, so that neither of those armies could get isolated by the bio. And then the moment that HeroMarine hits like 160, 170 supply, and he identifies that, wait, EWC still is going for that army split, I can completely pounce on this one position. Even if EWC had everything together and gets some amazing biles down, I think it's not going to be the most effective trade there for Zerg, but that's just the way it's going to go with Roach Ravager against a better scaling bio. But the fact that he was able to get completely isolated with half of the army, I mean, HeroMarine, it's like you're going in a single file line in a situation like that one almost. So you need the full surround as Zerg, especially with the low range Roaches and Ravagers, if you want to dream about having a favorable engagement against that much bio. EWC getting caught a little bit unawares there, maybe a little bit overconfident that he was going to be able to continue to shove away the Terran from that 3rd base. And as a result, I feel like there might have been a hope for EWC to be able to transition out of that, maybe get some infestors out for fungal, which would pair really well with the Roaches and Ravagers, maybe get Baneling speeds a little bit more quickly. But the fact that one army gets isolated and cleaned up means that suddenly Zerg is just out of time. HeroMarine, his army is way too big to fail. He pushes across the map, and That's game number 3. These have been some very aggressive openings from EWC, but after a shaky map 1, HeroMarine kind of seems like he has this figured out.
And in the end, that looked easy for Gabe, but there was absolutely a scary moment, and that was that first moment that EWC showed up. You're looking at 98, 100 pure army supply against 48, only 2 medevacs, 1 big stim already used. I think if EWC full sends it there, not saying that he's going to win the game, but he's going to at least reset the armies, which is going to favor the Zerg, because it's a little bit easier to rebuild on the Roaches than it is, and hopefully take down a bunch of SCVs as well. But because he waited so long, the power of this bio army just became way too overwhelming. Eventually, the 2-2 upgrades even kicked in for the German Terran. I think at that point, you need to fight when the armies are tiny, because that favors Roach Ravager. The larger it becomes, the more it will favor Marine Marauder tank. And I think by not going for it, not at least trying, we were kind of digging our own grave, because you're not beating 100+ army supply of Marine Marauder, 6 medevacs, good upgrades, and tanks. You're just not doing that with only Roach Ravager.
All right, spawning here on the top of last fantasy of all maps. Our Blue Zerg, he is fighting for his tournament life here on the road to EWC. It is LiquidElazer.
Loving the Roaches and Ravages today. Found some success with it in Game 1. Unfortunately, things going downhill for him in Game 2 and Game 3. Against the man who defeated him in the last 7 official best of 3 or 5 series that they have played. The man who once upon a time was 1 map away from the grand final in Katowice. Representing Mouse Sports, it is HeroMarine. I have a quick little update for you as well, State, as obviously this is not the only game that's currently being played. After this, we will hop into that upper bracket final that I know a lot of nerds are very excited over, and I've been looking forward to it as well. Serral Reynor is your upper bracket final, but in the lower bracket, there is another match being played right now at the same time between Lambo and Skillis, and the current score between those guys is 1-1. I'm keeping my eye on it because it's such an important series, obviously, for both of those excellent players. I think we'd all love to see everyone make it to EWC. Unfortunately, this is not how it works, but I just want you to know that that is happening, and that is apparently very close and competitive so far.
Yeah, Lambo really impressed me with his upper bracket matches on day number 1. Just the brains on that guy. You can tell why a lot of Zerg players actually kind of consult him for coaching or for strategic advice, because the way that he sees the game is just really beautiful. I love it. It reminds me of a lot of classic players in the past that have just kind of played their own style. By the way, this Reaper actually coming in. That Queen's somehow not done just yet. You know, we don't really get to see that many games on Last Fantasy, so I'm not sure if this Reaper is just getting here faster than usual because of the map layout or not. I think in 2 GSL seasons so far, we haven't seen this map once, unless I'm mistaken. I got to cast it, I believe, only 1 game, I think in the EWC Asia qualifier. So it is a real treat to get to see it here in map number 4 of EWC versus HeroMarine. I love crazy maps like this, 3-player spawn maps, and I feel like the map makers did a really good job of alleviating some of the issues that 3-player spawns have with the air blockers that surround the perimeter, the top left, top right, all 4 corners completely blocked in, and then the speed zones here in the center. It plays very differently from the other maps, but I gotta tell you, even laddering, I don't have this map vetoed. I basically never get it, so it's hard to really say who this is gonna favor, because I don't know what your opinion is, Rotterdam, but I am so in the dark on how Last Fantasy plays out in a TVZ that I have no idea what to expect and how it can impact the strategy of these 2 players.
I haven't seen too many TVZs on it either. Obviously, Reynor and Hero did play a game on this map at the most recent Dallas tournament. That was a pretty weird game with Hero taking an expand right in front of Reynor's main, then not canceling it, losing it, so he didn't get anything out of it. Somehow, in typical Hero fashion, that game went on for a little while longer. And I believe that chat told me Harstem and Cure had a pretty good game on this map, but that is a game that I did not manage to catch. But yeah, none of those are a TVZ. I'll be that honest, it's a pretty large map, and I think in general the larger maps are going to favor HeroMarine a little bit. Not because EWC doesn't know how to play a macro game, just because with these builds it feels that the element of surprise and being there quickly is going to favor EWC a little bit, while HeroMarine by the looks of it, as long as he makes it up to 4 Men of X and a bunch of bio and a couple of tanks, he is going to be fine. I think that's very doable on this map. Now, he has made a few Hellions. He is losing one of them, but he has also killed a Roach. I would say it slightly favors HeroMarine, but of course, in the end, this comes down to who is going to execute better. But I can see tanks finding some incredibly gnarly spots on this map that Roach Raptor is going to have a very difficult time dealing with.
We have a laser going for the same build as map 1 and map 2 Rotterdam. Lair almost done, Overlord speed halfway complete. I believe still only 2 queens, 46 drones, and nothing but roaches. And so Laser just decided this is how he's going to break HeroMarine. Now, HeroMarine is not doing the opening that he did in game number 1 where this build was successful. He's instead adding in additional barracks. He's playing this a lot more conservatively with the exception of this command center, which of course can just fly away later on. I think this is going to be a very hard break here for Laser, but here we go. The first Overlord with 4 roaches coming into the main base right now of HeroMarine. The Hellions confirmed there are no drones at that third base, but Stim is already done. This Overlord, I think, is going to get taken out. It will, and the roaches accompanying it. Thinking back to game number 1, that first Overlord drop with 4 roaches in the main base of HeroMarine was such a critical part of the success there for a Laser that for our Terran player, cleaning that up so easily, so quickly is going to be a big momentum builder moving forward.
Yeah, it was hard to deal with it when we were working with 2 Banshees and 6 Hellions. None of those units attacked the Drop Lord, but I did say it already, I think in game 2, it is incredibly hard to save a Drop Lord. That's just not that quick against Bio with Stim. Well, Stim was down, Marine Stim forward, they're even out of position, and they still managed to get it and taking care of the Drop Lord, taking care of the units that were inside of it. For the first time, I want to say in this entire series, the laser now fires up a Zergling speed. This gives me the idea that maybe he wants to go Ling Roach Ravager Bane, as this Reaper could potentially kill a bunch of drones.
This Reaper's getting so much done. There's no queens back at home. I mean, what a bizarre situation this is, where the 2 queens, they drop a creep tumor at the third base of Terran and then get taxied back home. I have never seen a 6-minute Reaper get this close to killing so many drones. I think it's like 5 or 6 drones that are in the red. A Laser doing a really good job with his control of actually keeping these alive, but how
or
often do you need to
HeroMarine
see, like,
slacking a little bit, maybe?
roaches?
I think HeroMarine could have probably gunned down 1 or 2 drones if he was a bit more focused on it. But as nice as that would have been, I don't think that was Gabe's priority. His priority was stabilize at home, increase the size of my bio army, increase the tank count. And that creep is going to be annoying, but obviously we can just scan and take care of it. But HeroMarine could also just expand towards the right, which he has done a little while ago. And this does not hurt him. If anything, this really helps him against roaches and ravagers. Could become a tiny bit complicated against Ling Bane, but the upgrades are going to be so heavily in favor of HeroMarine for the longest time. I'm not exactly certain how EWC is going to turn this one around, but we're going to need to find some magical connections on these Banelings, or his EWC dreams will be over.
Yeah, and with the creep spread being so thin on the Zerg side of the map, it's going to be hard to find the angles with those Banelings. The mobility, you can see a Laser, he's trying to build it up right now, but HeroMarine, he's already finding his way through the center of the map. Now again, Last Fantasy, one of these unique maps, these are all speed zones here in the center. It plays very differently for basically everything else we've seen in the map pool. And first 2 medevacs coming in, able to catch, oh man, some Banelings even going down this early on. A Laser, his economy is not that great. Before Baneling speed is done, you do not want to be taking those trades. Only 2 Marines falling for maybe 3 or 4 Banelings. A Queen getting sniped down like this. HeroMarine also stymieing the creep spread here in the center. I'm liking this right now for our Terran player. This is a lot of momentum building. +2 infantry weapons. Also, looking at the production tab, not too far off of +1 carapace. So really just so many advantages in the favor of our Terran player right now. A Laser, that hive is done. He's not going into ultras just yet. Instead, he says, I don't have the time. I need something right now. He's going for Vipers. He's going for Adrenal. And I think this is a smart call, because he is going to be really hard pressed to stop pressure if HeroMarine decides to push on 3 bases.
No, I totally agree with you. I don't think he can do it immediately. I am still mega worried, despite the fact that it's the right call, because the game is just not looking good for EWC at all. He's down in workers, he's got no creep spread. The queen count is still not very impressive, which means that we're not going to get a crazy amount of injects, we're not going to get a crazy amount of creep anytime soon, and the biggest problem are going to be those upgrades. We saw it a little bit with that double drop in the corner of the main. 0-0 Zerglings fighting 1-1 bio with medevac support. That is an incredibly unfair fight. Like I thought we were against an MMA pro, as we do have a couple of banings connecting, we have a couple of corrosive balls going down. EWC is going to pull out all the stops here just to slow down this marching Terran army, and that is the only way that he can keep his dreams alive, but he is in all sorts of trouble state.
Was a good start for EWC, but he's going to have to keep bringing the fight like that. He's going to try and pounce right now through these speed zones. The speed bailings getting pretty good hits there in the front line. The Biles also taking down that very first siege tank. He is now going to retreat. Roach is behind all this. We're able to defend the 1 o'clock base, and even using the high ground, EWC.
Oh.
These are some nice Biles coming in. I am so impressed with his control right now. Adrenal glands nearing completion. 2-2 now done for the Terran player. 3-3 is getting fired up. Ultra's dead, also done. And again, the Biles coming in on these siege tanks. Only one of them remaining here on the front line. Roaches, Lings, and Banelings. Oh wait, there's actually 2 more. HeroMarine, man, he's been making so many tanks, but look at this. The blinding clouds catching a lot of these units here on the front line. I have to say the fight has been so good for EWC, but the early game, the mid game, everything was going HeroMarine's way, so he just has so much more. EWC, I mean, he doesn't have the tools that he needs to stop this push. He's making a valiant effort, but I think HeroMarine, with the upgrade advantage, with his massive medevac count, it doesn't matter how many tanks you snipe. That's gonna be it. HeroMarine powering through. I mean, credit for EWC for fighting as hard as he did, stopping that push. Frankly, I don't think he could have done much better in terms of control. That was damn near perfect, but HeroMarine was just so strong with that push that I think that really the writing was on the wall. The fate was sealed before it might have even begun.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the only hope was indeed taking full advantage of these speed zones that makes fights play out in a way that even pro gamers are still not always aware of. There is a famous clip of Serral even saying like, how fast are those balls when some Novas go through speed zones? And obviously it changes stuff. Like HeroMarine will always win those fights on a normal map with a normal setting, whereas I'm on the left, you're on the right, walk into me, I'm gonna micro, I win because my army is better. So trying to take advantage of the speed zones by just changing the dynamic of the battlefield a little bit was his best choice. He got some connections, but it was just not a fair fight. 2-2 bio, way too many tanks. HeroMarine obviously doing a really good job in spacing the tanks out, not making any obvious errors, and yeah, I don't think there was any hope for EWC. Overall, a fun series, but I was hoping for a little bit more, and I will definitely be thinking back of, I think it was Tokamak, right, where EWC had double the army supply, and maybe he should have just clicked everything into the natural, because that really could have turned the entire tide around of the series. In the end, like, I like certain openings as long as you can spin it and you can say like it looks the same but it's different, it looks the same, it's different. But at one point it started to feel really repetitive, and HeroMarine had stronger and stronger answers for it, where he's like, well, if you ain't switching it up, I'm just gonna have a better response and an even better response. And in the end, HeroMarine takes a pretty convincing 3-1 victory. A very important one for him means he moves on to the next round, where we'll have an all-German Klassiker, HeroMarine against Showtime. That's going to be mega awesome, but we're going to take a little break, and after that we'll be back with the upper bracket final between Serral and Reynor. That's going to be sick too. We'll see you guys soon.
something, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Don't let it make me go under. Don't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me
Welcome back, everybody, to the road to EWC, the European close qualifier for the Esports World Cup, where we are about to qualify our first European. It is a best-of-7 upper bracket final between the two Zergs from Basilisk. Reynor and Serral will be going at it. Once upon a time, Reynor was considered to be a bit of a nemesis of Serral, as he was the one who got him a few events in a row, built a reputation immediately as the kid that could beat Serral. Over the last few years, though, State, it's mostly been Serral who has actually built quite a win streak over Reynor. You think that win streak is going to continue today, or you think the Italian stallion strikes back and is going to punch his ticket to EWC?
It is so hard to call, man. I feel like it can go either way. Serral, leading up to the qualifying matcher, this best of 7, has not yet dropped a map in this qualifier. I mean, he 3-0'd Eric Fire, 3-0'd Cristiano, 3-0'd Goblin, all Protoss players. Now he's going up against Reynor, who I have to say, having casted him in GSL against Solar, who at times feels like the best ZVZ player in the world, Reynor looks really solid. I also think that the meta being a little bit less hive focused and more aggro in the mid game and the early game favors Reynor a little bit here. I think that's where he finds his edge versus Serral. But I mean, genuinely, I have no idea. I think this is about as close to a 50-50 match as you could possibly get at this level.
It's going to be awesome. I think we have an update as well. It says that we're going to do Showtime HeroMarine first. Earlier, I think it
Oh.
was supposed to be the ZVZ. That's what Liquipedia
Yeah,
had listed at 7 p.m. But that's all right. And we can talk more about the amazing ZVZ later. I'm all for it. You're excited over that ZVZ. I'm excited over that ZVZ. But it seems like we have switched things around a little bit. And instead, it's going to be back-to-back Big Gape. Well, I would never say no to that either, State. A little TVP, but an incredibly important one. Whoever loses here will at least have a chance to play one more match over that EWC Global Qualifier slot, but none of them is looking for it. They want to go all the way. They too want to have that magical run straight to EWC and pass those Global Qualifiers. Let's go ahead and hop on into it as we're already 1 minute on the way in the top left side and no Zergs to be found. Those Zergs will come, but just a little bit later. Instead, it's a TVP and it's this man once more, fresh of a 3-1 victory over EWC. It's HeroMarine.
And playing his first series of the day, spawning down here in the red, it is Showtime.
Massive series here between these two Germans. These two, of course, have a crazy amount of history with each other as well. And that goes for most of the European elite, right? There isn't really anybody that can make it deep into this qualifier. We're like, wow, we've never seen them play against each other. No, these guys have been on top of the European scene for Lord knows how many years at this point. And especially if you're from the same country, of course, you're going to run into each other quite often. I think it's gone in waves. I would say there were moments where Showtime was favored, perhaps even heavily favored. There were also long periods where it kind of felt that HeroMarine would just not lose against anybody that is not Clem, Serral, or Reynor. Coming into today, I think honestly this one too, State. I know it's lame, but I think it's kind of 50-50. But if you feel otherwise, please let me know.
No, I'm right there with you. It's hard to say. I would say that, going back to maybe a year, I might give Showtime a little bit of an edge. I've been really impressed with his early games and just how rock solid he is on the defense in basically every single matchup. But as it is right now, we're a couple weeks into the circuit leading up to EWC, and there's just been so much StarCraft action. It's hard to have a feel for where every individual player is standing. Even watching as much and casting as much StarCraft as I do, there's still a lot of unknowns. And so I'm right there with you. I think either player could win, but given the current map pool and the current meta, especially with the new patch, I guess new going back a couple of weeks now, of being able to energy recharge and go for what we see Showtime doing right now, the Hallucination Scout. I feel like Showtime is one of the players that's going to be even more advantaged by this, as opposed to somebody like, say, a Hero, because Showtime, a lot of his game plan, it's very reactive. It's very much, how do I absorb the impact of what you're going to throw at me and then gain a winning momentum that way. And so, I mean, this early scout coming in, he's going to identify this is a Cyclone opening. This is a No Reaper, 1 gas expand with a 1-1-1 follow-up. And I just feel like, in general, the overarching story in PBT, especially with Hallucination, is that it's a lot easier to see what Terran has coming at you. Still, it has been difficult for a lot of people to stop the kind of pushes that players like Cure have been doing in the GSL. But I don't know, man. We're still figuring out the meta even after a couple of weeks with the new maps and the new patch, and it feels impossible to accurately predict what's gonna happen even today.
Well, we'll talk a little bit about it soon. We have the first real moment happening here as 4 Marines and a Cyclone get unloaded. We need to pick up that Cyclone. That is a hot pickup, but it's very low, and the Cyclone goes down. And that means it's going to be very easy right now for Showtime to just push this medevac away. He is 10-15 seconds away from actually having Blink. HeroMarine is not going to be happy with that. Like, sure, he killed 1 unit, but you're looking for more. In a perfect world, the Protoss is a bit out of position, and he can actually unload in range of the probes, get some economic damage going immediately. That didn't happen. Losing the Cyclone that early does sting. Now, HeroMarine got here by winning a few series against Gerald, first in the open qualifier, then in the close qualifier again, but he did have that somewhat surprising loss against Goblin in the upper bracket round 2. So because of that result, some people might think, oh, there's going to be a walk in the park for Showtime. since I think Showtime is a lot better than Goblin. I don't know if that necessarily matters because they play so different. Showtime is so much more solid, while Goblin is an amazing player, but is definitely willing to take a few more risks, and on top of that loves the Stargate a whole lot more than I think Showtime loves it in this matchup.
Man, I love this move from Showtime, and such fortuitous timing too, with HeroMarine just unsieging in the main base and moving down to the natural expansion. So Showtime, for just a little bit of hull damage on those Stalkers, taking down, I think, 6 Marines and a Marauder is what the battle report just said. That is some mighty fine damage, especially against a Terran who might be gearing up for a push. I'm not seeing any more siege tanks in the production tab, so it's hard to say, but with no third command center just yet, it's a little bit tricky here. And Showtime, I just love this approach that he's going for. I mean, picking off those units very early on in the main base, as you said, deflecting that drop, also defensively in the main base of Showtime, fantastic. And the blink, the charge coming in so quickly with 4 more gateways powering up. I think if HeroMarine were to go for a timing attack, it probably wouldn't work. So I'm relieved a little bit to see that third command center now coming in.
He's still going to move out, and I think what he's hoping for is that Showtime brings all the units to deal with that little move out, and that's why those Banshees can strike. Can we take a little look at the amount of units that have gone down so far? As we did leave 2 Stalkers behind in the main. 1 Stalker does manage to kill one of the Banshees. That is big, but there is no shield battery here, so even a single Banshee can actually deal some good economic damage, and this is also going to allow HeroMarine to continue his push if he wants to, but I don't think he really wants to, because he built a 3rd command center. Earlier it was an SCV, by the way. It was 6 Marines and an SCV going down, which is very nice for a blink where he didn't lose any Stalkers initially, but if he would have also killed a Marauder, that would have been really extreme, as obviously Marauders are supposed to be a lot better against Stalkers than Marines are. I think it's solid for Gabe, but I wouldn't necessarily want to see him stick around forever. The gateway count, as you mentioned, State, is high. Zealots with charges should be able to make some magic happen here, but the Sentry gets picked off immediately, so no Guardian Shield for Showtime. That's going to hurt.
Man, great pick off there for HeroMarine. More Zealots getting warped in, so no reinforcing Sentry with energy recharge for Guardian Shield. Although I say that, he warps in one right now. I love this move. Immediately energy recharging it. Guardian Shield got to pop. That'll mitigate the +1 infantry attack weapons quite a bit. Showtime needs any advantage he can get because his army, until that Colossus gets here in the front, is going to be so hard pressed to do damage to this bio. Even the force field kind of blocking the Zealots a little bit, but also creating a bit of a choke point is going to buy Showtime a little bit more breathing room. But man, HeroMarine with this initial push, I was right there with you. I wasn't thinking too much was going to get done, but these have been some very cost-efficient trades for the Terran player.
If Showtime, I think, was sharper in the beginning and he activates Guardian Shield immediately on the first Sentry before he lost it, honestly, he should be able to take an amazing fight there. Gabe's army wasn't that big. A lot of the Widow Mines were not there yet. They weren't burrowed yet. But obviously, he was kind of sleeping, or he just did not expect the attack. HeroMarine was very decisive, jumped on the most important unit immediately, and that allowed him to indeed take a much better fight than you and I expected. Perhaps that he even expected too. Now, that doesn't mean Showtime is in trouble or that he's dead. He's still got 64 workers. He's got +1. We've got Colossus out against the Terran that's only now building its first few Vikings. And on top of that, as our observer is showing us, we've got a 4th base. But it does feel that Showtime's got a limited map vision. And playing against a man like HeroMarine without having too much map presence and map vision is incredibly scary. So he's going to work on that immediately. It's good to see that he agrees, State.
Oh, Showtime only just now starting thermal lands. I'm not sure if it was the pressure that HeroMarine was levying on him that forced Showtime to delay this, or if this was something that he forgot because of the pressure. It's hard to say, but in any case, should HeroMarine be able to force an engagement before that thermal lance is done, it'd be very advantageous for the Terran. And I have to say, I'm intrigued by the opening that Showtime is going for here. He is sticking on just 4 Vespene Geysers. This is something that I think we've seen Zaun do quite a bit in GSL to really good success, by the way. Also just absolutely crushing it in the qualifiers for Korea earlier here in EWC. And I'm a big fan of this style. I'm kind of interested in hearing what you have to say about it, Rotterdam, because a lot of Pro S players, like I think about players like Creator, who love to go up to 5 or 6 gases, play extremely tech heavy. I think this 4-gas style with just a ton of gateways, a massive economy, is really hard for Terran to stop.
I think it's so as well. I like it. I've seen a lot of European players be quite fond of it. It's definitely not new. Showtime is not the first to pull it off. HeroMarine is not going to be ultra shocked to see it. What he might be a little shocked over, though, are the 4D Zealots. Low gases often means a lot of minerals, but 4D Zealots is an excessive amount for any build. Even if you go charge first, and the only thing you do is building Zealots, 40 is so many. Widow Mines are incredibly useful here for HeroMarine. He's got 6, and normally you don't want to make more mines against the Colossus build, but if they have a 40 Zealots, you're absolutely allowed as a Terran to go up to 10, 12, or even 14 Widow Mines for all I care. And Sim Cities are also going to be very, very important. Always have a well-protected bunker that is surrounded by depots, because Showtime's army, it may be big, also, it's not that great right now. Like, that is 80 supply in Zealot state. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that army really is going to excel if it gets into a situation where the Zealots can hit many different points at once. As the Warp Prism tries getting into the main base to do a little bit of damage, this Zealot's going to get vengeance for its friend, take down that missile turret, but HeroMarine's done such a good job of just playing back, knowing that Showtime with his army composition basically needs to attack into him up until HeroMarine gets to a maxed army. And these Zealots, unless they can get big surface area on that bio ball, which is very Marauder heavy, by the way, they're going to be hard-pressed to get good value. Ooh, Showtime fishing a little bit with that Disruptor. I like that ambitious move. It's double robo behind this for Showtime. He's powered up with a ton more gateways because he's been maxed for a minute. And now here we go. Engagement coming in. Stalkers blink on the top side. That is a lot of Vikings coming in from Showtime, or from HeroMarine. And man, that Disruptor shot from Showtime getting some very good damage. A lot of these Marauders deep in the red, but you see the lack of surface area. It's not the best for Showtime, but there is still just so much, especially with a warp-in point right there on that Nexus. He immediately remaxes, and now HeroMarine, he is basically getting routed. He is frantically trying to break down these rocks to isolate the Gateway army, but even then, he's so Marauder heavy. Marauders, they do not trade very well into these Zealots. It's usually the Marines that you want to try and melt them, especially when there's just +1 armor here for Protoss.
So much happened that
day. Surprisingly
so
good trade for Showtime.
I don't see an observer here, so attacking into multiple Widow Mines. And the bunker, let's not forget about that. Bunkers are very annoying to fight if you're this Zealot heavy. Showtime once more, as he did indeed immediately remax on those 15+ gateways he's been working with for a while. Sitting on over 30 Zealots still, has also rebuilt a couple of the Colossus. I think the biggest problem for HeroMarine in all of that state was that it was a massive anti-timing. He was 10 seconds away from having +2 attack, +2 armor, and his army would have done 100 times better than now it performed the way with 1-1. And it might just be Showtime with all these gateways, with all these Colossus, and with a silly amount of Zealots that is going to take the 1-0 lead. HeroMarine will be kicking himself there, because I think that could have gone so different if he just waited 10 seconds. He was 10 seconds away from 2-2 as a maxed out Terran. That makes a night and day difference when you're battling a million gateway units.
Yeah, having an upgrade advantage, especially attack versus armor over Zealots, is so critical. I was wondering exactly what was happening there, because I'm like trying to do like the calculus in my head of seeing those Zealots and seeing them not really able to get as much surface area as they want on that ramp. But the trade was so much better for Showtime than I really expected. And so great catch there on him not having 2-2 just yet. Yeah, that really, that is a painful situation to be in. I think if he has 2-2, that is still a difficult spot to push, just because Showtime had been maxed for so long, and it's right on a Nexus with, I think you said, what, 16 gateways?
Yeah, I think it was
Showtime,
around 15 gates. So you're not fighting 200 supply, you're fighting at least 230, 240 supply because of the immediate remax. But I do really think it makes a very big difference. And also bringing over a couple of the Widow Mines that he left behind. Widow Mines are so incredibly good against that many Zealots, because Zealots, they run forward, they charge on the mine, but then they say, like, oh, I can't see the mine, so they stop. Then the mines fire, they obviously clump up. There's a chance that they activate charge, and that is going to go on cooldown. It really could have gone mega different, but in the end, well done by D. Maur as he takes the 1-0 lead in this incredibly important lower bracket best of 5, as we are currently in lower bracket round 4. Top right side of Ultra Love. We're looking at the main base of the man who might be kicking himself a little bit, because that didn't have to go down that way if we would have just waited for those upgrades. While we were maxed out as well as a Terran. This is Mouse Sports HeroMarine.
And with an incredibly impressive game number 1, let's see if he can repeat that stunning defense and macro in game number 2. It is showtime. And by the way, a little bit of update for you guys looking at the bracket right now. Lambo 3-1 victory over Skillets is going to advance to face Goblin in the lower bracket quarterfinal. Lambo, I'm telling you, man, he has been looking so good in this qualifier.
And that is a series that he is probably feeling quite confident about, but it's not going to be easy, as Goblin got 2 amazing PvT victories, and losing against Serral, there's obviously no shame in that, but Lambo's got to be feeling mega good right now about his EVP, as he's been able to take out Mana in that lower bracket and taking out Skillers as well. We know how hard Skillers practices for qualifiers like this and opportunities like this. Lambo indeed looking good, and we'll probably take a look at that later, or they might play it at the same time, as obviously we are currently watching this lower bracket best of 5. After this, it's really supposed to be that best of 7 qualifying match where the winner directly goes straight into EWC main event, and the loser of course will have to play a little bit again later on at least 2 best of 7s then as well. So yeah, I expect Goblin Lambo to start soon, and that will be covered on some of the community channels. And you know what, State? I'll keep an eye on that as well, because I'm so interested to see what is going to happen between those 2 guys.
All right, here, map number 2. Showtime actually opening with the Zealot like this. Cool move, especially with the Adept follow-up. That Shade is going to be able to quickly join that Zealot out on the other side of the map with HeroMarine. And I wonder if this is a response to what Showtime saw from HeroMarine in game number 1, with a 1 gas expand, no Reaper, just straight into the Marine to allow him to go 1-1-1 and go for that Cyclone drop in map 1. Well, 1 Marine, not very good against the Zealot. The 2 Marines coming in from the Reactor will help a fair bit, but once the Adept joins forces, it's gonna be a little bit of a micro battle here between HeroMarine and Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime ideally looking to get on top of that SCV, and HeroMarine does not feel that he can finish up that command center in time, so he pulls it back, loses one of the Marines, does do a lot of damage to the Zealot. I don't think we quite are able to get it, but if Gabe comes out of this without, wow, only losing a single SCV, I think he's all right with that. That could have gone a whole lot worse. We've seen some absolutely horrific starts where things just don't quite work out, and you barely don't get that Zealot, and you barely don't get that Adept, and then the 3rd Protoss unit shows up, and things get really gnarly. I think overall that was fine for HeroMarine. Showtime gets 1 SCV, a minor delay on that low ground CC. I'd say it's a bit of a wash, State.
Yeah, but I do like the adjustment from Showtime here. Oh, wait, those Marines, they split a little bit here with the path thing. Okay, for a moment, I was watching the minimap. I was like, wait, is this Adept actually going to catch one of these low-injured Marines? No, it is the opposite. It is the Marines catching the Adept. So now the needle moving a little bit in the HeroMarine's advantage from these 2 openings. But, you know, just an Adept, a Marine in the early game. As you said, it is a little bit of a wash. And coming in from
but
Showtime,
losing the Adept does really suck, because that was his map presence, that was his scout. And Showtime doesn't know exactly what the follow-up is going to be, and he's actually going to go for a Warp Prism here. Now, Warp Prism can be useful in breaking the lock-ons, but a Warp Prism is not going to give you a whole bunch of extra HP or a whole bunch of firepower. This can honestly become incredibly difficult to hold without a shield battery. Showtime does warp in a couple of extra Stalkers, 5 Stalkers, a Zealot, and then the Prism to break the lock-ons. This is going to be a fun battle. I feel like there's potential for both sides, but with the defensive reinforcements on the side of Showtime, it should never be a disaster. He goes deep, he goes for the medevac, he wants it all. I mean, it's a cool choice, but it also means that now the Marines are right on top of his Stalkers. He is doing a lot of hot pickups. He is saving each and every single one of them so far. In the end, loses 2, and a new Cyclone shows up. Uh-oh, State.
Yeah, more Stalkers now warping in. Showtime, really good defense. Blink is now done. A couple of Stalkers do go down, but I have to say that was some impressive hot pickup micro with that War Prism now. He is on the hunt. He wants to kill this cycle, and he wants to get some damage done. HeroMarine, he identifies the threat. He's adding in siege tanks. He's building a bunker, I think, at a natural expansion. That Cyclone finally not going to go down, and I think if you're Showtime, you just send it full on to the main. You know you've already killed so many units. You don't even really need to confirm a scout. Just blink on in. I love this. He can go for the add-ons. He can go for the siege tank. HeroMarine has to reroute that siege tank from the natural here into the main. Stim pack is denied. It's going to have to get restarted. There is no tech lab on a barracks right now. This siege tank's going to get taken down.
Wow,
and there is
massive.
still so much micro potential with Blink and the Warp Prism. There's only 1 siege tank. There's no bunker. SCVs need to get pulled. Showtime, is he going to get more damage done, Roddy?
That is absolutely massive. Sniping that tank. Of course, we got the tech lab already that was researching Steam. HeroMarine now in all sorts of trouble. After going for that second cyclone, that was just a little bit too late to have much of an impact. The War Prism does fall, but does the Mauer care? I really don't think he cares a whole lot. He has already killed 20 SCVs. One more tank did manage to come out, and that is going to allow HeroMarine to stabilize, even though I say that. And Showtime with just 4 Stalkers, and a lot of them better than Bruce, kills another tank. Has killed 22 SCVs, still once more, make it 24. I mean, HeroMarine, if this was a latter game state, he'd be out of here. Of course, when it's the road to EWC, you're going to do your absolute best, but Gabe is not going to be happy. And he'll be kicking himself for going for that second cyclone. That was a choice. He hoped that the battle would prolong. He hoped that he would keep Showtime busy. And I was chuckling earlier, because while he was retreating, you could see that he was going to try to drive it towards the right side where it would die, but he's like, well, if I could just buy some time, then at least I get enough time to get that second tank out. Showtime was still able to get a couple of shots off, kill that cyclone, and he never looked back. He went straight for that main, killed Stim, got the first tank, was mega decisive, and Gabe just in so much trouble at this point. Now even forced to cancel his reactor a couple of times just to add insult to injury. This is not looking too good for our German Terran player.
That was just a killer counterattack from Showtime. And the fact that he had no hesitation going into the main base made all the difference, because if HeroMarine had a couple more seconds to reroute that siege tank onto the ramp and actually have it in siege mode when those stalkers blink in, yes, it's still a bad situation for Terran, but it's nowhere near as bad as it actually was. And Showtime just seems to be on fire right now in terms of the control. That defense at the natural expansion from the earlier push, if that wasn't quite as clean, he can't make that counterattack happen. And then the counterattack in the main base too, the decision to go for the 3 Zealot warp in to just take down those Marines, to tank a little bit more damage, to clean up the SCVs. Just everything from the way he's maneuvering his units to when he is choosing to warp in, when he is being decisive blinking into the main base. Just a really nearly flawless early game from Showtime. It's a treat to see. He seems like he is a force to be reckoned with here in PBT. And for HeroMarine, I'm not really sure what you do from this position. You took so much damage earlier on. You're down 20 workers here against a 3-base Protoss. You're on two command centers. I feel like you probably just pull the boys and go for a dream. But it's tough to be in a situation like this one with basically no winning answers. Luckily for HeroMarine, he is going to spot these Zealots with those 2 medevacs, but Showtime with just so much presence on the map right now.
It's lucky and unlucky, because what he was mostly hoping for was not to be spotted at all and then get a double drop going in the main base. Showtime either overreacts or underreacts. If he overreacts, you punish him somewhere else, and if he underreacts, well, then maybe you can take a great fight in the main and start unpowering some stuff. So a little bit fortunate to not take damage from Zealous running into your natural, but very unfortunate that now the element of surprise is gone. And pulling the boys always is tempting, but does it really make any sense to pull them into multiple Colossus? Like, pulling the boys is great if they've got 0 or 1 Colossus. When it's just gateway units, we love it. I mean, HeroMarine obviously knows that he is in trouble. He's going to do his absolute best to micro his way out of it. That is a fantastic Widowmine connection. But even with that Widowmine, there are just way too many aliens over here. Showtime looking mighty fine in game 2.
It feels like we have some of the Zealots left over for map number 1 right here. In map number 2, there's just an absurd number of stalkers focusing down the medevacs. That's going to be it. Game 2 going to Showtime. Wow. I mean, he is just looking so solid. 2 kind of different games. Game number 1, Showtime just really flexing his macro muscles, basically zerging over the entire south side of that map and getting maxed with, what, 15, 16 gateways. Yeah. Just gigantic army, able to outpace HeroMarine. And then here in game number 2, him flexing a different muscle. This time it's the Warp Prism and the Blink Stalker micro very early on that just decapitate any defensive potential HeroMarine has. Partly because he goes for that second Cyclone, but even with a siege tank in the main base, I feel like you lose that much earlier on against the build that Showtime is going for, with how decisive he was pushing across the map. I mean, he is looking really scary. It's going to take a reverse sweep now for HeroMarine to advance to that lower bracket semifinal.
There's a few key moments there, especially in the early attack from HeroMarine. Showtime did something that feels very uncomfortable with Stalkers, because normally you're like, okay, Stalkers have range, Marines have less range, I have more micro potential, so I stay on the far side and make sure I never lose. He moved his units on top of HeroMarine's army, which meant, yes, he's gonna take a lot of Marine shots he normally wouldn't, but he sniped that medevac immediately. And because he sniped the medevac, obviously Gabe couldn't stick around forever, then it's just a matter of time before you get cleaned up, and that also allowed him to move to the other side a little bit quicker. There was still a tiny chance, I think, for HeroMarine, if HeroMarine would have been able to keep that second tank alive. That one that just popped out of the factory when the Stalkers were already there. It was running towards Bio. It kind of got blocked by a Marine Marauder. If there are 3 or 4 SCVs there immediately to repair that second tank, perhaps it is a very different game. Unfortunately for this man, none of those things happened. He lost his medevac, he got attacked, and he was just not able to pull off a perfect hold. Down 0-2, can he find the reverse sweep to keep his EWC dreams alive today? This is HeroMarine.
And now only one map win away from that lower bracket semifinal, leading the series 2-0, Showtime.
It is important to mention, just in case you guys are massive Gabe fans out there and you think, is this the end of Gabe? Well, if Gabe loses here, he's obviously not qualifying to EWC today, but he will, however, play another tie-breaking match against the loser of the Goblin Lambo series that is currently happening to determine who is going to finish 5th place overall in this qualifier. And if you finish in 5th place, you do still have one absolute last lifeline, and that is the global qualifier that is happening next month. So if Gabe loses here 0-3, it's obviously bad news, but he will have one more shot in at least finishing top 5 and still dream about going to Saudi Arabia later this summer.
Yeah, but I mean, that final spot, trying to fight through the wildcard qualifier, the last chance qualifier to make it into EWC, it's going to be a bloodbath. It feels like for basically everybody right now, even though Serral and Reynor are in this bracket and they're waiting in the first qualifying match, Europe is your best chance to actually make it in. There are going to be so many heavy hitters that just barely missed out on qualifying directly from their regions in that final last chance qualifier. It's going to take... I think that no matter... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you that it's very hard, but I'm not sure if I would agree that Europe is your best chance. Because by saying that Europe is your best chance, you have to finish above Serral or Reynor. Well, there's only 2 slots, right? Well, in the global qualifier, there will be 8 players in total, and 4 of them are going to be happy. And yes, you are going to have strong players like Australia, who was the runner-up of the Americas. You're going to have Lancer, who's the runner-up of China. And then obviously the Koreans that barely missed out on qualifying directly. But a lot of the absolute top Koreans have already qualified, of course, through GSL like Hero, or through Dallas like Maru, Shin. So it is obviously way better to get it done as quickly as possible, State. But I'm not sure if defeating Serral or Reynor is like your best chance. I think there is another realistic chance.
Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Just forget what I said. Serral or Reynor have just been on fire so far today. But HeroMarine, by the way, with this opening, going for a gas first, CC on the high ground. This is going to be a little bit of a faster tech up. I wonder if we're going to see Cloak Banshee. I don't think we have a robotics facility just yet for Showtime, do we?
He is wiping it in right now. So he hadn't, but now he does.
Yeah, I'm wondering where HeroMarine is going to go here with this opening. And it's actually going to be a 3rd CC. Huh.
How do you like the 3rd CC in this matchup early, this early, 3 minutes and 35 seconds? Are you a fan or you don't really like it?
I think it can be good, but you have to be very scary. I mean, you got to be really respectful for the threat of Blink Stalker play like what Showtime did in game number 2. And I feel like if you open with Widow Mines and Cyclones like this, and a lot of your early game factory production isn't going into siege tanks, then suddenly the line that you're walking to safely secure that 3rd base becomes a lot more thin, because the siege tanks really are the anchor that is going to stabilize you against any kind of Blink Stalker aggression that might come across the map. It's usually that plus some really fancy SimCity that we see Terran players doing between usually the Triangle 3rd and the main base production, which we see HeroMarine going for right now. So I'm not particularly against it, but it is very dangerous in the more Blink Stalker heavy styles that we've been seeing from Protoss players these days. And I think the way HeroMarine is doing this with the gas first, I think if you're going to go 3cc, this is probably one of the best ways to do it, because in this situation, you can still go for that Cyclone. You can still go for, I believe, 1 Widow Mine and potentially have enough Stalkers, but it is scary. It is very,
nice,
very
by the way.
scary, Rotterdam.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's gonna face that fear right now, but this is a very sweet moment on the side of Big Game, where a Cloak Banshee flies into the natural, no shield battery, Stalk is a bit out of position. Perhaps it would have been better to fly towards the north side rather than down south after the Stalker's already blinked, so he loses one of the Banshees, don't lose the second Banshee. Great cloak there by Gabe. Still though, lost mining time, 4 workers while playing a very strong economic opening yourself is a promising start, but here comes Showtime once more as he's already inside of the main base of HeroMarine. This tech lab with Stim is gonna get picked off. The reactor could be in trouble, but as long as the tanks survive, HeroMarine should survive.
Oh, we'll see if Showtime goes right back into the main base. It looks like he's gunning for it right now. There is a chance that he blinks forward and goes straight for the siege tank. In fact, that is what he's going to do. 2 or 3 SCVs are there to repair, but not enough to withstand the damage coming out from these Stalkers. Observer also coming in. That Banshee's low on energy anyway. It's not going to be able to add too much except for firepower here. And Showtime, with his fancy blink micro and hot pickups on the low ground, able to trade whole HP on those Stalkers for a ton of SCVs, 15 in total. Now, because HeroMarine went for the 3rd CC, this isn't quite as devastating as it was in game number 2. Overall, it still is a very cost-efficient trade here for Showtime. But it's not like HeroMarine is getting knocked out just yet. That 3rd command center, it does give you a lot of leeway to take a little bit more damage than, say, if you were going for a 2cc opening. But Showtime right now with a ton of presence on the map, it's going to be a while before HeroMarine is actually able to stabilize and unseat Showtime with this position in front of the main base.
For sure, the Stalkers come back for another round as they kill the tech lab immediately. They're gonna get a reactor as well. The reactor is actually quite pricey, and these are reactors that HeroMarine desperately wants to get his money on, because by losing these add-ons over and over again, his production gets slowed down as well, and he can't be floating money, he needs to be spending money, as one of the Banshees is gonna get picked up as well on the other side of the map. Doesn't seem like it got too much done. It was such a fantastic juke, right, by Showtime, because he was in the main, he picked up, he went to the low ground, out of vision of Gabe. Gabe immediately unsieged and moved his bio to the natural, because isn't that what Protoss players always do, State? They go from the natural to the main, to the natural, to the main, back and forth. But Showtime made it look like he was going to circle around. Instead, he doubled down on that all-out assault in the main, got one of the tanks, and that made it so much more difficult for HeroMarine to stabilize. Just excellent army movement by Dimala.
Blink forward, I think able to take down a medevac too. Nope, just barely survives. But look at this here at the 12 o'clock position. These 2 spotter pylons getting warped in is going to prevent HeroMarine from really coming in with a surprise. We might see a recall on these Stalkers in front of HeroMarine's base into the main. Yeah, that's in fact what we're going to see. Zealot's getting warped in right now, and Blink, I believe it is on cooldown, but these medevacs have to be really careful. It's enough Stalkers to one-shot them. Oh, with a focus fire there from HeroMarine, able to trade actually pretty cost efficiently, honestly. All those Stalkers going down. I thought this would be much better there for Showtime. Maybe he was expecting HeroMarine to try and salvage the situation by lifting up and boosting away. But instead, HeroMarine standing his ground. That was absolutely the right call. He was able to pull those Stalkers away from his front door, which is going to allow him to saturate his 3rd base finally, and also get a pretty cost-effective trade against those Stalkers.
Completely agree with you, State. That was actually very well done by Gabe, and I think Showtime was indeed expecting him to pick up getaway, so he's like, I'm just gonna blink forward, and I know I shouldn't be here, but it's okay. But the target fire on HeroMarine's side was fantastic, and economically, Gabe is actually in a good position right now. But none of that matters if we now get A-moved by a lot of gateway units and a Colossus in the mix. If HeroMarine holds, this could eventually turn around. This could become his game. Widow Mine is going to burrow, does not fire. The biggest problem that I see in State are these 2 Colossus. We've got 0 Vikings. HeroMarine is going to have to pull off the sickest micro of all time. If he doesn't, I'm afraid that it ends here for him.
All the SCVs get pulled, but the micro on the sentries is so good. Those force fields just sectioning off all the SCVs are not able to get the tanking damage done that they need. And Showtime with this ranged army getting so much damage done. You see HeroMarine try to pull away this bio to the bottom right side to the safety of those 2 Widow Mines, but he's already lost this entire mineral line. Luckily for him, there aren't too many more Zealots, but as the Warpins come in and some more hot pickups, it's just going to be way too much. 1-1 was able to finish for HeroMarine, but at the end, Showtime just a little bit too strong from that early game, and that is going to be a 3-0 win in this best of 5. HeroMarine, I believe he's going to fall to the 5th and 6th place tiebreaker match. He's going to go against the loser of Goblin versus Lambo. Lambo, I believe, right now leading that series 1-0, but man, Showtime just not missing a beat in this best of 5 series. HeroMarine is no slouch at all. So Showtime winning that convincingly tells me that he is in a really, really good spot to advance deeper into this qualifier.
His PvT looks mighty fine. That's excellent decision making. It felt that Showtime always knew exactly what was happening, while for HeroMarine, but even towards the end, in the final moments of Game 3, bit of a guessing game. If he's sieged up, if he has a bunker, if he's buying time for Vikings, maybe he can hold, even if that start obviously wasn't pretty. I think one of the biggest moments is still Game 1 state. Like, if we just wait for those 2-2 upgrades to finish up, I think Gabe takes a much better fight, and maybe he really builds some momentum into the series. But congrats to Showtime. He is now guaranteed to at least participate in that global qualifier next month, where 4 out of 8 players will make it to Saudi Arabia. But of course, if you're playing this well, you want more, and he is aiming for a top 2 finish today. We'll see more of Showtime in a little bit, and you obviously summed it up already. Gabe will have one more match. We won't be covering that one, but we'll let you know what happens there when he goes up against the loser of Goblin and Lambo. For now, it's a tiny break, and after that, I think it's ZVZ time. But State, I've said it before, so I could be wrong again. No promises, but there could very well be some great ZVZ coming up. We'll see you guys soon.
So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Welcome, everybody, back to the European Closed Qualifier and the road to EWC. We are getting ready to go into the first qualifying match of this tournament. Serral versus Reynor, the Basilisk boys, in a best of 7 to decide who is going to get that first spot in. Of course, the loser, they are not out. There is still a lower bracket, but Serral and Reynor, man, they have not lost a series yet. And this best of 7 is going to be huge for them in deciding whether they're going to have a chance to be the world champion again this year.
Yeah, you've mentioned a couple times that Serral got here without dropping a map, which is of course incredibly impressive. A trio over Fire, a trio over Christiana, and a trio over Goblin. So that Serral's EVP still looking pretty freaking good against most people. Reynor, however, had an perhaps even more impressive run, despite the fact that he only dropped one map. But I would say that the level of competition that Reynor faced was even a bit tougher than that. A 3-0 over Young Yakov, a 3-1 over an excellent Lambo. We know how good Lambo is going to be in qualifiers like this, who is currently still alive as well in the lower bracket, and a 3-0 over Showtime. So it's 9-0 against 9-1, but Showtime, Lambo, Young Yakov does sound a little bit tougher to me than Fire, Christiana, Goblin. So honestly, the stage is set. Both boys are on fire. They looked good as well in DreamHack Dallas, even though neither of them is ever going to be happy with a top 8. You know these guys stay. They don't travel anywhere to finish top 8. They want to lift trophies, but they did look good in a lot of the games they played.
Yeah, and Reynor also. I've been speaking to this guy after the GSLs when he's competing out here in Season 1, and he is absolutely locked in, man. He is so ready to compete for EWC this year. It's going to be a pleasure to watch him perform, but we're already going into game number 1, spawning down here in the bottom left of Last Fantasy. Once again, seeing this 3-player map, it is the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, Basilisk Serral.
The man who has won the last 7 official series against this man, his friend, his teammate, his long-standing Zerg brother from the European scene, the Italian stallion representing Basilisk as well. It is Reynor. As a young man, Reynor bursted upon the scene. Everybody was counting down the days until he would finally turn 16 and he could compete in those WCS events back then because he was already so good. We knew he was good. And when he finally turned 16, the first WCS event ever was the one in Valencia. Reynor won every single series until he met Serral in the quarterfinals. And Serral did defeat Reynor, but needless to say, everybody knew we're going to see a whole lot more of this young Italian boy. Couple months later, they meet again, this time in the grand finals of a WCS DreamHack event, back then Montreal, in one of, I think, the greatest ZVZ finals we've ever seen, with some ridiculous comebacks coming from Serral, especially on that Cerulean Fall game. That is a map that I think lives rent-free in the head of a lot of StarCraft 2 fans, and the rest, as they always say, State, is history. It was just a matter of time before Reynor was able to get a couple W's on the board. At one point it felt it was more often Reynor than Serral, but over the last few years though, it's only been Serral, and here we are, 2025. Reynor no longer a young man, he is 22 at this point, and we are getting ready for another chapter to the epic saga, the great book that is Reynor versus Serral.
Yeah, and the Esports World Championship again this year is going to be a really big part of that history. Both these players want to be there. Both of them, frankly, they deserve to be there with how well they have been playing, not just this year, but in years of the past. And it's such a thrill to watch these guys play a best of 7. I know that Reynor has been working on a ZVZ a lot, especially taken down Solar, I believe, in one of the series for the GSL Season 1, who has been back to his old self in ZVZ form. There was a long time, I want to say it was about 2 years ago, where it felt like Solar was just the best ZVZ player in the world. I think it was even winning most of his series versus Serral in that time. He's looking like his old self again, but Reynor made him absolutely work for it. I think at the end of the season it was like 3-3 was the match score overall over the course of 3 best of 3s. So Reynor, he is locked in. He is looking mighty fine, not just in ZVZ, but really his entire game. And of course, Serral, this guy is just always rock solid, has been for basically a decade now. I mean, what a treat this best of 7 is going to be. And early on, we already have a little bit of a mix-up in terms of build. A very fast Spire coming in for Reynor. A Spire on 28 drones for Rotterdam.
Yeah, last fantasy, a unique map. You already pointed it out, a map we didn't get to see too often in the past, but now we are playing a best of 7, and in a best of 7 is obviously a lot more likely we get to see it. But Reynor says, all right, spicy map, time for a spicy build. A mega greedy opening. Now he does fire a +1 missile attacks. He's got a Roach Warren, and I'm not really buying it yet. I want to see. Now in the past, Reynor has done something like open up with a couple of Mudas and then surprise Serral with a maxed out Roach army, while Serral is investing in Spore Crawlers and Hydras. Suddenly, surprise, here are 5 million Roaches and Ravages to show up, while I've got a bigger army. This could go down so many routes. And I guess the last thing, we were discussing it a little bit in the break, and we mentioned it before when we hyped up the wrong series because we thought it was ZVZ time and it wasn't. A lot of ZVZs are short, but I feel that if there are two players that could potentially give us some of those epic long ZVZs where it comes to Hive Tech, where it comes to Lurker Viper Wars, historically it has been Reynor and Serral. Of course, Dark deserves a big shout out as well on the Korean scene. He too is an excellent Hive Zerg, but Dark not around at the moment. Unfortunately, he is no longer playing actively. So I think if you are looking for some Lurker Viper Wars, these two are your best bet.
All right, +1 range weapons gets canceled. Serral with these lings, I think he knows that jiggle going away on missile attack and the Roach Warren no longer being revealed. Instead, 7 mutas in production. Now +1 melee attack getting started up. Did Serral actually notice? Is he going to be prepared for this? Well, certainly he will now, because Reynor, he's shown him a lot of respect. He's not trying to hide the tech at all. He says, you know what? I go for these mutas. I'm just going to immediately try and take down these overlords, get the guaranteed damage. Serral, a little bit too good. I don't want to risk it and try and fish for damage I might not get in the main base. Let me just take the guaranteed kills.
We're probably going to have a lot of mind games and little tricks showing A, but actually going for B throughout the entire best of 7. And I already said it earlier when I saw that +1 missile attack. I'm not really buying it. I don't believe it. Now, there are games where you will go Spire and have a Roach follow-up, but this is not really one of them. Not of 2 bases, not of this ultra-quick lair. This could be a massive moment, though, for Serral. With just a couple of Zerglings, Serral is going to get a cancel on the 3rd base. Well, this is supposed to be Reynor's phase of the game. This is where Reynor, his Mutalisk, are supposed to shine. They are the ones that are supposed to find some damage. Instead, it is Serral who finds a monstrous victory, because now this is a solid minute-plus delay on the 3rd base, and nobody wants to be a 2-base Zerg for too long in a ZVZ, especially not when there is this much on the line. Amazing, because it's such a tiny investment as well, right, for Serral. What was that? 14 links? For 14 links to accomplish that, that is amazing. Reynor does strike back, finds a couple drones, and is a little bit annoying, but I'm sure Reynor knows that he needs more. Serral's already on 57 drones. Hydralisk then on the way. 4 Infestus on the way as well. These mutas need to do more, State.
And those infestors are going to come on the field so quickly that energy just going to keep accumulating for them. And given how many mutas we have coming out from Reynor, there is not going to be a transition into some other tech. And so these infestors, these fungals potentially, are really going to be a win condition here for Serral. If he can catch the ball of mutas, if he can unburrow, say, an infestor, or come from an angle that Reynor wasn't necessarily expecting, it just takes one fungal on the majority of the flock, and the entire game can turn on its head.
Muta count quite high right now, but great save on that queen by Serral. Reynor knows that this is probably the moment to make something happen after Serral has been building a lot of spores and droning up, hoping that he can combine the strength of the Mutalisk and the Zerglings on the ground. But Serral, his defensive unit positioning top-notch as always. Reynor only working with 2 queens, now finally saturating that 3rd base a little bit. Serral, by the way, isn't that the 2nd Hydra then, or am I crazy? I feel that Serral already... Oh, that's Raider's Hydralisk then, sorry. Serral's already building Hydras, of course. Reynor also dropping a Hydra Den and an Infestation Pit, giving us the idea that he wants to go Hive, he wants to go Lurkers. But it honestly feels a bit odd after +1 melee and mutas. But I guess in Reynor's world state, he just knows this is not going to work. With just links, banelings and mutalisk against this many fungals, against such a strong economy, it's not going to work. So he's going to try to make his way into Lurkers.
Yeah, I think it's the correct decision. Reynor also expanding now towards that 1 o'clock base. We saw the first fungal whiff there from Serral. Reynor with a really fast reaction speed, able to dodge that, but gotta be careful. Again, only 1 muta this time getting taken out. But I think it's critical that Reynor does go for a transition like this one. Serral has just been ironclad on the defense thus far. I think it's only those first couple of drones that went down in the main base, plus just the straight... Oh no, so many mutas actually getting fungled right there. This is huge. Serral his infestors have half a range more than anybody else's. How did he make that connection happen? Reynor, he was trying to babysit those mutas, but already so much damage is done. And while Reynor now is trying to transition into Hive Tech, into Lurkers, I think that fungal on the mutas is all Serral needs to gain the confidence and move cross map. I don't know how our Italian player is going to defend this push.
I don't think he really knows either, mate. That was just painful. Such a painful moment as well, as Reynor is trying to buy time, right? Trying to go into hive, trying to get some lurkers. This was immediately going to give Serral a green light to fully send it. Now, a couple of the lurkers of Reynor do finish up, but those are all in the natural. Serral could just set up for the third base. He could rotate towards the fourth as well. Does not have to run into these lurkers, but Serral looks at his army and says, you know what, get a couple big shots up. I don't care. I believe in my Roach Hydra army here. I gotta say, it looks a little bit derpy, but if you have this much stop state, it's all right. You can be derpy. This looks like a 1-0 lead for the Finnish Phenom.
Yeah, I mean, what killer instinct just moving right into the natural expansion like this, knowing that Reynor, he might have lurkers, he's not going to have the hive techs to actually make him useful to hold off in that natural expansion. And I feel like Serral, maybe he was a little bit surprised by that Mutalisk play, but in any case, Reynor was not really able to leverage that the way that I'm sure he is used to against basically any other Zerg player in the world. The defense was so fantastic from the Finnish Phenom. I really do think it was, just the 2 or 3 drones, the Extractor, the Stray Overlords in the center of the map, maybe 1 Queen in total going down, if that. The defense was just perfect. And defending against Mutalisks when you're trying to expand onto 3 or 4 bases the way that Serral does, usually you're expecting there to be a couple of holes in the defense. But the Queen positioning was fantastic. The Infestors came onto the field, I feel like, so much faster than we typically see from Zergs. Not because he was trying to rush out Fungals, but because he just wanted that energy to accumulate as early as possible. Time is a resource with those Infestors, and he was able to convert really one of the best defenses against Mutalisk play that I have seen in a ZVZ into just a resounding win there in game number 1. Even if that fungal, that miraculous fungal, doesn't connect on the majority of the Mutaball, I still think Serral just in such a commanding position. That was already his game to win, and that just sealed the deal. He moves cross map. He's up 1-0 in the series. And best of 7, the momentum already building here for Serral. He has not yet dropped a map. Can he keep it going? Spawning in the bottom left now, leading 1-0 in this series. It is Serral.
And in the top left side, the very quick lair, the very quick spire, not working out for the Italian Stallion, representing Basilisk as well. It is Reynor. I agree with everything you said there towards the end. Serral's defensive unit positioning, obviously all picture perfect, but I think the biggest moment of the game is very simple. It's 12 or 14 Zerglings getting a cancel on the third base. That slowed Reynor's entire game plan down so much. That hurt him so freaking much. He is not supposed to take damage there. He's the one who's supposed to be dealing damage, and Serral is the one who's supposed to be defending and hoping things don't spiral out of control. For Serral to find such a monumental victory with such a minor investment completely changes the way the next few minutes in the game play out, allows Serral to make all the correct choices because he has to face less units and he's got more stuff than he normally has. And if you make life easy on Serral, well, you obviously know he's going to take full advantage of it. So that was massive. And if you ask Reynor what happened in game 1, he would probably say the game was over the moment my third got cancelled, because that's just not supposed to happen. I like the idea of transitioning. You were a fan of it. I think I was a fan of it as well, because Ling Bane Muda was not going to cut it against that many Infestors. But yeah, to then get chain fungled as well, right when your opponent has a big army and right before you get any value from your lurker transition, extra painful. But I think it always goes back to the first major thing that went wrong, and that is of course for Reynor allowing Serral his Zerglings to cancel that third. That just can't happen against Yona, against the Finnish Phenom. You really can't make mistakes like that.
Yeah, especially in a situation where you're opening 2 hatch Muna. Getting the third base canceled in any situation feels bad, but when you're playing on such a low drone count like Reynor was, I mean, you put it perfectly. It's just a little bit too much damage. It feels monumental because even though it is just 1 cancel on a hatchery, you're already a couple tempos behind your opponent in terms of macro there. As Reynor, you cannot afford to get tripped up even once in a stage in the game where you should have control. But now moving into map number 2, we do have a little bit of a different approach coming in. Drone heading towards the third base for both players. Very mirrored openings here coming out. I think even going down to the third base timing. The gas income, the number of drones finishing, if both of them get the 25th, 26th drone, it is A perfect mirror. Failing Nest also going down for the same time of both these guys. We'll have to wait and see what the deviation is going to be. I feel like usually in a situation like this one where the builds are just completely reflective of one another, unless there is a big deviation, this is the kind of game where we could actually see these guys eventually work their way towards, you know, a later layer tech, potentially even a hive tech game. Because Reynor and Serral, as we were talking about before this series even began, yes, they can have explosive games like we did in game number 1, but also, if anyone's going to go into a late game Hive versus Hive ZVZ, it's probably these two right here. They have the confidence, they have the skills to just say, you know what, I can beat you in that end game. I'm not sure if we're going to get that, but the way this one is lining up with so much droning early on, the evolution chambers also coming in, the fast third bases, it's already looking like we might have that potential, Roddy.
I'd love to see it at least once, right? And I feel a lot of fans really want to see it. As cool as those sharp timing attacks are, the great micro on the Zerglings, or a fantastic run by, we love all of it. Or the mind games where you can build some momentum with Spires. Eventually, I also want to see an all-out macro war in ZVZ, because ZVZ can be such a beautiful and cool matchup in the late game as well. And there's not many things that I can think of that are more taxing than playing a late game Lurker Viper battle. And one of the main things why that is because the minimap very often becomes absolute chaos, with just both players having overlords everywhere. So your minimap is basically useless because there are dots moving around all the time, and Lurkers and Vipers, they don't want to worry about that kind of stuff, so you can't really take care of all the overlords. It's so freaking stressful, but it can be so beautiful. So I hope we get to see it once. So far, this is a bit of a passive game, as Serral has decided to fire up the lair a little bit quicker than Reynor. Serral overall playing quite greedy, I'd say. Like, not too worried about Reynor aggression. Ooh. And if we think back of the early days when Reynor did find some success a long time ago against Serral, it was often of a lot of aggression, but Serral so far apparently feeling that Reynor is not going to do it, and he's right.
Yeah, a moment ago, Serral queued up 11 drones while Reynor was starting his roach production. So, yeah, certainly a touch more greedy is our Finnish player in this situation. And, you know, Reynor, it doesn't seem like he's really in a spot to capitalize on it just yet. He cannot punish that greed. And so for Serral, even though it might seem small, like a 5 or 6 worker difference over a couple of minutes, how impactful is that really? Well, you see right there, our wonderful observer Mapu showing the income advantage graph. Even at one dip like that, it's going to start equalizing now because both players are going back to full 3-base saturation, which is around 66 drones. Just having a couple hundred more resources in a mirror matchup at this level can be the difference maker. And by the way, Rotterdam, looking at the production tab again, Spire coming in here for Reynor quite late, while Serral is actually going to be going for some drop overlords with roaches.
Yeah, Reynor is going to scout with his Overseer, but he hasn't seen these drop lords move out yet. If Serral just maxes on roaches here, it's going to be really difficult for Reynor. Reynor had quicker +1, but he can't really take advantage of that since they're not battling right now. By the time they will truly be battling, Serral's going to have +1 too. Now they're both going up to 4 bases, so nobody truly needs to die. But Reynor does need to be careful, because I feel Reynor right now is spreading a lot of resources across the board, +2 missile attacks and a Spire. I don't know if that's going to come into play, because I have the feeling that Serral means business with this incoming roach attack. We've got some Baneling drops as well. Oh my goodness, as he's distracted. So Reynor with the roaches in the main. It's 4 Banelings in the natural, killing 15 drones. Serral's flying.
Oh my goodness, I think Reynor might have expected the exact same thing as me. Another 4 roach drop into natural expansion. It was actually 4 Banelings. The entire mineral line wiped out Reynor. He is getting some counter damage done in the bottom right, but Serral, so much damage done. And he's going to continue to try and tax the multitasking of his opponent. Not only is he able to save this base in the bottom right, he's queuing up, in addition to +2 range weapons, tunneling claws, and burrow roaches. Right now, everything going Serral's way, and this might even compound. As soon as those tunneling claws come into play, it is going to be so difficult for Reynor to deal with roaches in 4 different locations. Reynor, he was able to get 1 punch back in his favor, sniping that roach drop overlord in the top left side in that base. Serral behind all of this, adding in the Hydralisk extend. I think the roaches from Serral, when they dropped in the main base, did spot the Spire. In fact, yes, they did. So this is on his radar. He does have some spore crawlers coming in. But man, those 4 banelings got so much damage done in the natural expansion because Reynor, I think, was just completely taxed. He was looking at the main base. He was getting ready for the pressure about to hit the 3rd. And even though he saw the drop Overlord, he was not blind to it. I think just not expecting the banelings, it is such a gut punch. Losing basically an entire mineral line like that in such a critical moment, it's absolutely devastating. And now Serral, even though the game has calmed down quite a bit and supplies have equalized, I'm really liking his position in this game. These tunneling claw roaches, they have a lot of opportunity to get damage done.
Yep, he's gonna split a couple of them off in the main, a couple of them in the natural. 3 roaches is the magical number to start one-shotting these drones, and this is so frustrating for Reynor because Reynor thought now it's finally his turn to deal some damage with Mudas, to have a real move out. Has no answer for this, did manage to sneak a couple Zerglings into the main base of Serral. But I'm honestly surprised that Reynor is not in more trouble than he's in. Like, I don't think the game looks good for him. I don't think he's happy, but he might snipe the 4th base here in the bottom right. There you go, State. Gets the queen as well on his way out. It feels like it should have been worse for Reynor than what it currently is.
I think it might be. Serral went for a surround on the roaches in the bottom right. He flanked from above, and they got caught in the speed zone. I think Reynor was expecting to be able to retreat with a majority of those roaches, but instead it was effectively a trade for the 4th base. And when you're only on 60 drones like this, that 4th base, while yes, you would love to be able to eventually saturate it, you don't mind losing it too much right now. Instead, Serral just taking a very cost-efficient trade, and now he can get a little bit more aggressive. Reynor, he's investing more resources into Ravagers right now, but Serral with a Hydraless backbone, adding a lot of DPS. He is just going to try and destroy this army right at the junction between the natural and the 3rd base. Reynor with the reinforcements is finally able to start moving the pendulum back into his favor, but Serral, behind all of this, taking down that 4th hatchery. He is getting a considerable lead in this game.
Still up 20 supplies, started that attack with like 20 more roaches, but because so many roaches were busy killing the 4th base, the main fight was actually a little bit closer. And Hydras are funny units because sometimes they look amazing, but we know they can be so fragile, often referred to as glass cannons. And having a lot of Ravagers can obviously give you a really strong defensive position where you push your opponent back over and over again. I think Reynor did alrighty there, but it was not quite good enough in the end. Serral is going to be more than happy with what he accomplished. I don't think the Mudas found tremendous damage on the bottom side either. So Serral will look at that and said, alright, we traded, but I'm rebuilding my 4th. I have killed yours. I also think that his army skills a little bit better. I'm sure Serral's not mega worried about 5 or 6 Mudas flying around. That won't ever have that devastating one-shot power that you dream of. It's looking better and better here for the Finnish Phenom in Game 2. Just a bunch of little victories adding up as more roaches surprise Reynor in the top right side. And that is a kill, not a cancel. There you go, State.
Now Serral, he's going to be setting his eyes on this 3rd base. He is maxed with roaches and Ravagers and Hydras as well. There is not much that Serral is missing with this timing attack, even as +1 Carapace coming in. This is a big position to attack in from, man. The concave that Serral was able to set up actually better than the defender's advantage here, as he is just going to leverage this army advantage into another win, taking a 2-0 lead. And that kind of felt like a death by 1,000 cuts. The initial roach drop in the main base of Serral, getting a ton of drones. The follow-up Baneling drop in the natural expansion, wiping out almost the entire mineral line. Reynor, he fought back with Mutas, was able to take map control and clean up the overlords over the majority of the field, and made some good plays when he denied that vision from Serral, like sending those roaches into the bottom right corner, killing that 4th base. But even Reynor's wins, they weren't as big as you would hope, because Serral, he was just a little bit too on point. He was able to come in with roaches, surround those off screen on the bottom right side, and yeah, he takes down to the 4th base, but he loses a massive roach ball. And eventually, all of these little tiny advantages that Serral was able to build, in addition to being a little bit greedier in the early game, suddenly it just culminates into a little bit too much. And then when there is one big shove into that position between the natural and the 3rd base, like we saw twice in that game, Serral's army, there's a little bit more DPS with those Hydras, there's a little bit more army on the field, and that's game number 2 going his way. And I feel like a lot of the games that we usually see in ZVZ, especially in series like EWC Asia or in GSL as part of the EWC circuit, You see them usually in one fell swoop. There's typically one big play that defines the entire game. But with Reynor and Serral, these guys are so close in skill and they know each other so well that it's just a war of attrition. Even in situations where you have entire mineral lines getting taken out by a bailing drop, Reynor still was able to bounce back miraculously well. I mean, the supplies almost, I think, evened up a couple of minutes after that. Reynor
they were
is
very
no
close
slouch by any means, but just fantastic play from Serral.
Yeah, they got close, but Serral's army was better, and then Serral's map presence was better, and right when it felt that Reynor was clawing his way back into it, like for every little victory Reynor got, I felt Serral got 2 right as the follow-up. It's like, oh, that was nice for you, but my combo or my counter is going to be a lot more powerful, and got him further ahead. It was just a fantastic play. Double drop alert, we've seen it before. It's like, oh, yeah, so roaches in the third, and then a little roach drop in the main and natural, and that's what it looked like, but that's not what it was. 4 bailings out of nowhere, getting 15 drones that early into the game, when Serral already had the slightly more efficient opening. Like Reynor had quicker +1, which is awesome if there is a fight. If there is no fight, then technically that's less awesome, because that means that you spend money on something you're not getting value of yet. Well, ideally, you want to spend money on something, and then by the time you fight, that's when it kicks in. That's the picture-perfect timing. So just a few things adding up for Serral, who takes a pretty convincing 2-0 lead. Now, it's a best-of-7 state. Still a lot of StarCraft left to be played. But the Reynor is going to have to turn it around, right? Like, we need to... Because so far in none of the games has he been ahead. There's not really been one moment where we loved Reynor's position. So I'm sure that he's looking for his first real victories in Game 3 and then try to build some momentum from there on out.
Yeah, Serral has just been so solid in his response to this Mutalisk play that I'm wondering if Reynor's going to mix it up moving into game number 3 and game number 4. You know, in that very first map, the Mutas, I feel like were just completely parried by Serral. They killed some overlords and some drones, but it's not the damage that you want to get there as Reynor, in addition to losing that hatchery right to those lings. And then in game number 2, I feel like the commitment was a little bit less from Reynor into the mutas. Of course, he did that behind the third base. He did it with, I think, significantly less mutas as well. It was more of a map control play to try and clear out the overlords and then start throwing some punches at Serral that he might not see coming, like sniping that fourth base, but so far, it just hasn't been working out. And as for this guy right now, everything is just going completely to plan. We'll see if it stays that way. He is leading this best of 7, 2-0. Your Blue Zerg, he is Serral.
We had a slightly longer break in between the games, guys. As much as we love yapping, we love showing you guys the games a whole lot more. But this man requested a break. He's back. He's ready to continue this best of 7. Down 0-2. The Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Before we talk more ZVZ state, little update from that one other series that's currently happening in the lower bracket. The Goblin has turned things around and has taken a 2-1 lead over Lambo. Now, it's not over yet, but... Alright, actually Lambo just won game 4. I take it all back, but hey, that's the 5-game series. Still pretty epic. Game 5, Lambo versus Goblin. What a performance by Goblin so far throughout all these close qualifiers.
Yeah, that is very exciting. I'm going to have to go back and watch that VOD at some point, as I'm sure it's being casted by the community streamers here for EWC. But Goblin and Lambo, both of them really impressing me in this qualifier. Lambo with just some super Brady plays, even able to take a map away from Reynor, and 3-1 over mana, 3-1 over skill. It's now going to map number 5 versus Goblin. But no matter who advances to face Showtime or who drops to the tie-breaking match against HeroMarine, both Showtime and HeroMarine are going to be in a little bit of trouble, because Goblin Lambo, I'm telling you, they are punching really well right now. They're looking very solid. Europe, they are just bringing their A game, whether it be Serral and Reynor here in the qualifying best of 7, or these folks we have in the lower bracket right now. You wouldn't think that we had such a long gap in the StarCraft 2 circuit. Everybody is just looking so fantastic at this time.
Reynor fires up Zergling Speed, Serral does the same thing. Ultra Love is one of the few maps that we currently have in the rotation that has a ramp leading into the natural. That does often lead to stranger games, especially in mirrors. We know that, of course, about PvP, where people love to go one gate, fast expand on the low ground, which they don't normally do if there is a flat surface in front of the natural. But even in ZVZ, it can be very tricky. You can start hiding a lot more stuff that you can hide on other maps, and it's so difficult to figure it out, as every overlord is important and you don't want to donate overlords. And even if you send an overlord in, there is no guarantee you get the scout that you're looking for. Go ahead.
Oh, it was just some really cute micro there from Reynor. Almost was able to steal one ling away from Serral. It's one of the things that I love about Reynor so much is that even with these very small groups of lings, just 2 lings, he babysits every single one of these units as effectively as possible. It's fantastic. I feel like he's probably the best Zerg player in the world at controlling these very small groups of units. I mean, look at all of the ling trades that we have going on the map. Reynor's HP on every individual ling is always just a little tiny bit higher than Serral's because he prioritizes the multitasking on this so heavily. And also behind this, by the way, Roachborn coming down in addition to that Baneling nest. Now, I'm imagining this might be a safety Roachborn, but we're gonna have to watch that production tab and see how many more drones Reynor actually does have come in.
I think tacking up is going to be very scary for both players with this kind of a setup where it's links with speed, banelings, maybe a couple of banelings morphing aggressively. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that minimap because these guys will always be looking for a 1-2 combo, distracting the opponent with a couple of Zerglings in the third and then hoping to sneak banelings into the natural. Ooh. That is not happening. We do have some banelings coming in from the bottom right side. But so far, Reynor not quite finding what he's looking for. But it's got to be so nerve-wracking to fire up a lair here. Because how many ZVZs haven't we seen in the last 3 weeks? As Reynor tried to set up the trap. And I thought Serral was paying attention, but he's not. Walks into it, not game-ending damage. But very nice little victory there for Reynor. But it's got to be so scary, State, to fire up a lair. Because the moment you fire up that lair, your opponent shows up with 20 roaches, links, banes. They all in you and the game is over again.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of hatch tech all-ins in situations like this one where there's a little bit of skirmish happening earlier on in the game, and I think that's the reason why both our players are playing this very, very safely. They're just kind of testing the waters with the Ling Baneling right now. Up until Serral got caught by that trap that Reynor had set, things were looking a little bit better for him in terms of early engagements. Also, this Baneling getting diffused really for very little. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we're here at 5 minutes, we haven't yet seen a lair tech. Both these players showing a lot of respect for one another. They do not want to pull the trigger and go up to a lair tech when a 3 hatch all in is absolutely in the cards. And actually here we have Reynor at 45 drones and Serral at 44, both kind of doing the same thing. I'm not sure how much is them reading their opponent is gearing up for this aggression, how much is them just trying to, you know, take the initiative and be aggressive themselves, but they certainly have the same idea here.
It's just so scary. So scary to tack up. We have seen it too many times over the last few weeks. These guys are so incredibly good in hitting those early tech all-ins, the hatchery techs, and Reynor is building a lot of units. I absolutely believe with the idea to be aggressive, but if you both want to be aggressive, then it's obviously way better to be the defender. Defender's advantage is real, having those reinforcements show up immediately and participate in the fight. So I think Reynor's score of the 8 roaches is an excellent one, as long as he goes back into units right after that state immediately. Oh, he's making drones, upgrades, and a lair. That could be a little bit too much. 2 out of 3 maybe. Oh my god, he's building more drones and he's firing up an extractor. I don't know if he can do this because Serral is giving Reynor the solar special.
Yeah, 8 more drones get queued up, 2 more gases in the lair. I don't think Reynor knows. He's trying to posture as if he's being aggressive. He's trying to scare Serral, but little does Reynor know that it's actually Serral the one who has cut drone production entirely, is building roaches and building ravagers.
Oh
and even now in this moment, Serral, he is not showing his hand just yet. He is still hiding exactly how much he has, but eventually, these 43
drones... He's gonna have to go, though.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go. It's almost a 20 worker difference right now between Serral and Reynor. And I think now that Serral is gonna move in here with these lings and see a fully saturated third base, you have to send it. 7 more roaches getting queued up here for Serral, and you see him immediately start moving across the map. The moment he sees those drones, he identifies, all right, Reynor, maybe being a little bit too greedy, but wait, he's moving back, Rotterdam?
Maybe the double, triple fake, but the longer he waits, the worse it gets. Reynor's building a couple of additional drones, but at this point, I feel like the fight is always going to take place with +1 missile attacks, which is already massive. I mean, ZVZ is just a bit of a cluster, you know what, because it's so tricky. They keep on feeding each other wrong information, and at this point, Reynor, I'm sure, is quite lost. Like, what is this? Am I winning? Am I losing? The numbers don't look bad here for the defender. Yes, Serral's got more, but Reynor's got defender's advantage. Reynor's got +1 missile attacks. I believe that the Italian Stallion can pull off a very difficult hold here. But with defender's advantage, it should be doable as the Banelings blow each other up as well. Serral is still here with plenty of roaches, ravages, a couple of extra units coming in. But when the numbers are this close, State, it should work out well for the defender.
Yeah, the concave was just massive there for Reynor. Was able to take a really good trade coming in against Serral, but Serral with a little bit more manpower, a little bit more forces mustered here on the front line is going to push him back. Those drones now getting pulled here for Reynor just for a moment until the reinforcements coming from the natural expansion, but now the Lings Floods also joining in. This +1 range weapons getting so much value in here for Reynor. He knows if he holds this push, he's going to be in a fantastic position, so he pulls the drones again, does the calculus, says, you know what, I can send them back to mining. And despite being 20 drones more greedy, Reynor is able to hold with additional gases with the faster layer, and now it's Serral on the back foot. I think he might have waited a little bit too long, Rotterdam. Maybe he sent those links to the third base. He saw those drones. We've known these European Zergs in this qualifier to be very tricky against each other. Maybe Serral, there might have been a little bit of second guessing. Perhaps Reynor, he's pulling some drones from the natural expansion to the third to bait me into an attack. Maybe I don't want to pull the trigger just yet. But no, it was full greed there from Serral or from Reynor. And now the work counts, they're getting closer to equalizing. It's only a 15 worker difference, but Reynor is just so far ahead with the faster layer, with the layer text, with +2 range weapons already complete, with the Contaminate adding insult to injury here on +1 range. And I think that Reynor, once he reaches max, he's going to move across the map, and Serral is going to be hard-pressed to survive that push.
Zerglings of Serral do get a cancel on the 4th base of Reynor, but Reynor just dropped that as he's also going to try to get a slow Baneling run by going into the 3rd base. Reynor might even be showing a tiny bit too much respect right now, because I think if he just goes for it immediately, like his army is so freaking good. Serral doesn't even have roach speed yet, which definitely does hurt your ability to micro, and these two guys are so well known for their fantastic micro. So if one of them has fast moving units and the other guy doesn't, that is going to hurt you. If you down an entire upgrade, that's going to hurt you. And if the Ravage count is 8 against 3, even the Finnish Phenom is going to have an incredibly difficult time holding this. He is going to try to do whatever the hell he can with a couple of links trying to distract Reynor, but Reynor smells blood. Reynor knows that that hold earlier was absolutely fantastic, that he got away with everything that he invested in, and just like that, Reynor gets a point on the board, and Serral drops his very first map in this Road to EWC European closed qualifier.
Yeah, well played there by Reynor. That was a scary, scary situation that he was in for a long time, though. Just watching him continue to queue up drones while going for the lair, while adding in additional gases, while getting +1 range weapons. All of those investments into a longer game. I think there was a window, maybe a 30, 60-second window, where if Serral had just moved across the map a little bit faster, he would have been able to win. But, you know, StarCraft 2, especially ZVZ, it's a game of information. It's a game of misinformation. You do not know everything on the board. And Reynor did a very good job. His bluff, it was not called there by Serral, and he was able to barely hold on just in the nick of time. And now we have a series on our hands, Rotterdam, 2-1.
Yeah, no, fantastic job by Reynor. Great hold in the end, but we don't really know exactly what's going through Serral's mind, because maybe Serral wasn't trying to attack. By the way, big update. Goblin just got the victory in Game 5 over Lambo in that lower bracket. Sorry that I'm just completely jumping topic over here, but that is massive for Goblin. Means he will advance into the next round of the lower bracket, where he's going to duke it out with Showtime, and means Lambo drops to that 5th to 6th place tiebreaker for a seat into the global qualifier. One of the last chances these guys will have into making it to EWC, and that is another German Klassiker. So HeroMarine against Lambo for that 5th place decider game, and Goblin and Showtime will be playing in the lower bracket. But to go back to the CVC on hand, perhaps Serral just all along thought, what I'm doing is what Reynor is doing, and he's gonna attack me. So they're playing this game of chicken. He's like, no, I am not attacking, and I'm also not attacking, because defender's advantage is real, especially when you're working with similar economies and the exact same units. So maybe Serral just kind of misread the game. That can happen, right? Even to the very best out there. Serral perhaps leveled himself into believing that the inevitable hatchery attack from Reynor was coming, And that's why he didn't attack himself, because he was just like, nope, we're doing the same thing. I'm not running up. You're not running up. You're going to attack me. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm not stacking up. I'm just going to hold, and then I'm going to be fine. But then if Reynor is stacking up and is building drones and is getting an upgrade, yeah, then obviously it's going to go into Reynor's favor. Like, it's just tough. In ZVZ, scouting at one point becomes really hard because overlords are slow and you can only send so many Zerglings into Queens and Roaches over and over and over again before you just don't know where your opponent is at anymore, right?
All right, leading the series 2-1. He dropped that map number 3, but he's going to try and fight back here in map number 4 on Takamak. Your blue Zerg, he is Serral.
And in the top right side, we're looking at the main base of the Italian, who just delivered the first map loss to his opponent of his entire qualifier. Can we go back to back for the Italian stallion, Basilisk Reynor? Serral was on an 11-0 run in this European close qualifier until he dropped that a previous game. Now, Tokamak is a little bit larger, so I expect these guys to either do something very crazy or just macro up a little bit. Like, Ultra Love is honestly just kind of short, right? From ramp to ramp, from third base to third base. That is why teching up is so incredibly scary on a map like Ultra Love. I think on this map, these guys should be a little more confident that even if they spend 100 gas on that lair and some minerals on that lair, that they can still hold if your opponent decides to attack, as long as you see it coming the moment it leaves the station, right? You want to be there when those units move out, and if you see that, you should be able to hold.
Yeah, you know, the ZVZ meta has been so aggressive, at least in the games that I have been seeing in the GSL and EWC Asia, that even on a map like Takamak, which, I mean, you make very good points about it being a little bit safer to do it, I feel like it's still a little bit of a scary proposition unless your scouting information with your lings is just completely on point. Like, if you can get a couple of sneaky lings in, get confirmation on the drone counts, and know that nothing too sneaky is coming your way, like a 3 hatch all in, well, then you can go for that lair. But I feel like for whatever reason, it just seems as though the aggressive plays have been really shining through over the past couple of weeks here in ZBZ.
Finding a lot of success with it. It kind of goes in motion. Sometimes it feels that all the all-ins perform really well, and then it's like it's over. It's too easy to figure it out. The scouting is too good. The defense advantage is too large, and everybody macros for a little bit, or they're trying to like get different builds going up against each other where mega quick spires, and then suddenly we're like, no, what about the good old hatchery tech all in? What about all of lings, pains and roaches without ever attacking up? It's really good. Solar wins a couple games and everybody starts believing again. No guarantee that ZVZ will still look the exact same way in give or take 8 weeks when we are going to play the main event. But for now, that is definitely the name of the game. So we've got a Baneling Nest and a Roach Warren going down on Serral's side. Reynor so far just getting the Baneling Nest.
A little bit of a role reversal from the previous map. I think it was Reynor who was a little bit quicker with the Roach Warren there in game number 3. Here in game number 4, in fact, it is Serral. And still, actually, we don't have that Roach Warren going down. First and said, it will be an evolution chamber here for our red Zerg player. And I'm just watching that production tab, waiting for the safety Roach Warren. There is none just yet. Serral is only on 27 drones with 2 overlords in production. Rotterdam, this is looking pretty aggro. We still have no Roach Warren here for Reynor. Uh-oh.
Where is that Baneling morphing? Serral morphed a Baneling. Is that on the top side of the map? I'd love to... No, just the defensive Baneling. It's just a couple of Zerglings in the top side. You're right, though. Reynor really needs a Roach Warren. I mean, he's investing in +1 missile attacks.
I'm so confused, actually. It's only just not going down. I was like, did we miss it on the production tab? No, it's only just now starting, but it's 27 drones for Serral. The Roach production is already stopped here. For our blue Zerg, it's full on to lings. He's gunning for that 3rd hatchery that Reynor has. This Roach Warren only about a 1/3 of the way complete. I think
spines, maybe a lot of spines in the hatchery. Just give up on the 3rd. Like, if you have 16 workers more, you can absolutely lose the 3rd base and still be fine. A single spine, though, State. A single spine is not going to cut it. Reynor is going to need a whole lot more than 1 spine. He is going to try to crank out as many units as possible. Serral is looking to use those banelings. I have no idea how Reynor is going to hold this.
That Spine Crawler already solo on HP. Ling's gonna be able to focus it down. Killed, not canceled. And Serral, I mean, he moves into this natural expansion and he sees the Roach Warren finish up, so he knows the production here for Reynor just is not going to be enough. And this 27 drone timing attack is getting so much damage done. 22 Lings about to pop here for Reynor, but there are still 2 Banelings for Serral. Reynor's gonna be so careful. Serral doing such a good job of just babysitting these Banelings, the Lings. They can never get the surround that they want. Oh my god, this Baneling's still alive. It is still alive. It's fighting these drones. I feel like these Banelings are basically just the heroes of this push. I don't even know if Serral needed them, but they are the cherry on top. That was some stunning micro with those Banelings. And wow, what a decisive push coming out of a finished Zerg. 27 drones, all he needs. And the one map where Reynor decides to be exceptionally greedy in the early game is the map where Serral just goes full throttle into the aggression. A little bit of an unlucky break there for Reynor, but I mean, that is EVZ. A lot of it is about cutting corners. I talk to players like Sort of and Scarlet about matchups like this a lot, and one of the recurring themes whenever I ask them about ZVZ, which for me as a Protoss player for the longest time has been a hard matchup to wrap my head around. They often say the hardest thing to do in a Zerg versus Zerg is to play a standard straight up macro game because there's so much chaos that can be unleashed. And map 4, it is Serral unleashing the chaos. 3-1 now, match point Rotterdam.
Match point, 1 map away from qualifying for the Esports World Cup. A lot of StarCraft fans will feel like, wow, wasn't Serral always going to make it? Still, as a player, it's stressful. It's such a big deal. There is guaranteed $17,500 on the line if you just punch that ticket, and you will secure your place into the Esports World Cup. But it can add up quickly. 1 or 2 bad days, and all of a sudden you feel pressured. Like, am I going to make it? So Serral looking really, really good right now. 1 map away. After he did his teammate a little dirty there with that Roach one in the back of his main, hiding it. Reynor perhaps feeling about Tokamak the same way we're feeling about it, where it's a little bit larger. If there's one map where these hatchery attacks shouldn't be all that good, perhaps it's gonna be Tokamak. This is where we're going to macro, right? This man said wrong, taking the 3-1 lead in his best of 7 of the upper bracket. 1 map away from guaranteeing his participation at the Esports World Cup 2025. It's Basilisk Serral.
And spawning in the bottom right, he needs 3 map wins in a row to qualify in this series, lest he fall down to the lower bracket. His teammate, it is Reynor. You know, sometimes when you have a map where it feels like it is safer and the aggressive play is objectively the worst play, unintuitively it becomes better because it is less expected, you know? So anytime you have a best of 7 or a best of 5 series, you got to think about that at this level. There are so many mind games between players like Serral and Reynor who know each other inside and out, who are teammates, who I'm sure discuss theories, who practice together. There's a lot going on under the hood that we as casters, that we as fans of the game watching at home do not get to see. And Serral just with a little bit of a curveball there in game number 4, able to steal away a cheeky one, punish the greed of his opponent, and now just 1 map went away. And I'm telling you, with how well Goblin has been playing, and Showtime for that matter has been playing in that lower bracket, neither of these want to go into another best of 7. They would love to just steal the deal right here, right now, call it early, relax, get some dinner, watch the rest of the games with your chin up high. Only one of these players is going to get the chance to do it, though, man. It is a high-pressure situation for the both of them.
There's no better StarCraft to watch than the StarCraft that you're already done with. Knowing that you are done, you've completed your job, then the other games just become so much more enjoyable. It's truly fascinating. If you take a look at the head-to-head between these two throughout history, as I said in the early days, Reynor was this aspiring talent. We all counted down the days until he turned 16 and he could finally play in those official WCS ESL events. And at first he brought the fight to Serral, but Serral was better. When Reynor started to find real victories and success, it was often because he was the crazy aggressive player. He would keep on surprising Serral, who just wanted to play the slowest standard macro game. Reynor would keep on sending it with different all-ins. Over the last few years, though, it really is Serral who's aggressive / all-in. He's so much more often when these two guys playing against each other than Reynor. And some fans even wonder, like, why did Reynor give up on being the crazy aggressive Zerg? Why is he not taking the initiative the way that he used to? And yeah, it's obviously because he feels his opponent, like, he thinks so highly of Serral, and Serral's scouting is so good. And his reactions are so good that he doesn't want to go for underwhelming attacks. But perhaps because of all that respect that Reynor has, he has lost a little bit of what was supposed to be so scary of playing against him. And now it's Serral using Reynor's weapon against him.
Yeah, unpredictability is a huge tool, not just in StarCraft 2 in general, but especially in ZVZ. You talk to some of these guys, like Reynor, for instance, about why Solar is so good at that match. It's like, well, he gambles a lot. He takes a lot of risks. Sometimes he's crazy greedy. Sometimes he's insane with the all-ins. You don't know what you're going to get. It's hard to prepare for everything. And having that wild card element is such a critical part of being a complete player. And Reynor absolutely is capable of doing that. He is a complete player in that regard. But as you said, it does seem like in this head-to-head, historically, at least recently, Reynor, he has been showing maybe a little bit too much respect. But it's tough in a spot like this one to change gears from that position when you're down 3-1 in a series, because it's not quite a reverse sweep that you need, but 3 map wins in a row against Serral, that is tough to get done for anybody in the world, and it has been for basically as long as I can remember. And so you have to, it's hard to pull the trigger and be like, you know what, I am going to gamble a little bit here in this map, and if I lose, I'm out. But
no,
maybe...
It's going to be very, very difficult for Reynor, especially after Serral has won their last 7 official best of 3s and best of 5s. But we'll talk more about that later, as once again, Reynor is the one who has fired up a lair. Reynor is the one who is building a drone here, there, everywhere. Is scouting a little bit, sees a lot of drones that may actually give him the confidence that he needs even more workers. But what is really happening, as Mapu is showing us as well, how cute is this? Barely any drones in the natural, a lot of drones in the third. So Reynor tries to do the correct thing as a StarCraft 2 player. You scout. What do you scout? A lot of workers. That means my opponent is macroing, right? Yes, in most matchups, not in this one. ZVZ is so freaking tricky. And unlike that first game that didn't go Serral's way state, this time Serral is sending it. Numbers are somewhat close though. Reynor's got multiple spines on the way. It's possible for Reynor. It's going to be very, very difficult, but I think it might be possible. But he's going to have to micro his butt off.
Oh, it's going to be so close, especially with +1 range weapons done here for Serral, and he is already pushing up the ramp. Reynor taking the initiative, dropping the creep here for the Queens, being able to try and transfuse these, but Serral, he does not care. He is dropping the biles. He is pushing in. Ling's coming in to reinforce as well. Those Queens, before they get the energy to transfuse, are taken out. And Serral, this is a fantastic concave. Just overwhelming numbers right now for our Finnish third player. And those spine crawlers, they are not a factor just yet. They only will be once Serral tries to breach into the natural expansion, into the third base. He moves into the third, sees one spine there, moves into the natural. There's one here too, and oh no, the Roach Horn, it's gonna go down. There just isn't enough on the ground for Reynor to defend it.
No, but Serral showing a lot of respect now as well, temporarily disengaging, perhaps is waiting for those boomlings to be gone. These spines are mega important for Reynor. They need to stay alive. Reynor knows it, so he unburls it, dodges the corrosive balls, but Serral still has just way too much. It's another hatchery tech, aggressive build coming out of the Finnish Phenom, and it's another one that gets done incredibly well. Final score 4-1, and welcome back Serral to the greatest stage of the year 2025, as he has now officially qualified for the Esports World Cup that will be happening later this summer in Saudi Arabia. Not many people doubted he was gonna make it, but I'm sure he still feels incredibly good about the way that he got there in the end state. A 3-0, a 3-0, a 3-0, and a 4-1 in the upper bracket final. The GOAT is looking good.
4-1 win over a Reynor that has been looking mighty strong over the past couple of weeks. He's got to be feeling real good about this one. Now, again, for Reynor, he is not out of this. He's going to fall to the lower bracket for the last best of 7 chance to qualify directly in EWC, and he's also a lock, no matter what happens, for that final wildcard last chance qualifier into the EWC. But man, for Serral, just as you said, I think nobody is surprised. If anything, people are surprised that it took him until the European qualifier to get into the EWC. But yeah, he is showing that the doubters are wrong. He still has exactly what it takes and a convincing win here in the European qualifier. And guys, that's going to be it for us for just a little bit. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, I believe we're going into that 5th place match here in the Road to EWC. So don't go anywhere. We will see you in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the Road to EWC European Qualifier. We just wrapped up the first qualifying best of 7, where Serral was able to win 4-1 over Reynor. And now it's time for us to go into the 5th place tie-breaking match between Lambo and HeroMarine. These guys are fighting for a spot in the last chance qualifier for EWC. If you win this match, you're going into that. If you don't, your dreams of EWC, they are gone. So a lot on the line for both Lambo and HeroMarine. I'm State. With me is Roddy. How you feeling, Roddy?
I'm feeling good, and it's indeed a very exciting and important match. However, for Lambo, there is one more lifeline. Technically, if Lambo loses this, he is still allowed to dream because he has qualified for the Balance Gem Elite in Bulgaria. That is happening next weekend. And the highest placing finisher of the Balance Gem Elite that is not qualified yet, or of course the winner, is going to get invited to the main event. Now, HeroMarine is not going to Bulgaria, so for HeroMarine, that statement is spot on. For Gabe, it's that simple. It's right here, right now, or there is no more way for him to qualify. This is it. He's not going to GSL Season 2. He's not playing in it. Otherwise, we would have seen him already. He ain't going to Bulgaria unless he somehow magically replaces someone. So for Gabe, it truly is now or never. For Lambo, it's an incredibly important series too, because that gives him a much bigger shot, like making it into that global qualifier. 4 out of 8 people make it, so that's pretty good. And Lambo is probably going to be favored even in that qualifier. But he at least has one absolute last backup, and that is the Balance Gem Elite. But I'm certain he doesn't want to wait that long. I'm certain he wants to get the job done right here, right now. A TVZ, a German Klassiker, as I like to call it. HeroMarine versus Lambo. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it should be a really good TVZ series between these two guys. And this Zerg spawning here in the top right has got a brain to rival Einstein with the builds he has showcased here at the European Qualifier thus far this weekend. Your blue Zerg, he is Lambo.
I have to admit that I'm really surprised to see him there, though, because his ZVP looked so good, right? That 3-1 over Mana, that 3-1 over Skillers, and then having Goblin in the next round. Yes, a Goblin that's been on fire, but I'm certain that a lot of StarCraft 2 fans would have favored Lambo in that best of 5. Unfortunately for Derek Julian, it did not work out, so he has to play a best of 5 against this man, who we saw earlier lose against a Showtime. One of the Germans took him down. Can he get revenge on another German, or do the Germans just get the best of this German today? I love Germany over here, guys. In the bottom left side, it is Mouse Sports HeroMarine. He used to reign supreme in Deutschland, so it would be unusual to see Gabe lose back-to-back best of 5s against German players. He is the Meisterschaft champ, after all. Go ahead.
HeroMarine in his initial TVZs that we saw against a laser, if I'm not mistaken, Roddy, in all 4 games of those, he went for the really fast third command center, didn't he?
Yeah, quite quick, but he did switch it up a lot. But that's mostly because EWC played weird, right? Let's be honest. Like, EWC was fond of that very low queen, ultra quick roach style, then with a roach drop, and then yes, we all in, or no, we kind of transition, try to go hive. I think Lambo is going to play very, very different. Is there a chance we will see a roach opening from Lambo? Yeah, of course. He might even try what Shin did as well, with great success against Clem over at Dallas. But I'm not expecting Lambo to do 4 or 5 games of no circling speed, low drones, and just roach. So whatever Gabe did against EWC, I don't think it matters that much, because it matters a lot more on how Lambo is going to play and then how Gabe is going to tackle it. I think these games are going to be awesome, but I think we'll really see a lot of traditional, good old 3-base 8 directs coming out of HeroMarine.
I think you're right about that. Reaper now coming into the natural expansion. Queen only about 50% done, so there's a lot of micro potential here for Big Gabe. He's actually going to try and go for this drone at the last possible second. Able to throw down that sport crawler is Lambo, so no damage coming in. Very nice control given how late that Queen was, and a sneaky little drone that had hidden itself somewhere. Able to take down that third hatchery as well. Behind this, HeroMarine going for a third command center, going for his bread and butter, the Hellion opening.
Yeah, he loves his 6 Hellions and Banshees, but that is an opening that he loves particularly much if he feels that he's really favored in the standard game. No, EWC's games obviously were not standard, so that's why he kind of shied away from it. But if I think back of Gabe in his prime, playing all those weekly cups and slaughtering anybody basically that is not Max Pax or Clem or Reynor or Serral, but they didn't play very often, it was very often about keeping the games as simple and as basic as possible. And Hellion Cloak Banshee is obviously excellent in that. But I think he's confident, but I don't think you can be that confident against a Lambo who's clearly in really good shape, right? So I think even Gabe is going to have to switch it up a tiny bit, but we'll see it at least once, twice, if not 3 times in this best of 5, because you're spot on, he does love his Hellion Banshee.
Yeah, especially with how prolific his 3cc has been played in TVZ thus far in this qualifier. I'm imagining that Lambo, maybe not in this game necessarily, but over the course of this best of 5 series, is going to try and find some angle to exploit that. I don't know if he's going to go exactly as crazy as EWC did with the aggression to make it happen, but somebody who thinks about the game as strategically as Lambo does, I think will try to punish that predictability of HeroMarine. I'm curious a little what form that will take, because I do feel like it's inevitable in this best of 5 series. But for now, Lambo just playing relatively standard. These Hellions and Reapers now coming into the third base, actually diving quite deep before they see those Zerglings and then backing right on off. And that's going to cue Lambo to start up that lair tech.
Yep, and Gabe in the end deciding not to go for it there, which I think was a good choice. There weren't that many drones, and the Queens were nearby, and the Zerglings were nearby. But it's kind of refreshing, to be honest, to look at a standard ZVT here. 5 minutes in, I see a lot of Queens state. I see Zergling speed. I'm like, all right, this is our happy place. This is what very often leads into fantastic games, and the main reason why people fell in love with this matchup, I'd say many years ago. Not even just in StarCraft 2, right? I guess in Boulevard people already loved it, but in StarCraft 2, TVZ has always been a bit of the people's matchup that they love it the most. But the series earlier was fun, but it was just so different. This looks a little more to what people fell in love with.
That game just continuing to test the water with these Hellions, and Reaper hasn't been able to find an opening just yet, and instead just kind of trying to slow down the crew spread a little bit. But Lambo, with a really healthy number of Queens, has been very good about getting this crew spread going despite the Hellions and Reaper basically in his face. 8 Hellions in total. Now, Gabe, he did wait until he had 2 Banshees with Cloak to reveal his hand. I'm not sure how many Spore Crawlers we have at these expansions, or if there is an Overseer prepared with these Queens, but yeah, it seems like Lambo is well prepared to deflect this attack.
And it's got 1 Spore per base, doing a really good job in keeping track of these Hellions as well. No drones to be found either for HeroMarine when it comes to bouncing between bases. Now, Hellions could potentially go for it here. Will the Hellions go for it? They're going to get some really big shots off immediately. That's 8, not bad. And the Hellions are all still alive. And don't forget about these Banshees that are still hovering around too. Lambo does not have that many Zerglings, so he's going to drop the Evolution Chamber to keep these guys out. But this has been excellent on the side of HeroMarine.
Wow, only just a couple of Hellions going down for a ton of drones, and now the Banshees, after the Queens get pulled away on a whole position just out of range of that Spore Crawler, able to get 1 or 2 more drone kills. A real thorn in the side of Lambo here, who is actually going... Oh, okay, never mind. For a second, I saw the Evolution Chamber. Wait, did he cancel those before the upgrades? But I think he is just trying to wall off some section of the map because these Hellions have been so problematic. And behind all of it, we do have the Infestation Pit for Lambo, but an 8 racks is getting started here for HeroMarine.
Yep. Gabe is, I mean, this is such a good map for it, right? Because of those bridges in the center, if you get tanks on one side and the Marines can go safely forward, so freaking difficult for a Zerg to find good engagements against a Terran that's well set up. And obviously Gabe is going to set up like the very best. Hard to get creep spread going as well, especially once Stim is done. You can see it here. Single scan pushes it all the way back to the third. Oh my goodness. I have no idea how Lambo's going to find good fights. We don't have burrows, so we can't burrow a couple of banelings either in the center of the map. I guess somehow we need to create chaos with a bit of a run-by. Perhaps that is our best shot here on the side of Lambo.
Maybe, but I mean, the third base to third base distance is so close on this map that Hero's going to be happy to rally his forces to that third base, I think. Oh, stimming forward. 1-1 done, by the way, here for HeroMarine. Lambo not yet complete. Still about 20-30 seconds left to go. Combat shields, as our beautiful observer is pointing out, still not yet finished. 15 seconds on the clock for that, so gotta be very careful with these Marines. And now Lambo coming in on the south side, finding a nice angle, able to catch actually a good chunk of bio. But HeroMarine, he is pushing forward with a ton of army.
Actually seemed like there was done a bit of a misclick there by Lambo as well, as he pressed hold position, but he was in range of being attacked by Hellbats, and he is just running out of units. Big Gabe, way too big, way too large, way too powerful here in game 1 on the Ultra Loft. Strong start with the Hellions, beautiful army movement, great rotations, did a solid job with those Banshees. He didn't get impatient when he couldn't find something initially. He's like, nope, I'm gonna keep them around, because if it's not the Banshees, it's gonna be the Hellions. If it's not the Hellions, it's gonna be the Banshees. And obviously combining the two really made it very difficult for Lambo to pull off a hold. Couple of beauty errors there by Lambo towards the end. At one point he was using banelings to clean up the debris. Not many, and so no need to be too dramatic, but still it should not happen. And if you're playing Ultra Love against a Terran that's A-Drexing you, every baneling is important state, especially if you already lost a bunch of drones. So that was not supposed to happen. And then that hold position was a bit odd. Like, we see hold position against Widow Mines, because then it's a bit easier to select the unit that's being targeted and split them off. But that wasn't really a moment to press hold position, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe a misclick. I just hope for Lambo that he's able to keep it under control, because we know Lambo is such a fantastic player, incredibly smart. You complimented him for it a couple of times, rightfully so, but he can also be a bit emotional. And if I know my Lambo, he's not happy after that previous match that he played over at the B stream. So I hope that he's able to keep it together and he can show us how good his ZVT really is, because I think he can do better than what we've just seen.
Yeah, especially because Ultra Love is one of the better maps in the pool for an 8 racks, as you said. The third-to-third base distance is so close, it's easy to defend a natural expansion, and HeroMarine even excelling at finding a large window to catch drones with those Hellions. But spawning down here in the bottom left, he is looking to fight back in this best of 5 series. Down 0-1, but trying to win here in game number 2. He is Lambo.
And in the top right side, we're looking at the main base of their Rekordmeister, the man who used to win all the weeklies and a couple of Meister shows. He's been here, he's done that, and he's always done it 4 miles. It's HeroMarine. And in case you guys joined us a little bit later and you're wondering why are we watching HeroMarine against Lambo? Didn't they lose? Aren't they out? Well, we are right now playing for the 5th place. A very important 5th place, because if you finish 5th in the European closed qualifier, you get a seed into the global qualifier that is being played around, let's say, the 3rd week of June, give or take, a little bit later. And that means you're gonna duke it out with likes of Australia, Lancer, Beyond, Gumio, and Riyadh, so 3 Korean Terrans and then 2 Protosses, and then obviously the Europeans that finish 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That makes a total of 8 players, and 4 of them will still go to Saudi Arabia. The other 4 will be out. And obviously, winning a single best of 5 here and then only having to finish top 4 in an 8-man tournament state, that's gonna make these guys incredibly eager to win this series.
Yeah, it's a critical one. And as you said earlier, for HeroMarine, it is the last chance, because he's not going to be GE. Lambo, he does have one more shot, but realistically for both of these guys, it's not going to get any better than this 5th, 6th place match right now. So anything that they can possibly do to win, they're going to be doing it.
Lambo is gonna fire up the Queens. He has stopped mining gas for a little bit by the looks of it. What is that all about? So he mined 48 gas and now he just kind of stopped.
A really fast third base, maybe? Is he hiding a drone? That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah.
It's gotta be a way to just like optimize, I guess, the timing and then not having to worry about the Reaper. Lambo often puts a lot of thought into these little openings and just hoping to get things going, making sure that this game is not a disaster from the very get-go. But a very cute little adjustment there, right? He's still not gone back to mining gas, though, State. I find it surprising, honestly.
More Queens, I guess. Yeah, it's very, very mineral-centric here in this early game ZVT. Usually you don't see this very often, but I think against what HeroMarine has been doing so far today, it makes sense. Because he's typically going into the fast 3 bases behind the back of Hellions, and the link speed, of course, is critical in defending those Hellions once they reach a certain mass, but up until that point, it's not all that important, you know? Having a healthy number of Queens, having a healthy number of drones is going to do more than enough to just spread your creep control the map, deflect the initial couple of Hellions. And the bonus that you're getting here as Lambo is that those queens are all going to be a little bit ahead on energy. You're going to get those creep tumors spreading a little bit faster than you did previously.
Ooh.
The third base is going to be faster, but yeah, I hear your excitement. It's actually going to be Marauders and not a third command center here for HeroMarine.
Very often, if it's Marauders, it is going to be an armory as well with Hellions that can morph into a Hellbat. Now, Overlord is going to take a little look into the main base of HeroMarine, and the moment you see a Viking, it could potentially make the alarm bells go off a little bit, because running into a very early Viking is kind of like running into Void Ray first. It's like, all right, what is the Protoss hiding? You know, how many gateways are we hiding over there? If a Terran opens up with a Viking, that too often means that something is just not quite right. And in this case, it is going to be a very aggressive build coming out of HeroMarine. And Lambo should get a great scout off here. Sees the tech lab. It's gotta tell him quite a few things. Not everything. HeroMarine supply blocked by... Oh, that's... All right, it just finished up. Never mind. He's fine. I feel like Lambo knows. State, what do you think?
I think so, and I also think the setup that he has back at home is pretty good for it too. He's been able to get some sizable creep spread. He has maybe, I think the queens, if there's not more than them, he certainly has them faster than he normally would. So transfuses might also be a possibility here should he decide to stop spreading creep for just a moment. 4 queens in total. But
5 roaches ain't enough though. 5 roaches ain't enough, and he was droning up quite heavily. Right when can we go back to the production tab? I know he's supply blocked for a little bit as well. Still droning. 5 roaches ain't enough.
No.
Now queens and roaches are good, but he's gonna need a little more than just 5.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. These Hellions might be able to find an angle of attack. The natural mostly walled in here for Lambo, but the Marauders dropping custom shell. Okay, this is fully walled in with the Roaches and the Queens, but now the Hellbat's morphing in, and HeroMarine is going to try and get as much damage as he possibly can. Here at this third base, Marauders focus firing down the Roaches. Hellbat's cleaning up the Lings. Wow. Was Lambo a little bit too greedy with the droning?
He still has a 20 worker advantage, so he's absolutely able to afford a couple of units here going down. He's still cranking out a lot. It might be okay. I wonder if HeroMarine maybe shouldn't have morphed all of those Hellions into Hellbats, because there were 20 drones there, very exposed, very naked, and those Hellions that came in from the bottom, I almost think this would have gone so much better for Gabe if he would have just kept them in the regular Hellion mode rather than morphing them into Hellbats. He would have had a field day with all those drones.
Yeah, I'm shocked that none of them went down. I thought for sure that HeroMarine, even though it's not a kill move, was going to be able to clean up a lot of that third base in terms of drones. And so for Lambo, the defense, even though it was razor thin, he's able to compound this lead now with a worker advantage. He queues up +1 range weapons, +1 carapace, Ling speed, Roach speed has started. He has survived the most dangerous part of this early game. Now he just needs to parry a couple of harassment options like these Hellbats coming in with these medevacs, and he's going to be full steam ahead going through the mid.
HeroMarine is going to play some Battlemech for us though, with the extra factories coming online. There's a good chance we're going to see a lot of Cyclones too. Those Cyclones, State. If you see them, do you get angry immediately, or you have peace with the Cyclone?
I'm not at peace with it, but I mean, it is what it is, right? They lock on a little bit faster than it's supposed to be, but it's been this way for I don't know how many months now. It just, yeah. I'm not happy about it. I don't think anybody is, but
well, the Terrans might be.
Yeah, well, I guess certainly the Terrans are, but yeah, it is a deadly composition right now, and with Magfield accelerators coming in, these Hellions finding a nice angle, actually able to catch a couple of these drones here at this third base, but wow, Lambo with a spread, only 5 drones going down. I thought with that angle being as open as it was, we would see something like 7 or 8 drones falling, so not the worst here for Lambo, but yeah, Battlemech, this is gonna be this is gonna be an issue.
Magfield accelerator on the way. Right now the Cyclone count not that high yet though, and Lambo should obviously, because he had that economic advantage for a little while, be able to max out a whole lot quicker than HeroMarine, and it can come down to a single fight. Like if a couple of Lings show up from behind, they force the Cyclones to just stand there and fight. Cyclones are incredibly good in the rolling fights, the fights that aren't true fights, but they can just be super annoying and go in and out of range and get lock on after lock on. But if Lambo can just force those units to actually stand their ground and fight, he should have a field day. He's even firing up Overlord speed, and I have the feeling that's not just to scout. I think we're going to ship a couple of those approaches, Rev, just maybe a bunch of queens as well to the other side of the map. Like, this is going to be an all-out assault from Lambo. Lambo is going to try to tie up the score here.
I think this is really smart, too, from Lambo, because HeroMarine, behind all of this, has been a little bit greedy, going for that 4th command center, and also going for the 2nd armory. Oftentimes, at least in GSL, when we see Terran players go for this the battle mech.
It's okay, man. It's like 4 a.m. for you, no?
Yeah, dude, we're pushing 5 a.m. pretty soon. Usually, it's just +1 armor, so HeroMarine not just greedy on the eco front, but also with the upgrades, and Lambo now coming in with these queens. Oh boy, this is going to be a hard push to stop, but you know, one silver lining here for HeroMarine is he's been very proactive in starting up the siege tanks. We already have a lot on the field, and 4 more about to join shortly with +1 vehicle weapons.
Lambo's going to go through the rocks, which does mean he's going to eat a couple of shots for free, but he has now opened up half of it. He does not want to go through half. He wants to go through all of it. Every second that goes by is a big one for HeroMarine. That is where HeroMarine is going to be able to get more and more defensive units out. And you pointed it out, and I'm surprised by it too. So many tanks already. I feel like it's way more tanks than I expected. This is it for Lambo, though. Lambo is still not looking back. He wants to end it. I kind of feel like he's only fighting with half of his army at first. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. There are still a lot of cyclones. There are still, look at the tank line. That is ridiculous. HeroMarine is making Goody proud over here, and that is a hold for now.
That siege tank line is just incredible. I think that Lambo, I mean, the attack coming in, it might have been a little bit of an overextension, because the read coming in from those cyclones, as Lambo, you're thinking that, all right, if Terran is on their side of the map, as you said, those cyclones, they're a little bit brittle when you get them into a head-on engagement. They're best used when they can actually micro and go back and forth and back and forth. So Lambo, he's feeding this information. He goes for this push, this break right in the middle, but this siege tank line was perfectly established for an attack coming in on the left side. And now HeroMarine, even with this Banshee, going to be spotting the transition coming through here for Lambo. It is a Nida Swarm. I don't think he knows that it's Swarm Host just yet, but yeah, those siege tanks just making absolute magic happen. This isn't really battle mech. This is just proper good old-fashioned mech here, Roddy.
Well, it was looking like battle mech at first, but yeah, then we had 12 tanks. So Lambo is going to try to jump on top of these cyclones, and that is actually a really good start to this fight, as the circlings are causing some real issues. HeroMarine maybe a little bit distracted. Now the Swarmos come in as well. Is this a much better fight than for Lambo? Absolutely looks like it. HeroMarine not liking what he sees, so he's going to pull back to the high ground, siege up a couple tanks, and realizes now that this game, even though it looked great for HeroMarine after that hold, is far from over, because Lambo with 68 drones has a much larger army. HeroMarine is, as we count, is crazy high, which is obviously good to get rich, but it's also bad when it comes to getting a crazy large army.
HeroMarine is getting set up for the extreme late game. 3 more command centers coming in. I'm wondering if some of these might be used for defensive planetaries, potentially like the 4th base, for instance, just to try and bottle that area up. But as you said, 87 SCVs in total is a ton of SCVs. Lambo sitting at only 67 workers, and also going mostly Roach Ravager, of course, with Swarmos into a mech army. Efficiency is already going to be very hard for him. The Swarm Hosts, just because they can send these locusts in, are going to be probably the most cost-effective way that Lambo has of trading. But HeroMarine, if he does not get slowed down in these next couple of minutes, is going to grow into an unspeakable size with 2 upgrades coming in for the mech. 87 SCVs getting ready to saturate the 5th base over here in the top left, with I don't even know how many command centers we have at the 12-minute mark. He is fully fleshing out this. So many orbitals, so many CCs. Oh boy, Lambo, unless he finds an angle of attack pretty soon, it's going to be hard to break the machine that is HeroMarine.
Does land a little fungo, is going to connect with a couple of these cyclones, picks them off. I mean, that fight earlier in the center looked really promising, while HeroMarine was a tiny bit distracted with that Nidus in his main and just didn't have a great answer, mostly for those Zerglings, because it was so siege tank heavy and there weren't enough Hellbats. A couple of the cyclones died immediately, but after HeroMarine survived that scare, kind of disagree with you, and I can only echo everything you said. It just kind of feels it is an invincible army. Lambo is battling hard though. Lands another good fungal from the high ground, spams a couple of corrosive balls, but now this is where those 80 SCVs do come in very handy. HeroMarine can replace those units for days, while if Lambo starts losing Ravagers, starts losing Infestors, it is really hard to replace those units.
Yeah, and with the aggression on the front line here for HeroMarine too, it just puts even more pressure on the Zerg. Now Locusts are going to be able to clean up these siege tanks here on the bottom side, but at the end of the day, it's still a Zerg who's sitting on 64 workers, so Cyclones come in and rain havoc at that gold base. Lambo's just not really going to be able to get the bank, and yes, that was an expensive trade here for HeroMarine, but as he's eventually getting ready to establish even more expansions with these extra command centers and orbitals finishing off. By the way, this is just absolutely dirty. The lock onto the hatchery and the scan confirming the kill. That's just a nasty angle. Lambo, it's going to be so hard to be cost efficient on 63 drones against this army because of even the replenishment coming in. Like the bank is just constantly gonna be thin because we have this hybrid composition from HeroMarine where he's almost alternating between full-on mech with the siege tank remaxes and battle mech. These trades are so good for the German Terran.
Yep, and he can do it all day. Even if he ends up losing these Cyclones, who cares? For every Cyclone he loses, he's gonna build 20 more. He's got 86 SCVs, he's got mules for days. He's getting lock on. Like, Gabe is so rich that he can literally lose 2 units for every unit he kills, and he's still gonna be happy. The one thing he does need to be a little bit cautious of is that Lurkers don't suddenly show up, right? Because Lurkers could really complicate things. He doesn't have Liberators, he has lost a lot of tanks. Sometimes the Locusts can get on top of the tanks as well. HeroMarine is cooking, even if he's down in supply a little bit. He can do this for days, but the Lurker could honestly throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, Swarmos also coming in here into this third base, and you know, for HeroMarine, 82 SCVs, they're fine if you're mining from all these expansions, but the saturation just hasn't been ideal just yet, so the income a little bit lower here than Lambo. Some of those workers are going to go down, and any time that Lambo can force a liftoff on the command centers like this, these are the kind of momentum building moves that can start to turn the tide here in his favor. And once he unlocks Adaptive Talons, adds in more Infestors, gets these extra Lurkers coming in. Oh no, a lot of those mules actually not mining. A little bit of a misclick there for HeroMarine. There's just so much action happening on the map that it's hard to keep up. I'm thinking that Lambo might be able to get something happen, but look at these lock-ons again with a scan.
These are very big moments for HeroMarine because now he's keeping Lambo busy, he's keeping Lambos at home. Gabe is going to find free damage, and that bank that you were a tiny bit worried about, I mean, right now it's 4,400 minerals a minute. That is insane. There is one Lurker in the back that's getting a couple of devastating shots, so well done by Lambo. This kind of feels to me, State, that this is no longer a fair fight. I want to get excited over Lambo's victories. I want to believe that he can pull off X, Y, or Z. But what do you do against a Terran that has this much map vision, has this many bases, has this many SCVs? And even if you find a really good fight if you're Lambo, you can't capitalize on it. You can't just double down, triple down, go to the other side of the map, because you're going to get kited into oblivion by these damn Cyclones. I don't know what he's supposed to do.
3-3 about to be done, and the moment that third base landed and the gold and blue base on the left side got online for HeroMarine, his income shot through the roof. I think he was more than double the mineral income for Lambo. Yeah, look at that. It was plus 2k minerals a minute for a moment there with those mules landing from all those extra orbitals, plus the 82 SCVs. The saturation just through the roof on these bases, and Lambo, he is doing a great job of forcing these lifts, but it's not leading towards an end game that he can win, and he knows it. He's going to tap out, and it is now match point. HeroMarine up 2-0 in this best of 5.
It all went downhill for Lambo after he could not kill Gabe. He thought if he just maxes out on those 60-something drones and all the roaches, Ravagers, couple Dropper-Lords with Queens, we're gonna bust him. And I'll be honest, I didn't hate the call at all. Because yeah, he lost the Queen and he lost a couple of roaches to that Hellbat Marauder opening, but he didn't lose 20 drones. He was ahead in supply. He was gonna be able to max out quickly. And I thought, okay, you're gonna run into a couple of Hellbats, maybe Cyclones, perhaps there's a tank there, but you just use corrosive balls or you drop on top of it. But there were so many freaking tanks, and he did slow himself down by going through the rocks, but all of it looked okay until we saw how many tanks Gabe had. It's like, oh no, like you just don't break this.
I think you and me both like the idea because we were basically looking at the same information the Lambo was. The first couple of Cyclones coming out with the Hellions, with mag fuel accelerator. Yeah. It's like, well, look, this is kind of low tempo battle mech, which is not good. Battle mech is a very tempo-based composition. You want to have enough on the map basically always where you can prevent the Zerg from getting you cornered on your side of the map in your base. But the fact was, it actually wasn't battle mech, at least not at the very beginning. It was instead something like 7, 8 siege tanks in one of the most beautiful lines that I have seen between a natural expansion and a third, just perfectly positioned to absorb the impact of Lambo attacking on that left side. And so Lambo a little bit, I think, dumbfounded by that defense from HeroMarine, and from there, just the momentum really swinging in our German Terran's favor. But Lambo, he's a reigning guy. He might be able to swing this one back here with 3 more wins. I am a dreamer. I would love to see these guys continue to duke it out. Spawning in the bottom left here on Last Fantasy, the Blue Zerg. Can he fight back? It is Lambo.
Last Fantasy to start the comeback against this man in the top side. If you guys have joined us a little bit later, this is not upper bracket or lower bracket. This is an individual series to determine who is finishing 5th place in this tournament. We have our top 4. Serral won it. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are still up for grabs between Goblin, Showtime, and Reynor. This match, this best of 5, is a standalone game to determine who is going to finish in 5th place and will still have another shot at making it to EWC through a global qualifier that will be happening later this month. Topside Last Fantasy, 1 map away from being one of those 8 players in that global qualifier. Mousesports HeroMarine. 4 out of 8 will make it through. Now, it's not going to be easy. It does have Bjorn, does have Gumio, does have Ryong, does have Australia and Lancer, and then obviously the other Europeans that will not finish top 2. But hey, 4 out of 8, those are not the worst odds that anybody has ever had, State.
Hey, take a look at what Lambo's doing right now. This is a really fast Zergling speed. This is, I wasn't watching the build exactly, but this might have been gas pool hatch from Lambo. We're starting Zergling speed at like 145. Is it possible he goes for something like a Baneling bust here?
If he just had enough of it, yeah, then there's always a chance. And he's still mining gas, right? 100.
Yeah.
With 2 drones,
gas.
Though. No, 3. He might just send it.
It's looking like he will. He's getting kind of aggressive here. More Lings being produced. Now, oh, the Reaper, if he can get in, oh, he doesn't. If he can get in and click on that Vespene Geyser and see exactly how much gas has been mined, HeroMarine will have a much better idea of what is going on. But as it is right now, we're still just kind of waiting to see what this will be from Lambo. I feel like if it was going to be a Baneling nest, we probably would have seen it already. So I'm not really sure where this gas is going to go. We have a lot more Queens in production. And 150 gas soon here for Lambo.
I'm not certain either. Like, I can maybe get behind the very quick Zergling speed in case you're worried about Reapers. It does seem like this can be a pretty gnarly map. It's a very quick lair. There you go. That's what he's going to do with all that gas. A 3-minute lair coming out of Lambo. Is there a world where this is Reynor's build with those Dropper Lords and Queens and Zerglings and you just try to get on top of the production quickly?
I think it might be. And I think the reason why he waited until this moment to do it is because you need Zergling speed to deny the scouting from that Reaper, because if HeroMarine sees the lair, alarm bells are going to be ringing immediately. But as it is right now, HeroMarine, he's like, huh, you got Zergling speed pretty quick. That's weird, but he doesn't know exactly what is coming his way. As Overlord speed halfway done now, I think you basically hit the nail on the head, Rotterdam. I think we're going to have some Ling drops, probably some Queen drops coming in. And Lambo looking to fight back with a really aggressive build here in game number 3.
Hellions are obviously incredibly good against heavy numbers of Zerglings, but Hellions will be in trouble if Queens and Lings get dropped behind the Hellions as well, where there's basically nowhere to run anymore. HeroMarine, he does smell something is just not quite right. He is looking for it. He has kept a lot of units at home, but HeroMarine really needs you guys is bonkers, or make sure that you never lose your production facilities as the Hellions do spot the Zerglings there. Stim, halfway done, not going to be done in time. Starport being built right now. That shouldn't really come into play. The man needs a bunker, and he needs it now. Without a bunker, I don't know if he can hold this.
I don't think you can. I mean, 3cc going fast into the starport, no bunker, Hellions on the map. It would take a miracle for HeroMarine to hold this. Right now, it's 4 Hellions and 4 Marines, and 4 drop Overlords are on their way. It has been revealed. It's too late to throw down the bunker, so HeroMarine, he's going to do the next best thing. He's going to vacate the natural expansion, pull everything into the main base. This is how you do it.
Yeah, but he didn't raise the depot. I gotta say, this is a good fight though for those Marines and Hellions. This is actually starting to look incredibly promising for HeroMarine. I absolutely love it. That is the best defensive unit positioning I've ever seen. And the Queens are not on creep. That means one of the Queens will die. The Dropper flies into the wrong direction. Stim is done in 2 seconds. And I think if HeroMarine snipes this Dropper Lambo might just leave. There it goes. There go the Queens. What a hold by Big Gabe. And Big Gabe clinches that 5th spot to, or at least finish 5th place here in this European close qualifier. What an amazing hold by HeroMarine. And we'll see more of him in the global qualifier later this month. For Lambo, it's not totally over. Lambo still has one last chance of qualifying for the Esports World Cup. And that's going to have to happen upcoming weekend at a tournament called the Bellums Gem Elite in Bulgaria. If Lambo is the highest place finisher there of all the guys that have not qualified yet, he too can still make it. But let's go back to the game 3 state. What a hold by Gabe.
Dude, I am dumbfounded. I think actually he intended to let those Lings into the main base. He doesn't want this long protracted battle of them trying to go, take down the natural expansion, attack the supply depots. He just pulling all the SCVs straight into the main. That is the only way that you hold that. And I wish we had like a replay or something of that match, because I feel like basically every single one of like the 40 plus SCVs that HeroMarine had, I feel like they were in the orange or in the red. The damage was so evenly distributed. That's like a once in a lifetime hold, it feels like. On paper, there is no world where he is supposed to defend against an all-in that aggressive. Somehow he was able to do it. I am stunned. But guys, with that, I think we're gonna go to a break. And when we get back, I think we might actually be jumping straight into the qualifying match of best of 7. Behind all of this, we had Showtime with a 3-0 win over Goblin.
What?
So guys, don't go. I think so, yeah. But guys, don't go anywhere. When we get back, Reynor versus Showtime for the last spot in EWC out of this qualifier. We're gonna see you in a bit. Stay tuned.
scream, I'll whisper, la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I no longer blind the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper, la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. I'll chase it. If you scream,
For the last time, we welcome you guys back to the European closed qualifier, where we are getting ready for an incredibly important best of 7 between Reynor and Showtime. Serral has won this qualifier. He is guaranteed of his participation at the Esports World Cup. Also means he has already locked up $17,500, but obviously he's looking for a whole lot more. We know that Goblin finished in 4th place, so an incredibly impressive run by Goblin. He will play in the global qualifier. We just saw HeroMarine secure 5th place, so he too will play in the global qualifier. And now it all comes down to this. One last series. It's a qualifying match, which means it's a best of 7. Reynor and Showtime. The winner is going to be incredibly happy. The loser is going to have a tough time falling asleep tonight state with what is at the line here. What a big series.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge one. Actually, a rematch from the upper bracket semifinals where Reynor was able to win 3-0 against the Showtime, who frankly looked really solid up until that point. I would say that's the only series that Showtime did not look like an unstoppable force, more or less, in this qualifier. So, coming from my perspective, having already casted Showtime versus Reynor, I got this feeling that it's going to be a lot closer than it was on day 1 of the qualifier. Because Showtime, just the way that he has been playing so far today with 3-0 win over HeroMarine, 3-0 win over Goblin in convincing fashion, he is looking very, very strong. But here, spawning in the bottom right of Last Fantasy, man, we are getting this map a lot. It is your Blue Zerg representing Basilisk, Reynor.
Why is he starting up 1-0? That's not right, no. He didn't win the upper bracket. He shouldn't start 1-0. Or am I crazy?
I think that is...
That should not be right. It should be 0-0. Right?
I think you're correct. I think you're correct.
That makes no sense. It's a lower bracket match.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. In the bottom left side of Last Fantasy, he is starting at 0-0, not down 0-1. We are looking at the main base of our German Protoss representing Sentinels. It is Showtime. I was so confused there. I know it's mega late for you, but I had a pretty long weekend as well, as I attended TwitchCon over the last 2 days, and I'm mentally getting ready to travel to Bulgaria in give or take 7 hours. And I'm like, wait a minute, that cannot be right. Like, what is this? An advantage because you drop to the lower bracket later? Like, are we inventing new rules?
Right.
Like, that can't be a thing.
It's okay. We got it sorted here. By the way, I think this is the gas first opening coming in from Showtime with the 19 Nexus and 19 Cybernex score going down. And so we're going to be looking at potentially a very, very quick Oracle.
The oracles on this map are funny because you mentioned the air blockers a couple of times. Like, there are obviously some good ways for the oracles to fly in and get in range of those mineral lines immediately, especially perhaps with the spawning locations that we ended up in. But it also means these oracles have a very tough time going deeper, because if they fly deeper into the natural, they're so stuck for such a long time. They're going to be very vulnerable. So Showtime is going to have to be very, very careful. I do agree with your initial analysis as well. Like, yes, Reynor was able to win 3-0 in that upper bracket, and he looked good. And I think especially in that final game, maybe Showtime looked a little bit frustrated. That was a bit unlike Showtime. I expect this one to be a lot closer. And historically, it's also been quite close between these two. Like, Reynor has a winning record, but it's 28-22 in series and 84-70 in maps, which is legit close. And I think it's even a lot closer than what a lot of people expect, as they see Showtime as a real good player, powerhouse in the European scene. But Reynor is supposed to be the all-star, right? That basically wins against everybody that's not Clem or Serral all the time. But those numbers suggest that it actually always has been pretty damn close and competitive between these two.
Yeah, and so far, Showtime's early game in PvZ has really been make or break for him. One of the reasons why he was able to 3-0 Wayne in such a convincing fashion, but struggled against Reynor on day one, was because the early game harassment just simply wasn't there. This is one of the classic moves that he loves to go for, these initial two adepts, by the way. Shading these in, these are meant to be traded. I think it's why Reynor actually has a couple more lanes than you would expect. And Showtime getting a ton of damage, actually able to cancel that shade. This is more drones than you might expect going down. Just a little bit of hull damage on one of those adepts, getting out right before Ling speed is complete as well. And out of that Stargate already, I think the first units onto the map. Nice start here for our German Protoss.
A magical start. I think a lot of Protoss players are happy with 3 drone kills, even if they end up losing the adepts. He didn't even lose the adepts. He kept both of them alive and killed 3 workers. Yeah, that is a fantastic start. Oracle does need to be careful. Reynor with incredibly clean follow-up defense there. Pulled the drones away, morphed one of the drones into a spore immediately. So second part of the defense going a lot better for the Italians still in. I still think Showtime's happy. Reynor probably a tiny bit frustrated about how this game started off here on Last Fantasy.
Yeah, by the way, I like this adjustment that Showtime's making here. The second unit out of the Stargate, not actually an Oracle. Instead, it's going to be a Phoenix. He's been able to identify the location of a couple of these overlords near the main base of Reynor. Reynor had a lot of vision surrounding the main on those bases with those overlords. They're all going to have to retreat back to the main base now. The Phoenix probably only going to get maybe 1 kill in total, but denying vision against Reynor means that he can probably get some more harassment damage done with these 4 adepts.
Yeah, but don't forget, it's not only about the overlord kills. What he can also do is lift one of the queens. And since Reynor didn't have a crazy amount of units, like double Oracle could fly in somewhere, could activate Pulsar Beam, and then the Phoenix could also lift one of the queens to reduce the DPS of Reynor even more. Unfortunately, that ain't quite happening yet for Showtime, and instead it is actually Reynor with just a couple Zerglings, who is now finding a pylon on the other side of the map, and even losing a single pylon is frustrating. And what's even more frustrating is that now these Oracles, with all this energy, had to go all the way home. The follow-up is going to be Resonating Glaive Adept with +1 on the Forge as well. That's really interesting.
I think...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I don't think this was originally the plan. Blink had started, and I think it's just the fact that Showtime hasn't lost any of these adepts. He's like, well, how am I going to get... Oh, by the way, that Oracle just barely surviving on 1 HP. Is it going to be able to survive coming over here? Again, with the air blockers, it is really hard to keep those Oracles alive if they get into a situation like that one. But yeah, for Showtime, I think the Glaive's follow-up is just because he made so many initial adepts intending to trade them out, never got the opportunity, but they all remained alive. And so how best are you going to be able to use this against an opponent that has only made Lings up until this point? Delayed Glaives. That's what's going to be coming in here for Showtime. So a really cool on-the-fly adjustment from our Protoss player. I'm not sure Reynor is going to be ready for this. It's still just pure Zergling. The Roachmore one only just now starting.
Yep, that is very late. I think if he would have dropped the Baiting Nest earlier, he could have been okay. If that Roach one is a bit early, he could have been okay. But you're spot on. I really don't think that Reynor is expecting soon to be what is probably going to be like 18, 20 adepts, right? This is going to be a crazy amount of adepts. Reynor does have a Spire on the production tab as well. He is making extra units, but what he could really use here is a couple spines. At first, is by the way just 11 adepts, which that is a good number, but that is not an impossible number for Reynor to ever defeat, especially not with all the queens and all the zerglings with +1 melee. 11 adepts is doable, State. 20 adepts probably would not have been doable.
Oh, that queen barely surviving as the shade's gonna pop right on the ramp. Reynor, he's going to be coming in from both the main base and the natural base side, so able to get at least some surface area here, but for now, the Adepts trading really cost efficiently. Even more of them reinforcing, going to be attacking the third base. Adepts now in the main. Not a lot of lings left. The drones have to join the fight. Man, so many drones going down already. 7 in total, and the damage is mounting here at the third. Drones vacating. Oh, even a stasis trap catching these queens. This delayed glaives timing, although the direct damage to the drones hasn't been there just yet. So much lost mining time and so many more drones vulnerable at the 1 o'clock position.
Yeah, and it's so many more adepts. It wasn't just those initial adepts. Look at the numbers now. Reynor has already taken out close to 10 adepts, but there are way more than 10 adepts left over right next to the Spire, so that's not really going to surprise Showtime. Showtime may have lost 3-0 in that upper bracket, but he comes out guns blazing here. Game 1 on Last Fantasy, a good start and an even better follow-up. Reynor is in all sorts of trouble. Reynor is pretty much dead. There is so much Protoss striking different angles, forcing the Mutalists to stay at home as well, which is going to give Showtime all the time in the world to get ready for these Mutas. He's building Stalkers with Blink. He's researching close to, even cranking out a couple Phoenixes. Reynor in a ton of trouble here in Game 1.
Yeah, during all of that pressure too, Showtime was actually able with those 2 oracles to find the drones that had left the third base and gone to the fourth of Reynor. So many extra drones falling. 26 in total, 107 lings.
Jeez.
And usually you don't open like this with glaives, but for Showtime, again, the fact that he started Blink and then after all of his adepts survive, cancels it to research glaives, just identifying this unique opportunity which usually doesn't present itself. I mean, talk about thinking on your feet. Just a brilliant adjustment here in game number 1, right out of the gates. That is just fantastic.
He's going to keep it a bit simple. He has gotten a couple of Archons to make sure he doesn't run out of anti-air. He knows that his adepts are going to do very good on the ground. If Reynor starts building roaches, well, those roaches won't have any upgrades, so they're really not going to be all that scary. That's what we got the Blink Stalkers for as well with +2. I don't know what Reynor can do. Maybe initiate into some sort of a base trade, but this army is already here, State. Reynor can try to base trade all he wants, but Showtime is already on top of the 4th base. Is going to blink towards the left, gun down 10 more drones. He's going to be able to take out this hatchery and could probably recall again in the near future. I know he used a recall earlier, but that's probably off cooldown. There are cannons at home. There are batteries at home. Reynor is indeed going to try to initiate that base trade a little bit. I really don't see it going anywhere.
No, 6 Phoenix are enough to thwart these mutas from causing too much trouble. As Showtime, he's not even recalling back at home. He's just going to continue riding this wave, attacking, taking down the third base. And the army supplies 50% in favor of Showtime. He's got the Phoenix, he's got the Archons, he's got the upgrades. I think he's going to get game number 1, and indeed he is. What a stunning victory here, breaking the 3-map loss streak from Reynor in the upper bracket, and now taking map number 1 here in the qualifying match in the lower bracket. You love to see it.
It's almost like a 3-step program that all worked out to perfection for Showtime. The initial 2 adepts, they get in, they kill 3 drones, and they both get out. That is amazing. Follow up with the Oracle, pretty solid, keeps the Oracles alive, even keeps the units busy. Then obviously hits with, at first what felt like 10, 11 adepts. I was like, that is good, but if he doesn't make any more, he's actually not going to find what he's looking for. But that was just the main squad. That was the OG squad that moved out. That was going to keep the units busy. And Reynor, I think his initial defense against those 11 adepts was very good. Good queen positioning, nice links around on that ramp. But then there was the 3rd base to worry about. Then there was the 4th base to worry about. And Showtime, I think, in the end, made over 30 adepts in that game. And needless to say, found crazy damage. That stasis trap on those 3 queens that you pointed out, almost like the cherry on top. Because Reynor looked like he was almost able to pull off an impossible defense. But he needed those queens so badly. He needed energy on those queens as well for something to just tank a little bit longer. So it wasn't always drones and links. being forced to fight those adepts. It's the queens as well that could have taken some hits, but because of that stasis, those queens were temporarily useless, and that was perhaps the beginning of the end. So down 0-1 here in this incredibly important best of 7, where the winner gets seated directly into the main event of the Esports World Cup 2025 and guarantees themselves a $17,500, even if they lose every game later this summer, which is unlikely with these two because they're both so damn good. This man is down 0-1. It's the Italian stallion representing Basilisk. It is Reynor.
And making a big statement in game number 1. Getting back on the board here against Reynor in the European qualifier. Now leading this series, the qualifying series, 1-0. It is showtime.
It's always fun to see Protoss players switch up the order of their Stargate units as well, right? Where it doesn't have to always be Void Ray into Oracle, or just Oracle into whatever, double Oracle into whatever, triple Oracle into whatever. It's like Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle. And it really does present Showtime with a lot of different opportunities, because there is a world where he doesn't need to wait until he has Glaive. He can just attack with 6 regular adepts, activate Pulsar Beam on those 2 Oracles, lift one of the Queens with his leftover Phoenix, and that could already be a real issue too. But of course you can also use it to keep your opponent in the dark and then hit him with a follow-up like Resonating Glaive Adept that he hit incredibly well. He made it very difficult for Reynor to figure out that that was going to be it, until obviously it was a bit too late for the Italian Zerg.
And Showtime once again going back to this gas first build. 19 Nexus, 19 Core. That Stargate, that Adept, they're going to be so early coming across the map. And I like how greedy Showtime is playing these early games here against Reynor, because if there isn't like a 12 pool or something absolutely wild like that to punish it, if you're able to safely get out this initial Adept and have that Stargate started, 5 or 6 seconds earlier than you would, 2:17, typical timing for a Stargate. In this case, you're getting the Adept and the Stargate started around 2:12, 2:13. StarCraft 2, especially PvZ, it's a game of seconds. It's a game of trying to get little tiny advantages, especially in a snowbally matchup like this one. And for Showtime, it's a bit risky. He's cutting a couple corners to make this happen, but when it pays its dividends, it absolutely shines. And once again, we're going to see if Reynor can thwart the early aggression the same way. By the way, oh man, if he hadn't canceled that shade, could have gotten that drone. I think it was just out of vision.
Or at least force that drone to morph into an extractor, and a lot of time gets wasted. For Reynor, it's going to be a lot about cleaning up the early game defense. A lot of Zergs have a rule where if they lose 5 drones early on, they should just leave because it's almost impossible. The Ricky rule, Ricky as in sort of, that is what a lot of boys love. Has a lot of the Zerg players, good friends with sort of. They were watching his stream and they thought it was incredibly enjoyable to see a Zerg just kind of wave the white flag. 5 drones, that's it, can no longer beat Protoss. And I can guarantee you guys that at this level, and when there is this much on the line, people will never leave if they just lose 5 workers. But Reynor will look back at that previous game and be like, I cannot lose 3 drones and let adepts escape. Like, if he's YOLOing them in and then they get 3 drones, it is what it is. You'd still rather lose less, but you can live with that. But losing 3 workers and not getting them, it's just incredibly difficult to recover from at this level. If you're way, way, way better than your opponent, of course you can turn it around. Then 3 workers is nothing. But Showtime is a world-class Protoss. Reynor knows that as well, and he cannot give him starts that good.
And look at this greed again, Rotterdam. This is a 1-gate third base, and the second unit out of the Stargate is once more a Phoenix, not an Oracle. A small Link Flood could have caused so many problems at that third base, but there isn't one. Instead, Reynor, he's playing the defensive game back at home, so Showtime's going to be getting that third base faster than usual. He's doing it behind a Phoenix that's going to be denying vision from his opponent and keeping Reynor in the dark much faster than usual. And I just love the way that he is developing so aggressively. The gas first build, the extremely quick third base, mixing in the Phoenix. This time even adding an adjustment, a really fast robotics facility. Whenever you get small edges like this by being greedy in the early game, by the way, there's that lift you were talking about the last game, able to only get 2 drones, but still any damage you can get is good damage here as Protoss. This is going to go into a +1 charge timing attack, potentially with a Warp Prism.
This could be big. especially if Reynor doesn't see it coming, and if Reynor is going to drone up a little bit too heavily. Now, the Roach one is done, though, for Reynor, so that does mean that he can start building safety drones. Good job by Showtime. Continues to be active with this Oracle. Activates Pulsar Beam, zaps down another drone. I mean, D. Mauer, representing Sentinels here, is displaying an excellent series so far. Way, way better already than anything that took place for him in the upper record. Up 1-0, and he's looking pretty sharp here in game 2. Now I'm curious, like whenever we see the gateways, the Zealots, the +1, we never truly know when the Protoss will go. And sometimes they don't even go at all, right? They're just kind of like, no, this is my opening. They go up to 4 bases, and of course they'll look for run-bys, maybe a Zealot drop later. But it doesn't have to be something crazy aggressive. I guess if they can just sniff it out, or if they see that the Zerg is being mega greedy, they can always change their mind. Like, it doesn't have to be, this is my plan and I'm going to stick to it. It's like, no, these are the options I have, and I'm going to choose the best option based on what I see and feel.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to go for it. By the way, that one Oracle really low on HP. Only going to have about 1 HP left after those Queens wail on it away. And it's instantly Archon's morphing. This is so cool. I'm wondering if he's going to go for the charge zealots behind this, because... Oh no, look at that. A second robotics facility in production. This is something I haven't seen Showtime do so far in this qualifier. It's an old school classic Archon drop. Something that we used to see Neeb do over and over and over again in PvZ. This was the meta years ago. Fast Ever Archives with the Archon and 2 robotics facilities. Are we going to see a Immortal production startup? We are. This is so cool.
But will they be in time? Because Reynor is already building a lot of roaches. He's firing up Overlord speed. There is a good chance that Reynor is... Like, Showtime cannot lose too many units here, because Showtime is now attacking a Reynor that could very well be gearing up for a big attack on the other side of the map. So Showtime needs to be mega cautious with these units. Pushing back the creep, I think, is a great choice by Showtime. But above all, what Showtime needs at home is cannons, batteries, and time. Because with time, he gets more Immortals. There's the Drop Lord. Reynor is going to send it, and Showtime has done the right thing. He has not thrown away anything. There he does start building batteries. I'm not certain. Like, Reynor is going to have a lot of Zerg units, and he is probably going to split off one Drop Lord and drop a couple links in the main right, or look for a run back, because Reynor is incredibly good in creating chaos everywhere. But the fact that Showtime is going to double robo this early and is building all the cannons and batteries, there is a world where Showtime holds. Even if he's down 60 army supply right now, those numbers can lie, because Oracles, batteries, cannons, Immortals, Archons, Warp Prisms, all very powerful defensively.
Reynor coming in, trying to defuse from these stasis traps. He's able to get one. Oh, the force fields are huge. Bile's going to have to rain down on those, but it's a little bit too late. The entire front line of roaches, they're sectioned off by the force fields already falling. That stasis trap going to be narrowing the choke point a little bit here, mitigating the arc that Reynor has, the concave. Some shuffling going on with this Warp Prison. Those shield batteries doing a ton of work. Even more units getting caught in the stasis traps, but Reynor just has so much Rotterdam. I think he's going to break through anyway.
Yeah, Reynor is just not dropping in supply, and he's now killing Immortals as well. That is very big. All these batteries have been drained. Perhaps Showtime's army was just a bit too exposed. Yes, he was getting static defenses, but look at where the cannons are and look at where the fight took place. Reynor was able to get all of his units right on top of Showtime's units, which also made it incredibly difficult for our German Protoss to pick up, right, and to nullify some of that damage while those projectiles are still traveling. I'm afraid for Showtime that there is too much left over on the side of Reynor. Now there are some more Oracles. Excuse me, one Oracle with Pulsar Beam and more Immortals coming in. Now Zealots. Reynor does need to be careful, because once the cannons start participating in the fight, perhaps the battle can turn around. Actually, Reynor is really clicking on one of these cannons for a long time. Gets it, but he has lost a tremendous amount of Ravagers. And the second part of this fight going so much better for Showtime than the start.
I can't believe he's still doing this. The Oracles and Phoenix actually getting so much work done. Now finally they're getting taken out, but at the natural expansion, the Pulsar Beam out of range of the Queens was able to take out a good number of Lings and Ravagers, and now Reynor, he's continuing to push the front. This is one of the longest battles I've seen here in PvZ, and I don't even know how long. Somehow Showtime's still barely hanging on. He's got 1,200 gas. If he could warp in some Archons, it would be great for him, but unfortunately he just doesn't have the time. He needs units right now that can fight right now and defend this third base, and somehow with his shield batteries, with energy recharge, he's still holding on, but the reinforcements from Rotterdam, they're continuing to come in.
Yeah, he did it again. Energy recharge, but all the batteries get unpowered. One Immortal exposed. One of the High Templars, or the two High Templars, did successfully morph into an Archon. That Archon having a tough time participating in the battle because of its T-Rex arms. I mean, it's a great effort. It's a very, very valiant effort by Showtime. But I'm afraid the start of this hold was just not good enough. The second and third part of it, as this was indeed a never-ending battle. Showtime played amazing, and he's been able to get so much value out of these final Immortals and that War Prism. But I'm afraid he has just already taken too much damage early on. He's got no army anymore. All the cannons are gone. The batteries are gone. And it's the Italian Zerg, Reynor, who is able to tie things up. After feeling that maybe Showtime was a bit too eager at first to fight. Or maybe he was afraid that if he would go too far back to those cannons, that Reynor would just ignore that entire area, bypass it, and send it straight into the natural, and then the floodgates are open and the gates get unpowered. So maybe that's why he felt he was forced to stand there. But it just started off so poorly for Showtime because he couldn't keep the army at range. Protoss really benefits from there sort of being a fight, but not really being a fight. Where it's like, we shoot, but we run back to the batteries, we heal up, and we rinse and repeat until the army gets very big. Zerg benefits from get in there, get right on top of it. And Reynor was kind of able to get that. And by the time that Showtime was trying to salvage that situation, I felt like it was already too late. But he did damn good. For a long time state, he did really, really good. Especially once we started getting close to those cannons. Showtime was putting up an amazing potential hold. Just in the end, unfortunately, not good enough.
Yeah, usually when you see a big committed push like that from Zerg, the fight is over almost in the blink of an eye. Like, it might go on 20 or 30 seconds, but the fate of the Protoss player and the Zerg player is typically sealed at the initial salvo. But somehow Showtime was able to hold on for, I felt like, 2 minutes, and he really made Reynor work for that killing move. And I gotta say, this is shaping up to be a really good series now, tied up 1-1 this best of 7, qualifying for the EWC. If Showtime is that hard to kill, I think Reynor is gonna have a challenging time going for these sorts of attacks, because that was a unique build setup in and of itself that Showtime had gone for. I'm wondering what it looks like if Reynor tries the same thing, but Showtime is playing with Blink and he's playing with Storm. Is that going to be better? Is that going to be worse? Because the Immortals did a ton of work, especially with the Warp Prism. But anytime you don't have splash damage like a Disruptor or Storm against a Roach Ravager mass like that, it feels really bad trying to slowly chip away at this army that just feels like it's 300 supply.
Yeah, and that's where fighting in a choke point really helps the Protoss, especially because Immortals have obviously superior range to Roaches. You've got that War Prism to pick up those high important units as well and save them, drop them back. But yeah, we couldn't really find a sweet area for Showtime to fight. And I do understand the fear of giving up your natural or making it too easy for Reynor to get a beautiful concave and get all that creep. But the start of the fight was just a little bit too good for this man, who was able to tie things up in the bottom right side of the map called Pylon. We are looking at the main base of the Gamers 8 champ of 2023. It is Reynor.
He made a valiant hold in game number 2, but it wasn't quite enough. Now he's ready to fight it back here in map 3 of this best of 7. He is Showtime.
So yeah, going Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle so far in back-to-back games. But then game 1 going for the Resonating Glaive Adept. That obviously was very successful. Game 2 following it up with the Archon drop. So it's definitely not like in the old days where it's like, oh, let's open up Archon drop. Now this is Stargate. It's Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle. Like, we know that Christiana is the one who popularized the Oracles into Archon drop. And it's been embraced by a lot of the European Protoss players. But I have to admit that I'm not that familiar with the Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle version. Very often it's either one Oracle into Archon drop or double Oracle into Archon drop. But Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle, and then Archon drop, it feels like a lot of tech. It feels like a massive investment, but Showtime seems to be loving it. And I think for Showtime it's a lot about just keeping Reynor on his toes, giving him similar looks, but obviously with very different things happening at home.
I feel like a lot of it is just denying information there to his opponent. That's what the Phoenix is most capable of doing. Of course, we did see it go for that one lift on the Queen that allowed him to take down 2 drones with an Oracle run by, but it seems more like Showtime in this best of 7 series does not want Reynor to have very much information at all. Partly because he's cutting corners, but also because Showtime seems like, at least after these first 2 games, he's really looking to try and mix things up in terms of his unit composition, in terms of his timings. Even here in game number 3, he's going for the Twilight Council first instead of the Stargate. He's doing this off of a gate gas instead of a gas first, which he did map number 1 and map number 2. So he's absolutely trying to keep Reynor guessing. I think if he goes back to the Stargate for that reason in future games, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a very fast Phoenix. But in this situation, I'm wondering if this is going to be more of a classic just 4-gate Glaives opening. We'll have to wait.
It almost has to be, right? Like, unless he wants to this time go straight Archon drop, but that's just really not that popular anymore. Sometimes they can go for a very quick Dark Shrine. They want to make it look like it is resonating Glaives, and then they actually hit you with very quick DTs. There is going to be a robotics facility being warped in. Twilight not being used yet. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's just a very fast robotics facility coming in with this. Now, Showtime is one of these Protoss players that loves to trickle out the Adepts as these guys come in, able to take down, I think, 1 drone and then a Ling, but some really good control there by Reynor.
And actually gets one of the Adepts as well. That is big. Much better start to game 3 for Reynor than game 1 was, for instance. It is going to be 4-gate resonating Glaive Adept. Just a very quick robo, so we're going to have a very quick War Prism. Showtime will immediately Chrono Boost. Another Adept getting surrounded, not quite getting killed, but even dealing that much damage to the Adept is a victory for Reynor, knowing that the follow-up is going to be more Adepts.
And the timing of the Warp Prism here is pretty interesting. I think it's going to look like initially it might just be some Adept harass with a Warp Prism, but behind it we have 5 more gateways in production. So this isn't even your typical Glaives build where you go 4-gate Glaives, you take a 3rd base, you try and get as much damage as you can. This is very light on the gas. We only have 2 probes in each Vespene Geyser. There isn't really, I think, going to be a transition out of this. This is either going to win or it's going to lose, unless a ton of damage is done.
Yep, Reynor, his Roach Run is a lot quicker than it was in the other games where it finished up around minute 5. Now it's going to finish up around 4:40, but it doesn't have Roaches in production yet. A lot of the Korean Protosses a long time ago believed in this. They made it look like it's 4 gates. Surprise, surprise, it's not, it's 6. Now this is a big scout for Reynor. He should immediately know to take this incredibly serious, but it's already here, State.
Yeah, Glaive Adepts now. Moving towards that 3rd base, the Shade gets canceled. 5 more Adepts being warped in, but the first Roaches, they're already on the map. It's going to be up to Showtime to try and split forces in a way that Reynor doesn't quite expect. Going to Glaive. Oh, actually send those Shades to the main base, and he's going to focus down with Glaives. These Queens, he is going to allow this to complete on the ramp. And Reynor, he's biding his time. He's being patient. He knows he does not want to attack into that choke point where the Lynx cannot get surface area. Instead, the drones, they run away. The Roaches, they're going to chase, but Glaives, it gets canceled. The Adepts, they can take this fight, Roddy.
No, they cannot. There are more Adepts being wiped in on the low ground, but beautiful play by Reynor, who moved the Spore Crawler to the edge of his main base, moved over a Queen as well, because Showtime was obviously planning on bringing that Warp Prism into the main with all those Adepts, but he couldn't. The access was denied, so Showtime's like, alright, if that's not possible, then I just gotta find damage in a different way, and he is finding some damage, but not enough. This is a very committed build by Showtime. Yes, he's up 7 workers, but it's just 6 gateways, it's Glaives, it's nothing else. You're not looking for a 7-worker lead here and down a base. You're looking for fatal damage. You want to kill all the drones. You want to kill all the Roaches, Ravagers, kill a bunch of Queens. This so far is not good enough for Showtime, and I think he knows it. And it really has a lot to do with that great move by Reynor of moving the Queen to the edge of his main and moving that Spore Crawler to the edge of the main, so that Warp Prism couldn't enter, and Showtime didn't want to lose too much time either, so he just moved it back, started warping in Adepts there. It just didn't quite snowball. Go ahead.
That was just another really good move there by Reynor, forcing Showtime to warp in back at his natural expansion because the Warp Prism just couldn't get established there in the main base. And actually, it's Showtime coming in again. Reynor hasn't droned up that heavily. I think he was anticipating a potential follow-up attack. And so Showtime, he's taken the 3rd Nexus. He's adding in some more pylons. He has been trickling out 1 or 2 probes very slowly. We're going to have to wait and see if he actually transitions. Right now, it's pretty close to him having done enough damage that he might try to transition out, but it seems like he really has his eyes set on just getting more damage done. Even more Glaive Adepts being warped in here on the front line. He's going to shade in again in just a moment.
Yep, all the links are on the other side of the map though, so Reynor could potentially get a cancel on that Nexus, but that also means that Reynor's got less at home. The Shade gets cancelled. I want to see those Zerglings. They haven't gone for it. I feel like they probably could have gone for it. Yes, a few Adepts were left behind, but this was so many links that could have been a really big cancel. If Showtime is able to get the third Nexus up, this game is different, and I bet Reynor wishes he had a couple Banelings. He does get the surround on the Adepts. Corrosive Balls will connect, but that is just a silly amount of Adepts. And Reynor has just lost a lot of those links that were supposed to be so useful in keeping these bad boys in place.
Man, even the split with the Adepts on the Biles after getting fully surrounded was clutch there for Showtime. And now shading into the natural expansion, every drone kill really matters right now. It's 40 workers to 42. It is dead even. And the Adept snowball continues. It's getting to the point where it's really hard for Reynor to split his forces appropriately. And that means that with Glaive Adept, Showtime is able to shade on top of the Ravagers and take them out. I cannot believe he's making this work with Pure Adept. GG, Showtime. He does not blink. He does not try to transition. He keeps going through the Adepts. And somehow, some way, it is just barely too much. And he's going to win game number 3. Oh, boy.
Sentinel Showtime takes the lead in this incredibly important best of 7 6-gate resonating Glaive Adept. Not one wave, not two, multiple of them all over the place, attacking sometimes in 3 different locations at once. It was scared. It started to look like Reynor was finding a pretty sweet spot of stabilizing, but we just didn't transition. And clearly it was the right play because it's so hard to transition out of an opening where you only have 2 gases, 6 gateways, 2 bases, and the only tag you have is Resonating Glaive Adept. If you then want to turn it into a normal game, that takes forever. And for how long it takes the Protoss to stabilize, the Zerg can then take advantage or find a lead in a different way. And she was like, yeah, none of that. I'm going to go up to 3 bases, build 1 or 2 probes at a time. But above all, I'm going to make more Adepts. And even more Adepts. And it reached that critical point where he can just shade on top of Roaches and Ravages without a worry in the world. Reynor did get that surround, but you mentioned it, just good splits as well by Showtime in the very end when there was a little bit of wiggle room to avoid those corrosive balls, but it was just so many Adepts stayed.
It was a lot of Adepts. Yeah, that's it reminds me of like Wings of Liberty being like, oh man, that was a solid 4-gate. You really made a lot of Stalkers and Zealots. It's kind of the same thing right here with the Adepts. Like, yeah, man, 40 plus Adepts. Turns out they're pretty good. I feel like Reynor, part of the bluff of taking that 3rd base, because I don't think he ever saturated it. If he did, it was with just a handful of probes. Is that Reynor was anticipating a little bit of a transition, I think, because we were on that break point where maybe enough damage was done where Protoss is going to have time to transition into a normal game. It's a little bit vague about whether that is possible. And so we had some Ravagers coming in there. And because Ravagers are very gas intensive, it meant we had more Lings being produced. And as a result, it wasn't the pure Roach, which is kind of the unit that you want there, because Ravagers, even though they're very good at a range, Adepts actually take them down surprisingly quickly when they're in numbers like that. And when there are Lings supporting them, those Lings against 40 plus Adepts, they're basically all dead after the first 2 or 3 volleys. And so Showtime just not buckling and not deviating from the game plan and just making more Adepts. I feel like a little bit of that was a gamble, but it was a very, very smart one, because I feel like your odds of winning versus losing, committing hard to that build, just continuing to lean into the Adepts, is much better than if Showtime had retreated, had tried to transition out. And so 3 games, we're seeing 3 very different approaches to PvZ from Showtime. I am just so impressed at just the breadth of builds, the repertoire that he's putting on display here in the very first 3 games of this best of 7 series.
No, he's playing well, and he's clearly put a lot of thought into this series already, even though he didn't have that much time to get ready for it. But perhaps after that upper bracket 0-3 defeat, he already went over it mentally, right? If I do end up playing Reynor again, which is always possible, because Showtime is, A, I think one of the stronger players in that lower bracket, and B, there was Serral in the upper bracket. So he was perhaps already thinking, okay, if I get another opportunity to play this kid, how am I going to improve? How am I going to fix my mistakes from the previous series? And what do I need to do? And so far, it's definitely different. It's working out. Still a long way to go. He's up 2-1 in a best of 7, 2 maps away from guaranteeing his participation at the Esports World Cup. But I'm sure that Showtime also knows that these are going to be 2 incredibly hard-earned maps. Reynor is not going to give up. Reynor is not going to give it to him. I'm sure some fans out there as well are wondering why Reynor didn't have some sort of a wall off the estate, as I do believe that we are ready to hop into Game 4, so maybe we can talk a little bit more about that after we introduce our video gamers, as it seems like we had a very early probe being sent to the other side of the map, and that was going to block the Italian Zerg from taking his natural. On the top right side, he's down 1-2 in this all-important final best of 7 of the day is Reynor.
And leading this series 2-1, only 2 map wins away from a ticket to the EWC. It is Showtime. I don't think we have a gas first opening from Showtime again here in game number 4. So it's about 50-50 between him going for the really greedy gas first build and not. And I like the spread that he is doing in terms of what kind of opening is it going to be? If it's adepts, when is the adept timing hitting? How committed am I going to be to that? What is my plan to transition out of it? If I'm going Stargate, how am I going to play off of that Stargate? Because Reynor, he's seen 3 different versions of Showtime so far in the first 3 maps of this series. And anytime there's that much variance this early on, I know that Showtime and Reynor, they know each other very well in terms of play styles and capabilities, but it's a little bit intimidating not knowing exactly what you have to prepare for. It's a lot easier as Reynor if Showtime is basically showcasing the same standard safe macro play every single game, because then you have a very clear expectation of what you should be scouting for, and it's easy to find the deviations and adjust from that. But when things are as varied as they have been from Showtime in these first 3 maps, it can be a tricky nut to crack here for Reynor. It can be hard to solve exactly what he's going to be doing, and that really has been playing to Showtime's advantage so far in the series.
And that last game must have felt so sweet for Showtime as he lets the Adept Shade finish off. Gets 3 drones immediately. Showtime flying over here. Reynor in return will get at least 1 Adept. I don't think he's going to get the second. No, he might actually. All right. So he gets the 2 Adepts, but it's still 3 drones. And that is a scenario we covered earlier where it's like, this is not that bad for Showtime. It's not as good, obviously, as game 1, where he got out of there with them. What could be very annoying now is trying to go up to 3 bases, because Reynor could be there immediately to spoil that party a little bit, as we see the Zerglings already getting in range of the probe. Since Showtime goes Oracle Phoenix though, and then maybe another Oracle, it could be hard right now for Showtime to leave. Basically, he's forced to keep this Oracle at home, otherwise the Lynx could get a cancel on the Nexus, and that's of course because those Adepts went down. But it's not bad either for Showtime, because he killed 3 drones. Killing 3 drones that early is really significant.
Yeah, he was able to get away with it previously, though. Earlier on in the series, when he did the
Oracle,
but that's a
Dream
Phoenix
Start state.
opening.
Come on,
Yeah,
that doesn't count.
Come on, but you're telling me we can't have every game go exactly the way we want it to go? All right, Oracle coming back. It is going to clean up these Lings and defend this. And yeah, I was a little bit surprised there for Reynor earlier on in the series that he didn't even try to make a couple of Lings, because Showtime has just been so greedy, not just in some of these early games like he did in game 1 and game 2 so far in this series versus Reynor, but also his 3 games versus Wayne was very similar, where he would do the 1 gateway into a 3rd base, he would go for the Oracles, and often then he was going double Oracle, and he would just send them both across the map. He wouldn't even try to defend back at home.
That is already 5 extra gates, by the way, going online for Showtime. So we're going up to 6 gates real quick. We're going to fire up charge again. We have +1 on the way. Reynor has dropped the Roach one. It's obviously a little bit later than in the other games. I want to say it's all right, but now it's 6 extra gateways coming online. So Showtime is going to be able to wipe in a crazy amount of Zealots as these Oracles continue to be annoying. Fine damage, they live. It's all the way up to 8 at this point for D Mauer from Sentinels. And honestly, Reynor, I'm afraid that he's going to drone up quite a bit because he has been losing drones to the depths. He's been losing a couple of drones to the Oracles. We know Zergs love their high drone counts, so they want to economically recover. They want to take the lead. He could be in trouble. If Showtime shows up soon with 12 Zealots and +1, Reynor really could be in trouble, State.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 2-gas Charge Zealot and Stalker all in with +1 ground weapons. More pylons getting morphed in. I don't think we have a robotics facility, so there's going to have to be a proxy pylon somewhere on the map to set up for this timing attack. But
Zealots are so quick. They can just run to the other side of the map. Reynor needs roaches, and he needs them now. And ideally, he needs a spine crawler too, because that's going to be so many Zealots. And ley lines may feel large, but if Zealots with charge storm to the other side of the map, it is not that large. Reynor builds more drones at an infestation pit. Oh, and then Hydralisk then State. I want to say it's a total disaster here for the Italian Stallion.
No, he's only got Lings and +1 ground weapons. The moment that is done, those Lings are going to get 2-shot instead of 3-shot by these Zealots. Only now is Reynor realizing the situation. He's adding in the roaches, but it might be a little bit too late. I'm not sure about this, man. The infestation pit, the Hydralisk den, the delayed roaches. It might be a little bit too greedy, Roddy.
It's honestly almost good for Reynor that the Zealots didn't fight immediately and they went for the 4th base. Now, canceling a 4th is normally massive, but if they would have fought the Queens, if they would have fought the Lings, they would have killed everything. They might still just kill everything, though, even if they wasted some time by killing that 4th hatchery. There are just so many Zealots here. Reynor is going to try to take advantage of that defensive position there with the choke point, with some hold position, but Reynor's just got no damage. Reynor made a crazy amount of work as Reynor dropped all the tech, and the one thing he did not expect were 20 Zealots of Showtime running to the other side of the map. Showtime absolutely flying and on the verge of being on match point to qualify for the Esports World Cup 2025.
Oh, what a sick timing attack. And now the Stalkers are coming in to add insult to injury. Reynor taps out, and Showtime is 1 map win away from qualifying for EWC. And I love the movement there, too, from Showtime. After he attacked into the 3rd base and the natural expansion, he identified basically all of the Queens were stationed at the 3rd of Reynor. And so he was able to use those 2 low HP Oracles, send them into the natural expansion, add even more damage onto those roaches. I'm telling you, man, he is looking so strong right now. Showtime is. All of these different builds he is bringing to the table, we haven't seen the same thing once. It's already 4 maps. It is now match point. Reynor is up against a Protoss who seems like he is capable of literally anything. He can go gas first. He can go gate gas nexus. He can go Stargate into Oracles and Phoenix. He can go charge Zealots or mass adepts. Just everything is on the table for Showtime right now, and it feels like sometimes, you know, when people do this, when they mix things up a lot, some of the builds are going to be stronger than others. But for Showtime in this instance, it feels like even though he's doing this incredibly diverse array of openings, every single one is rock solid. The timings are crisp. Like, it is some pristine timing being brought out here by Showtime. And for Reynor, it's going to be a grind if he wants to come back in this best of 7. 3 map wins in a row against a Showtime who is playing like this is a tall order for any Zerg.
Absolutely. It's just so scary as well because of everything that you just said. Showtime is showing Reynor the same thing in the beginning, but what's happening behind it is almost an impossible guessing game for Reynor. Reynor does try to scout with the Lings, but then the one time you don't check for 3 seconds, that's when those units are already halfway across the map and you're simply too late. But if you make too many basic units at the wrong moment, and Showtime is macroing, and that's what makes Showtime extra scary. Showtime is not the Protoss that needs to all in. Showtime actually has incredibly good mid game, has incredibly good late game, and I don't think Reynor ever wants to play multiple 40-minute games against Showtime, and that is just what makes it so tough for Reynor right now to play against this Showtime, who is hiding it to perfection. The Adepts were so hard to spot earlier, and now the Zealots, the way that he set it all up, he makes Reynor believe it is just nothing to worry about, and then all hell breaks loose. And Reynor could have scouted it a tiny bit sooner, like basically if there's a link right outside of that natural, but there's always those basic adepts that take away some links, and if you make too many links to fight those basic adepts, that's where the oracles come in and they keep those adepts safe. And then there's a Zerg, you're like, why did I make that many links? So you don't have infinite amount of those cheap Zerglings either. It's just very tough for Reynor, who I guess is taking a little break. Such an important series. Showtime, 3-1 stay, 3-1. I don't think a lot of people would have called that after that upper bracket best of 5 that these two guys played yesterday.
Yeah, I did not think that upper bracket best of 5 was a pretty good indicator of exactly where these players are at. When I casted it, it felt like Showtime was getting really tripped up there in the early games. So coming into this best of 7, I thought it was going to be close. I thought he would have a chance. But going up 3-1 like this, I don't think anybody was expecting it, because these aren't just like nail-biter wins. They are convincing wins. And the one map win that Reynor has on the board right now, think of how solid Showtime was on the defense with those Immortals when he was up against the ropes. It took minutes for Reynor to finish him off when it feels like basically any other Protoss player in the world would have collapsed by then anyway. So yeah, the Showtime that we're seeing right now is just out of this world. I think we're in for a treat these next few games. I'm hoping that this guy here in the bottom left can start to get some more wins on the board, because these games have been so electric. I want to see more Rotterdam spawning down in the bottom left, fighting for his life here in the European qualifier. He is Team Basilisk's Reynor.
And in the top right side, what a run through this lower bracket so far by this man. Just got off a 3-0 victory over Goblin, now taking the 3-1 in the all-important final best of 7, representing Team Sentinels. It's Showtime.
Gas first opening again here for Showtime. I love this greed.
He's also been embracing the hero walls, eh? Everybody is just loving those hero walls. I got bullied for half a decade for having a pylon in my wall, and then Hero does it, and suddenly everybody copies him.
Yeah, people have been making fun of Hero for a long time with his wall ins too, though. It's just getting trendier now.
It's funny how those little things have changed. I hope you guys had fun watching the show. If you guys join us a little bit later, this close qualifier for the Esports World Cup started with 16 gamers. 2 of them are going to be very happy and see directly into the main event. Serral has been victorious through the upper bracket. He has guaranteed his slot, and we are now fighting over that second slot directly into the main event, which also guarantees you $17,500. Outside of that, we do have 3 people qualifying for a global qualifier, so that will be their absolute last chance of eventually getting into the Esports World Cup. Obviously, those 3 players are Goblin, HeroMarine, and the loser of this series. So Serral's very happy. The winner of this best of 7 is going to be very happy. And then you've got Goblin, HeroMarine, and the loser of this one that are not going to be too happy, but at least still have another shot at making it to Saudi Arabia.
211 Stargate coming in. I'm really liking this Oracle Phoenix Oracle opening that Showtime has been going for in basically every single game of this series, because just as you said, I think you broke it down very well during that little break. The fact that Showtime, every opening looks relatively the same. Maybe the only delineation that Reynor can make in these openings is whether this is gas first or not, based on the cybernetics core timing or the gateway timing, something like that. But in any case, it looks the same to Reynor. And when you have that Phoenix, you can't send in a sacrificial Overlord Scout to check things like the gas at the natural expansion. Had there been no Phoenix in that previous game, followed up by the Oracle, well then suddenly, if Reynor was able to sack in an Overlord, he would see no gas, he would know it's a 2-gas opening, 2 gas on 3 bases, it's almost definitely going to be something like a Charged Zealot all in. He could have seen it coming and he could have stopped it, but instead, he just wasn't able to do it. And again, Showtime with these Adepts getting so much damage done. The way he's able to maneuver these around in the mineral lines, and then also, just as we saw right there, stagger the shots so they never overkill the Zerglings, is incredible to behold.
Mega start for Showtime.
He's probably one of the only Protoss players I see consistently send these 2 Adepts and effectively quote-unquote sacrifice them to trade them for drones. And he is so good at it that half the time they're surviving. It is just wild to me, Rotterdam.
Suffering from success, trying to sacrifice them, but he's that good that they stay alive. Now the Oracle shows up a little bit before the Spore Crawler is done, at least gets one drone, takes a lot of defense though, so good, it takes a lot of damage, excuse me, so good defense there by Reynor. But yeah, Reynor, his drones were blocking each other, so he tried to, I think, get a little bit of an Evo chamber block going, but that didn't work out. The drone died, then he had to morph one into his Spore, but it didn't have quite the same effect. Lost the Zerglings too. Reynor is going to be incredibly unhappy with that first real interaction here on Tokamak. At least the second one has gone a little bit better for the Italian Stallion, as he has not taken any follow-up damage, but he just has so little. He's trying to make up for the damage he took earlier. Demauer shades in, kills 3 drones again, might get a 4th one. Nope, excellent transfuse by Reynor. That is very adorable, but also much needed, because Reynor cannot afford to take more damage in these first 5 minutes.
Yeah, but we're almost at that Ricky rule. I think that's 5 drones going down right now for Reynor.
I don't think he's leaving state. I really don't think he's leaving. But...
All right, 3 more gateways getting thrown down here for Showtime. We haven't yet seen the tech of choice coming in from the Twilight Council. Now finally on the production tab, +1 and Blink, both getting started. And this is a very standard setup that Showtime is going for thus far. In Korea and GSL, typically PVZ when we play it, we see Blink, +1, 6 gateways, and then the additional gases come in and the Templar Archives. It looks like Showtime, because he's going up to the 4-gate Blink and +1 right now. This is looking the most standard of all of the openings that he's done thus far in this series. This might be him starting to go into a macro game. If we see more gateways go down, I think there might be aggression, but as it is right now, I'm half expecting him to throw down Templar Archives and take 2 more gases in a minute.
Yeah, he might, but I think he just wants to make sure he doesn't do too many things at once, because we obviously look at it a lot from Showtime's point of view, but it also depends on what will Reynor do. Reynor has already been able to get 1 victory on the board with a very aggressive Roach Ravager Queen attack with a lot of links where he just maxed out in no time. It's going to be a bit more difficult for Reynor to max out very quickly or even go for that build again on this map. But Showtime still needs to worry. He can't do everything at once. He needs to make sure that things are okay, that if he needs that money for extra stalkers, he has it. If it's not happening, then we can drop the Temple Archive. We can also get a safety cannon if we're a little bit confused. Reynor is firing up links, he is firing up roaches. Curious to see where this one is going to go, State.
Yeah, he's already on 68 drones, so trickling out a couple more. I feel like this is more of a safety move coming in, and it's a smart one because Showtime with these Stalker Warpins is going to have his eyes set on trying to cancel this 4th base, or at the very least get a favorable trade. Lots of stasis traps behind this. Reynor, this entire qualifier, has been so good at disabling these stasis traps, so we'll see if he's able to do the same thing here with the Lings. Roaches and Lings charging forward.
Yeah.
Yep, right there. Beautifully done there by Reynor. Nice defense thus far.
Yep, Hatchery is taking some damage, and as long as it's not done, the Queens cannot transfuse it. It is very low right now. State Reynor is going to be forced to take this fight, whether he likes it or not. He's running a few more links forward to activate those stasis traps. There is one more in the back. That is a big stasis. Almost creates a bit of a force field, which is not necessarily the... Yeah, right, but it's not the worst thing for Reynor, because that's going to make it more difficult for Showtime to get through that as well. And obviously Reynor wants to buy some time, because he wants to make sure that Hatchery gains some HP, and hopefully the Queens can transfuse it as well if necessary. Now Lings are about to unfreeze, gonna get on top of Stalkers, might get 1 Stalker there. Stalkers are expensive units in this phase in the game, so that's not a bad victory either. Showtime floating maybe a little bit more than he should, but he's also attacking up. He's getting cannons, he's getting a 4th base, he's working on Storm, as Reynor is working towards a very quick hive for the first time in this series, and a Lurker then.
Yeah, very fast looker then, and look at that. Showtime just with a beautiful read, immediately throwing down the Fleet Beacon. On the ground against Hive-Tech Lurkers, especially if they get into a good siege position, it is incredibly difficult to take a favorable fight against them as the Protoss player with only a ground army. By the way, these Stalkers getting even more value here in the middle. Reynor, I feel like this is a little bit of a fake out. I think he's trying to make it so that Showtime is, if he's considering a Stargate transition, or a Fleet Beacon transition, I should say, we'll do it a little bit later, but he is just not taking the bait. You need Tempest, you need Carriers if you want to win the late game against Hive-Tech Lurkers, especially once all those upgrades come in. And Showtime with a very early start.
This is mostly for a mothership, I think, at first, though, right? Like, obviously, ideally, late game, if necessary, if it's that kind of a game. Yeah, we'll get Tempest. Yeah, we'll maybe get some carriers. Not every product loves carriers, to be fair. But I think initially it's just for that mothership, because that mothership makes it so much more difficult for Zerg players to attack. You can't just abduct it and take care of it anymore. It really is mega frustrating to deal with. So that's going to be the first investment. Tempests are amazing, but a little bit later. They also need upgrades, they need numbers. You need to make sure that you've got a bit of a bank because they are expensive. So that can't be something you want to rush in too quickly. If you got 40, 50 supply, you can't really be building a mothership and a whole bunch of Tempests at once. But the longer the game goes, the more likely it is that Showtime will be looking more and more towards air as he now gets the second target as well.
Showtime trying to find as much value as he can right now with this gateway unit ball. Storm is done. All those Templars, I don't think we've seen a single Storm used yet, so they are going to be absolutely full of energy. 6 Templar in total with 2 more finishing up. We're at the point where I think Showtime feels so rich in terms of energy on these Templar that he's just morphing in Archons when I frankly cannot blame him. He is in an outstanding position with these Zealots, again able to cancel this expansion over here. Reynor, he's only been on these 8 gases for a long time. And let me tell you, if you want to go into Hive Tech Lurkers and fill out the tech tree the way the Reynor is, it is very, very gas intensive.
Yeah, and that's why he's probably not sitting on too much right now. Reynor really trying to make sure that he can play a proper game here. None of this 6, 7, 8 minute StarCraft. He is getting a lot of spores, he's getting a lot of spines. Even if a lot of them will never come into play, he just wants to make sure that he can stabilize and he can get his dream army. Some Corruptors later on, but being maxed out is one thing, and having a bit of money in the bank also. But if you then want to also get all your air upgrades, it's not just expensive, but it takes a very, very long time. Sometimes people will look at a situation or a state of the game like this and be like, oh, they're entering the late game. Like, we're very far away from proper late game. As if you look at Reynor's upgrades, it's 0-0 on Corruptors, right? Which obviously is going to change all the interactions with units like those Tempests, with units like those Mothership. And Reynor doesn't have a crazy amount of spellcasters at the moment either. But we are definitely heading in the direction of the late game.
Yeah, it's a really passive game overall. We have had a couple hatchery snipes and some drops like this one here in the main base. As Showtime once again is posturing by that triangle third here of Reynor, trying to clean up the creep spread a little bit and apply some pressure, but just very fast teching on both sides so far in this game. Now Reynor, he actually has those lings on the top side, remember, and so that's going to be storms that have to get used here.
Oh my goodness.
We have protection. We do have an Overseer. Wow, what an engagement. That was insane from Reynor.
And that was as good as it was ever going to be, as 9 Stalkers died, 3 Archons died, a couple of High Templars died as well. But Showtime did have a little wombo combo, as he did have this army in the bottom right side, tries to recall through, loses again a lot of units. I think Reynor is going to send it now. Reynor's probably going to be like, all right, I built spines, I built spores, I was mentally preparing for this to be a 45-minute game if I had to. But after killing so much, we can see that the Protoss has lost 2,000 resources more than Reynor. Double Nidus potentially in the main base as well. Single Tempest, not enough DPS. But with the Zealots, Showtime might be okay. Can Showtime rebuild all those units he lost quickly enough, State?
I mean, the gas income just isn't there right now on only 8 gases. It's mostly Zealots and Stalkers they can remax on. And so these Lurkers are just wreaking havoc right now on the triangle third, while Reynor is continuing to levy pressure over here at the 12 o'clock position. Keep in mind that Nidus network, if it gets up at the 12 o'clock, we could see that Nexus go down. More Zealots warping in. There is an Overseer. It's going to get focused down by those Tempests as Showtime is trying to break through. But now the 12 o'clock, it is falling. The Nidus Worm is done. And Reynor, after getting a surround on that army right outside of his triangle third, is just completely dominating in this game. So much damage on 21 workers. Showtime, he is stabilizing, but there's just no gas. I mean, the only remax you can do here is Protoss is basically Zealots, and that is not going to be very good in this situation.
Yeah, no, Nexus are dying, Probes are dying, Archons are in shambles, and High Templar is gonna get picked off. I think Showtime wishes he was stabilizing. It's just not going to be enough. Reynor is sending all of his reinforcements to the other side of the map as well. Now, Reynor does have only 150 supply. It's almost like he lost a couple drones too. It's impressive, right? Tempest and Motherships are just so freaking hard to deal with. But Reynor was all over the fourth, kind of over the third. But you mentioned that mineral bank. if this game does slow down a little and Showtime can spend all that money, and it's actually still going to be a tiny bit scary. Reynor's going to get Corruptors, and at this point it's going to be so hard for Showtime to deal with Corruptors because he lost those Archons and High Templars and Stalkers over and over again. You mentioned it, gas problem. All of those units cost a crazy amount of gas. But it's very important for Reynor that the next attack does get it done though, because make no mistake, Reynor did lose a hatchery before this all started, and Reynor also lost a lot of units.
Yeah, that was an expensive trade. Definitely in Reynor's favor. I think it's a little bit confusing, those fights, because again, Showtime basically only had a mineral bank, but these are 2/2 zealots at a stage where you know, these upgrades, it's only +1 melee attack for Reynor. Yes, he does now have +3 range, but the 2/2 zealots actually do pack quite a bit of a punch, especially when you're warping in, like, what, 20 of them or 25 of them or something in total with how many minerals were in the bank there for Showtime. So he is just barely able to survive. But the fact that he needs to now spend all this money on remaxing before he can secure a 5th base poses a new problem for Showtime, because Reynor is very quickly controlling his half of the map. He is already going up to, what, 6 bases now. He's mining from that mixed gold and blue base right in the center. He has all the gas that he needs. Now he can choose when he wants to take these extra gas geysers. He's no longer bottlenecked on gas. And so for Reynor, this game, even though he wasn't able to close it out, has become a much more comfortable position to be in.
He's got Hydras here with Hydra dash as well. He's going to dash forward. He's going to snipe a Nexus. That's a kill, not a cancel. Zealots are going to fight. I also think it's a tiny bit deceiving that Showtime's army is so big because he made so many Zealots, right? However, Zealot Archon Mothership Tempest, now that's a real army. You know, Zealots can go too far away and lead the charge into all those lurkers. Good sniper Reynor, but it wasn't for free, as he continues to try to make some Nidus attempts. Ultralisk Cavern has finished up during all of this, and the first few Ultras are on the way. I think that's a pretty damn good choice too, because Showtime's Immortal count is 0. Does Showtime even have a Robo?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. I think it's just the one Robo. I think almost purely for the Warp Prism and the OBS. So, yeah, I think Ultras are going to do really good against this composition that Showtime is running. By the way, these Nidus Worms just constantly spawning and then getting killed on the minimap. I'm watching it. I feel like I'm watching like a campaign mission or something. There's been so many different Nidus Worms just thrown down all over the map. You can see on the minimap Showtime just now cleaning up another Nidus over at, like, what, the 10 o'clock position. These two get killed in the natural expansion. It's a little bit expensive here for Reynor, but you see, it forces situations like a recall, because Showtime, he cannot really afford to lose a Nexus again. He needs to stabilize. He needs to
Army of Reynor
staying stable. And by the way, again, 2 more Nidus here in the main base.
And Reynor, I think, is distracting him a little bit with the Niduses and was meanwhile making some progress with his main army. He is clearly going to try to do something about this base. I also don't think that Showtime was really supposed to go up to 5 bases this easily. It's almost like Showtime was bluffing a little bit when he spent all that money on Zealots, where he's like, I've got an army, and Reynor's like, oh, well, then I'm going to slow the game down, I'm going to get all the Corruptors, and I still think Reynor's in the lead. But the fact that it's Showtime now getting his hands on a 5th base, while earlier killing a hatchery of Reynor, and this is where Showtime can also slowly but steady start trading out some of these Zealots, because, you know, having 30 Zealots against Terran, like, yeah, that can work. But being maxed out with 74 workers and having 30 Zealots against Zerg, that's not really a thing. Like, the combination of Lurkers, Ultras, Spellcasters for the Zerg is just too good against it. But that's why Showtime is going to try to safely trade out some of those units and replace them with better units, and then he's absolutely back in it.
Yeah, 16 Corruptors on the field right now. Reynor, if he can get a surround on these Tempests, would be huge. He's actually going to commit to the fight right now. Time Warp is going to drop. Storms on the Ultras and the Hydras. Corruptors, they're trying to skirt around the Archons. They're able to do it very successfully here. Tempest getting taken out. There is no recall available. Nothing will survive. And oh my goodness, behind all of it, double Nidus Swarm and the natural expansion here of Protoss. The fleet is completely dead. Look at the units tab. 18 Zealots, 1 Stalker, 2 Oracles is all Showtime's got. And I think Raider's going to ride this momentum to a ton of damage, if not a GG.
I think you're spot on. And Showtime's leftover army is just not good. It is 16 Zealots right now. They're going to have the most difficult time dealing even with just a couple of Lurkers. Zealots are not meant to fight against Lurkers, at least not by themselves. They will get the wraparound around the Queen. There's one Lurker hiding there, by the way, getting some really big shots off. Showtime lost his only Immortal as well. Somehow is still on 5 bases. That shouldn't be a thing, right? Like, how are all 5 still alive? They should be dead state.
I saw that. I looked at the units tab. It's like, what, we have Zealots and 2 Oracles. GG go next, and it's just taking so long for these bases to go down. Showtime is... he is tenacious, man. He is hard to kill. GG finally does get called, but boy, Showtime. These 2 wins that Reynor has gotten, he's looked good, but boy, he has had to work for them. They have not come easy.
I love how we both we're like, all right, like a lot of respect, maybe some nerves. Both players perhaps feeling the pressure of this moment with how big this best of 7 is. It's like relatively timid 11-minute game, you know, relatively passive, not a whole lot happening. And right on that moment, Showtime moves out with an army that gets surrounded by Zerglings, loses all the High Templars, loses Archons, somehow has another army in the bottom right side, donates it to kill a hatchery, does get the hatchery, but loses even more units. And at that point, Reynor's like, well, I wasn't planning on attacking. Reynor was investing in additional tech. Reynor was investing in upgrades, building static defenses. Not exactly a sign that he wants to attack, but he's like, I just killed like 70 army supply. Like, I gotta be attacking. And that just forced this really weird game where Showtime was losing bases, was forced to rebuild as quickly as he possibly could, and that meant that he ended up with what is not exactly a dream army against Zerg, with way too many gateway units. But yeah, it was 10-11 minutes of, I don't know, like we're just kind of chilling, looking at each other, waving, and then all hell broke loose, and Reynor got ahead, but still indeed struggled closing it out. But could also be just because it's such an important game that Reynor wanted to make damn sure he would not, quote-unquote, throw, right? Like, this would be a very bad moment to throw away a game that you're winning.
Yeah, you want to lock that win up so you don't give away the advantage. And by the way, that army positioning from Reynor was so sick. Just keeping enough units parked at 3 o'clock that, like, well, Showtime, he's been pretty active on the map, especially clearing creep. If he comes and tries to attack my 4th base, then suddenly I can completely surround him on both sides in an unexpected way. That paid off big time there for Reynor, and it's the kind of move that doesn't really cost you anything in a passive game like that. Just having a small force of units in position to either go for a counterattack or go in for the surround. Just a really smart thing to do there from Reynor. And that was the first real proper macro game that we have gotten between these 2 guys. These other maps have been very quick, and I think for good reason, because Reynor, I know that Showtime is a very good late game PvZ player, but I feel like if it does go to a situation like that one, and correct me if you have a different opinion, Roddy, but I feel like I still have to give the advantage to Reynor. The brand of ZVP late game that he plays, like with the double Nidus, with drops, with how persistent he is with changelings and overlords and overseers and just attacking different places at once, it is a really difficult style to beat.
Yeah, no, I can see why you say that, but in Showtime's defense, I don't think this was a proper late game. We were heading there, but yeah, then obviously all the crazy stuff happened. That was so much better for Reynor than it was for Showtime, that from that point on, Showtime was fighting an uphill battle, and he did a really good job. He was pretty much dead when he was losing the triangle, and he was losing 20 probes. I was like, yeah, this game is over. And a little bit later, he's out on 5 bases and he's killing a hatchery. I'm like, how? You know, like, weren't you on the ropes, mate? So it's tough for me to say. I honestly think they can go toe for toe. Like, I think it can be very close. Reynor is an excellent late game player with a lot of very cool ideas on how to dismantle those ultimate Protoss armies and setups. But Showtime can be so freaking strong defensively and can also be an incredibly passive player. He's not afraid to give up some control as long as he is aware of what's happening. He's not afraid. Like, he doesn't always have to be dictating the pace or be out on the map trading non-stop, because he believes in his ability to control those very big late game armies when it comes to all the spell casting and defensive unit positioning. So I don't know, it could be 50-50. Like, if they end up in a 35-40 minute game and they both have all the money that they could have mined on their side of the map, I can see them both beat each other. I don't think there is one guy that always has the edge over the other.
Oh, I'm just happy we're getting another map, honestly. These games have been really fun. For a PvZ series to have explosive early games like that, and then Showtime be, as you said, up against the ropes, and then somehow hang on and take, what, 1-2 more bases and start doing counter damage again? It's like, are you even human? How is this possible? And in the end, this guy in the bottom left was able to bring it home and get back on the board, closing the gap now. He is only 2 map wins away from qualifying for EWC, but he is fighting for his life here. It is Team Basilisk's Reynor.
And in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the last remaining German in this bracket. The German elite was here. Lambo had a couple really great games. HeroMarine locked up that 5th place in the end to at least guarantee himself a ticket to that global qualifier. This is the last man standing. He is 1 map away from being seeded directly into the main event of the Esports World Cup 2025. It is Sentinels Showtime.
Nice early hatch block in here from Showtime. Another gate gas opening here for Protoss. I feel like the varied builds that we have seen from Showtime is just so refreshing here in this series.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how he's going to open up. Let's not forget that the last game did start off fantastic for Showtime. With those adepts killing a couple of drones, Reynor trying to do that evolution chamber block, but then he was blocked by his own units, and it kind of felt like it all fell apart already. Like at that point, I'm sure a lot of Reynor fans had a minor heart attack. Like, this is it. Because Showtime is so clinical. He's so good in also capitalizing on the leads that he creates for himself, that it never stays it like, oh, that was a good start. No, it's a good start, and then there's a good follow-up because the start was good, and then the follow-up is incredibly good as well because he's Showtime and he just builds all that momentum for himself. So obviously incredibly impressive for a Reynor to turn that around. It was a passive game. After that, they were both able to max out, and when Showtime tried to move out, well, he did not expect it to get surrounded. I didn't really see that surround either coming, to be honest. It's been a long day, it's been a long weekend, but Reynor with some great movement there. Keeping his hopes and dreams alive. Go ahead.
I was going to say the clock just struck 6 a.m. for me here in Korea, so it has certainly been a very long day. But luckily, we've been treated to some of the best StarCraft games I've seen in a long time, so it is a pleasure. I'm really happy. I almost want this one to go to a Game 7, just because not necessarily because I'm rooting for any player, you know, but just because every game has been so unique and so interesting. I want more. Selfishly, I want to keep watching more of this StarCraft. It's been so fantastic, but we are nearing the end. And Showtime, he is only 1 map win away from qualifying for EWC. And based on the way he's playing, you can tell how bad he wants it, Roddy.
Yep, I do want to mention that both of these guys are going to Bulgaria next weekend. As far as I remember, I have to double check that quickly now, but I believe they are both going, so that's going to be very fun as well. We'll see more of them in just a couple days. I think that tournament starts on Wednesday, I believe. I think it's a 4-day tournament and it ends on a Saturday, not a Sunday. Showtime is going to send his adapts in. Gets 2 drones, but he's gonna lose them rather quickly. So not picture perfect on Reynor's side, but pretty damn good, because it didn't linger on. It didn't go on for a very long time. He shut it down. We didn't lose 3, we lost 2, and we also lost very few zerglings. So much better start here for Reynor in Game 6 than he had in Game 5.
Yeah, I like this response too. You know that Showtime is going to be sacrificing those 2 initial lings, so just overmake lings a little bit and then force this Oracle to stay back at home. It's a very safe response from Reynor. He's done this twice now, I think. This new iteration with respect to what Showtime is doing, and it's been very solid. He's getting the scouting information. He's able to safely drone at home. This Oracle actually with so much energy chasing down these lings, able to find 1 more kill. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I like this response a lot from Reynor. It's a much better start.
I'm gonna keep a close eye on everything that Showtime is doing. Showtime walks in a couple of simulators in the natural, but at this point, when there's this much on the line, you're paranoid about everything as Reynor. Like, are these even real? Is he gonna cancel it the moment that my Overlord dies? Does he already have 7 gateways in the main? You're seeing ghosts in literally everything, and that's normal. Yeah, that's what Protoss players do to Zergs, right? Like, they really turn them into non-believers of everything they see. It's like the scouting is good, but it's like almost too good. What else are you hiding? Like, there's no way that I just saw what I meant to see, right? And you kind of start leveling yourself, whether it's true or not. And there's only one way to get out of that, and that is by double checking, triple checking. Now, of course, we can donate 17 Overlords, but what we can do is stay active with Zerglings on the other side of the map. But while you're doing that, you're also slightly more vulnerable at home. And Showtime shows up for another round. That's not the prettiest Zergling fight. The Oracles and the Phoenix actually diving on top of the drones there at the third. I mean,
I think the
decent
Phoenix
damage. Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, I want to say decent damage, but not too bad for Reynor either. I think that could have gone a whole lot worse. So I think he's okay with it.
Yeah, Ling's now coming into the third base here of Showtime. Oh, grid micro right here. Stacking the probes makes it really hard for those Lings to get surface area. So not too much damage to be found, as Blinken +1 is getting started, continuing to add the gateways. Shaping up pretty similar to what we saw in game number 5 now. Best of 7. It's been a long day. Starting to lose count. But this is actually looking a little bit more of a standard setup here from Showtime. It's not the same kind of chaos that we've seen from him in games 1 through 4.
No, he's been poking a little bit, finding some damage, but definitely doesn't want to throw away units. And that's why you can see that he's not staying around till the bitter end with those Oracles just for one more drone. He knows how important it is to keep those alive, to drop stasis traps, to drop revelations, especially because Reynor is no stranger to those lair tech all-ins that Zerg players like to throw at Protoss nerds. With a lot of Lings, with a lot of Queens, sometimes with a little Link drop in the main base as well. Reynor continues to build units, +1 melee, extra Queens as well, going up to 5 bases. Ooh. Could this be a Muda game?
Oh, Hydralistan actually getting thrown down here by Reynor. And Showtime, he's adding in 2 additional gateways. Is this going up to 8 gates, or is he going up to 6? We get a check of the gateway count.
Going up to 8.
All right, going up to 8 with a Robo. I think this is going to be a more aggressive variant. Normally you'd go 6 gate Templar Archives and you would start gearing up for 4th base. We're going up to 8 gateways with potentially a Warp Prism. I think Showtime might get aggressive with Storm. He's tried this in the past. I think it might have actually been a series against Reynor where he did almost exactly the same build, and he pushed across the map with a ton of Blink Stalkers, with a ton of very high energy Templar, and he hadn't researched Storm. He lost the map because of it. This time he queues it up. He's getting charged as well. And with no more Forge upgrades coming in, Rotterdam, I think we are gearing up for a timing attack. There is a 4th base coming in, but do not be fooled. There is a lot of aggressive potential here for Protoss.
Yeah, but he just had to recall everything already. He moved out, he got a cancel on the 5th. That's not a cancel on the 4th. There's obviously Reynor's 4th base is in the bottom right side. I'm not even certain if that was totally worth it for Showtime. Like, you get a little delay on the 5th base, but Reynor can't really saturate that base at the moment anyway. A couple stasis traps were activated immediately. Reynor is like, alright, this is not my first rodeo. I know it's not just the Stalkers. I know there's something else. So he did a great job in activating those stasis traps. Not sure if that was worth it for Showtime. It's not that he lost a whole lot. You also don't get a lot out of it.
Right, a lot more actually static defense coming in here over at the 12 o'clock base, so maybe Showtime gearing up for a little bit more of a follow-up plan should this attack fail. But in a situation like this one where it's past 8 minutes and you're still warping in a ton more Stalkers instead of units, like getting more Stargates or getting more Templar, you are gearing up for an attack, even a round of Zealots coming in to reinforce. This is going to hit before Hive Tech Lurker. Right now, Reynor is in transition. This is an incredibly vulnerable time for the Zerg, and here comes Reynor. He's charging in. Initial Storms catching a lot of these lanes going to the flank. We still have 2 or 3 more Storms just left, but this surround from Reynor is massive, Rotterdam.
And the micro is too damn good. He was dodging storms like he's Neo in the Matrix. Showtime did whatever the hell he could to protect those High Templars. First from the top, then from the bottom, then somewhere in the middle. But in the end, there was just a little too much Zerg. I've seen these move outs as well, and I totally agree with you. Sometimes they just straight up kill the Zerg. If the Zerg takes a bad engagement, they get stormed twice, maybe reacts indecisively and eats another storm, the game can just be over. But that was an absolutely fantastic engagement by Reynor. Incredibly patient, did an amazing job moving back and forth, lost a lot of links, but killed 11 Stalkers, 2 High Templars, an Archon, a lot of energy was obviously being used, and 7 Zealots as well. Just a beautiful job by Reynor.
I feel like he's one of the best Zergs in the world when it comes to getting us around on units like that and also dodging the storms, because the storm is the main DPS, especially against a glass cannon army like Lings and Hydras. And now that Showtime went forward, failed his attack, it is Reynor's turn to get aggressive. He defended that during transition into Hive-Tech Lurkers, +2 melee attack is finishing up. He's getting Seismic Spines, the range upgrade on the Lurkers as well, and a ton of units loading into those Overlords. But look at this, Showtime with these Zealots +2 ground weapons. They are going to two-shot these Zerglings. Aren't enough of them to actually take on this hatchery. Reynor on the minimap, you can see 9 o'clock. He is still posturing. I think he's actually going to go for a drop right in the main base.
I mean, the first target units are out, Mothership on the way, but right now Showtime has a lot of units in production that are not quite here yet, and they're all very expensive. It comes down to positioning. Technically, those Archons and all those Storms, they could maybe deal with it, as Showtime's War Prism is still around. Hydras are now going to be revealed by that Oracle. There are some stasis traps here. Reynor's going to activate some of them. This game is about to be chaos state, because Zealots are going to go to town on Reynor, his top, on the bottom right side, but Reynor is all over this base and all over the main.
Zealots retreating and come back on the defense because there's a massive drop in the main base. Lurkers absolutely everywhere in the key infrastructure of Protoss. +3 ground weapons, the Fleet being in the Stargates. It's all here. The Nexus is going to fall. The Mothership is not going to complete. And Reynor, he's going toe-to-toe with Showtime. Showtime is defense. It is a little bit of a struggle right now. One of the Nexus is already falling. The main base also gone. He's rebuilding the Mothership. +3 ground weapons, restarts out of the second forge. He's holding strong on the front line, but he just took so much damage, Roddy.
Yeah, he lost the base, he lost 40 probes, he lost the Nexus that was building the Mothership as well. Let's not forget about that. Sure, Reynor also lost a lot, but Reynor can afford it, and Reynor is not really in any danger of being counterattacked. Like, can Showtime really move out with this army? Does he have the courage to do it while building a Mothership or trying to rebuild the Nexus? It feels like that is an impossible call to make, but if you don't make it, yeah, Reynor's just gonna come again with even more units. This is really starting to look like we are going to Game 7. We ain't there yet, and we should never count Showtime out when it comes to his ability to hang in there like an absolute trooper, because he's so damn good in surviving. But it's feeling and it's smelling like a Game 7 over here, State. You shall never go to sleep tonight, my friend.
Honestly, if the games are this good, I do not mind at all. Reynor once again coming in, but Showtime anticipates it. These Stalkers blink down to that base, take it down, and look at this, more Lurkers coming in. We do have Overseers very safely positioned to reveal, so Showtime has to retreat all the way back to the natural expansion. He's double expanding right now to his main base and to this fort.
Sick hold.
And he's doing a great job with this hold, man. I mean, Showtime, you cannot count him out.
Absolutely insane hold. Showtime could have done that any better. I think he killed 3 Dropoloids, by the way, full of Zerglings. We only saw one of them going down, but Reynor obviously had 3. Yep, all 3 of them, 36 links. So Reynor's attack that was heading towards the main base got completely shut down while doing nothing. And then the main army also didn't get that much done, because Showtime just did a 10 out of 10 job with his Archons and with his Mothership there. Reynor is still in a very good position, because Reynor is richer, Reynor's got way more workers, but if Showtime had 5% earlier, he at least has 12% now.
Yeah, he's trending in the right direction. I mean, just being able to save that 4th base in and of itself feels like a miracle with how much momentum Reynor had building behind him. But we're looking at a Showtime who now is matching the army of Reynor. He's starting to close the distance a little bit in terms of the worker count. He's slowly trickling out probes, not being too greedy, adding an additional static defense. And if Showtime can expand and take another base and reach a maxed army supply, which I know is a lot of ifs, but we've seen him be resilient in the past, I think he absolutely can force a late game here against Reynor.
And that is what he's praying, especially if he's close to maxing out, because he's only on 57 workers. And I'm not even sure if he would build a whole lot more right now. As long as he doesn't have his hands on another base, I don't think he will. Reynor might have a bigger bank. Reynor might have some slightly better upgrades across the board and is slightly further along in the tech department. If Showtime is able to show up at 143 army supply, especially in the cannons and battery state, that's going to be so incredibly hard to defeat for Reynor.
Oh, Showtime on the aggression right now. A lot of Reynor's armies in the top right quadrant of the map. He's looking to find some damage, but there's Archons and Templar there to intercept those lings. Showtime just killed a hatch while parrying this attack over here at the top right. This guy, who was looking like he's getting knocked out a moment ago of this map, is somehow on the aggression with 129 army supply, almost infinity storms, a extremely high energy Templar. I believe 6 of them here with this army. How is Showtime doing this, Roddy?
Yeah, he does have 12 zealots, and it's hard to run into this army. Like, this looked good, don't get me wrong, but I also understand that Showtime is not that confident to just go for it. Especially if we saw what happened early on the right side of the map. You think back of what happened on Tokamak, right, where he got surrounded and surprised. Showtime knows that this is an army he simply cannot replace, and that's why he is not sending it. But it is very, very impressive that we're suddenly casting a game again. Because wasn't this guy down to almost nothing? Wasn't he down 40 workers? Didn't we almost think he was done? Well, he ain't done yet. I still think it is Reynor's game to lose. Reynor's got to be happy with how a lot of it is going. His army is great. But at this point, Showtime is just playing this like an incredibly patient man. And he says, you know what? Patience is a virtue. I don't have to go up to all the bases immediately. I'll take it one at a time. If you want to do something about it, good luck fighting 135 army supply near cannons and batteries.
Showtime just incredibly resilient. Reynor doing a really good job of delaying Showtime's acquisition of new Vespene geysers with these Nidus forms, by the way. Just trying to pop them in, use a couple of lurkers, cancel a Nexus, drop some creep, force Showtime to wait a little bit longer, to be a little bit more patient before he can secure those expansions. And for Showtime, I think the MO here is just to be, frankly, as passive as you possibly can, because the bank for Reynor, the Remax potential, is absolutely absurd. But besides that one gold base at the 3 o'clock, in a split map scenario, if Showtime can just get there and be more cost efficient, he still has a reasonable win condition. It's just that he cannot lose this army. He needs to invest all these minerals into static defense. He needs to save all of the gas to replenish these extremely high-tech units and survive. Simply just survive. And if he can slowly but surely whittle down Reynor with cost efficiency, there is a path to victory. If he goes for the head-on engagement against a Reynor with like a 7k resource bank, I think it's probably a loss, but he's playing this so smart.
Yep. And there's no need for him to truly panic, because Reynor, yes, now is mining from that center base, and that is the only base that you could say is contested on this map, because already everybody has the bases on their side of the map. There is only one gold though, so Reynor is now definitely mining resources that technically belong to either player. But outside of that, it's not like Reynor has taken control of one of Showtime's bases, and he's already depleting the resources on Showtime's side of the map, so there wasn't really any reason to truly hurry about everything. Now, seeing this gold might make Showtime feel that he should do something about it, but he's also still scared about getting surrounded again. His bank is growing, State. Like, we are almost reaching the point. This is so risky. The High Templars are all by themselves, but somehow some of them survive. Still losing 2. Tiny bit sloppy there, but could have been a whole lot worse.
Maybe he thought those were his zealots. He's like, it's okay, I'm safe. I got the zealots on the ground to cover the Templar, but yeah, instead just losing a couple of them is Showtime. +3, +2 armor coming in. I forgot. Showtime lost one of his forges there in the main base, so upgrades, including plus air weapons, a little bit behind here for Showtime, and it seems like right now he has his eyes set on trying to stop the mining of this gold base, but there is so much static defense. Oh, Neural Infestors coming in. Archon's getting stolen right now by Reynor. Abducts also. This is cost efficiency going on Reynor's side while he's attacking Showtime's base over here in the top left.
Yep, brought a couple overseers as well, just in case there would be DTs. We know there aren't. High Templars getting sniped. Is that a slow warp-in? That looks like an incredibly slow warp-in to me. So those zealots are not going to be good enough either. Painful stuff here for Showtime. And Showtime is aware of it, and he decides to just recall his main army in the end.
Oh no.
Immortal gets picked up. High Templars get picked up. These are some brave Hydras. The few, the many, the brave Hydra out there, State. That was incredibly cost efficient for Reynor.
Yeah, I almost feel like Showtime. Like you just eat the loss of Reynor mining from this gold base, taking those minerals, taking that gas, because you don't really have the luxury of a bank or really like the static defense or the map control to defend a position like the top left effectively, while also attacking the right against a Reynor who's fully fleshed out his tech tree, who has infestors with Neural, who has Vipers, everything on max energy. Because trades like that, cost inefficient trades, that is how Showtime loses this game. Even if Reynor can secure that 3 o'clock base and mine it out completely, Reynor still can potentially win. And actually, Reynor, he's gonna be charging in right now. Time Warp is gonna drop. This is a ton of Ultras cleaning up. Oh man, the tight end Templar in the front, they're also falling. Fungal growth on the Immortals. So much getting cleaned up right now for Showtime. Reynor, he is destroying this position with just pure power. Nothing but Ultras and Corruptors and Spellcasters. And Showtime, his army supply completely plummeting. He has no potential to remax. I think Reynor is leveraging his lead in a really good way.
Absolutely zero detection here for Showtime at this point as well. After the Oracles went down, Reynor did some great spell casting there, by the way. He dropped the Fungals and he dropped Blinding Clouds, and multiple times Showtime, his units, they were actually running into the Ultras rather than away from it. That happened 2 or 3 times, and it was extra painful when everything was being fungal too. Also allowed Reynor to land even more Fungals. I mean, Reynor was ahead, but just like the other game, Showtime truly made him work for it. He just refuses to give up, hangs in there like a champ. But in the end, it does still seem that Game 7 is just inevitable. StarCraft 2 casters staying up all night long, having to do a Game 7 at the end of the day. These things are just inevitable state. One last one, 7 a.m. baby. For all the marbles, the winner goes straight into the main event. It is so cool. Or is there a world where this game has another plot twist? As much as I would love it for Showtime, I don't think it's possible. I think at this point, he really has taken too much of a beating.
Yeah, I mean, the saturation just isn't there to replenish this army. The army supply of 96. It is stronger than it might seem. Oh no, there's nothing in the wall either. Might have to have a recall here, or Showtime's just going to pull the trigger and go for the fight right now. He has a really good composition against what Reynor's got. There isn't a lot of air for the Corruptors to target. There's a ton of Archons, but the Neural Parasite's very good. Blinding Cloud also with Fungal on the Immortals. It limits a lot of the damage, but those Ultras just evaporated. There isn't very much left on the ground here for Showtime, but I mean, that was a phenomenal trade, and Reynor is really low on gas. Or on minerals, excuse me.
That was not the fight for Reynor. Reynor, he kind of just headbutted his infestors into the entire army of Showtime. Lost a whole lot more than I think he was supposed to. Now, Reynor was very rich for a long time, so he should be fine. He still has a crazy amount of units. Supply can be a tiny bit deceiving, because we're looking at a whole bunch of Corruptors that don't add a lot against this army. I mean, that was the best fight that Showtime could have ever asked for. We were wondering if there was another plot twist. Apparently, it was already happening. That was the plot twist. Yeah, well, Reynor did a 10 out of 10 job on Showtime's side of the map with the Vipers and the Infestors. This one was honestly rather poorly managed. Like, he just got feedback, they were going forward, they were being attacked by Archons, and Reynor lost a whole lot more than he was supposed to. I still think he's gonna be okay, just because he is so rich. But if this was a closer game, that would have been a horror fight.
5 Broodlords now coming in here for Reynor. These probes are desperately trying to find a mineral patch they can mine from. Another robo also being produced. I will say, Showtime's army composition, it is designed to kill an Ultralisk comp, but he doesn't really have very much in the way of dealing with these Broodlords, and he has seen them, I think, with that Zealot at the 9 o'clock position, but he's adding 2 more robos right now. I guess replenishing some of the robos that have fallen.
Oh yeah,
but at the same
run
time,
by, right?
Yeah, there isn't much of an answer. We have Tempest restarting here for Showtime, but how are we going to deal with these brutes? I guess you just ignore them and go for the counterattack?
I mean, we did take a magical fight not too long ago, Reynor side of the map. Showtime is like, perhaps we can do that one more time. But the Corruptors are going to go into the main base to use Caustic Spray. There are a few Stalkers here that are going to blink in the range of the Broodlords. Broodlords don't deal crazy damage these days, but it is good enough to keep the Stalkers busy. I mean, it is a bit of an unfair fight. Reynor is everywhere. The Swarm is here in all its glory and all the numbers. As those Stalkers get surrounded, pylons will fall. Showtime losing his final base is wondering what is the correct choice here to make, and he decides to go for this gold base. This is a cool army. I just don't see this army clean up Reynor's army and the reinforcements and all the bases. I think that's just a bit too much, especially because this is a very bad anti-Broodlord army, and Reynor does still have Broodlords.
How many Broodlords are actually on the field? If we could just stay on the units
maybe
tab for a little bit. I feel like Showtime's army is actually really good against what Reynor has. It's only 3 Broods. Reynor, he does have a lot of minerals and gas, so yes, the Remax is going to be very dangerous, but in a head-on engagement, I actually significantly prefer what Showtime's bringing to the table right now. With 7 Immortals, 6 Archons, if he can keep these Templars safe. The only thing that is a problem, really, is the Infestors for Neural and these Broodlords, which is a big problem. But, you know, Showtime's odds, I think they are better than they look. The issue is that he just cannot secure more mining. There's basically no mineral patches left in any of these bases. I think it's only the 4th base. He's going to struggle to even afford a Nexus to mine from soon. So I think you basically just have to go all in here.
Yeah.
As Showtime.
You have to send it. You hope you take the best fight ever and hope you can just keep on going and never look back. That is Showtime's best shot. It has to happen right here, right now. The ultimate Hail Mary. No turning around, no wondering if he should rebuild XYZ. This is the army Showtime. He's going to use the healing. Oh, that's actually very cute. Because I was wondering, or I was worried actually about a lot of those Immortals already being a little bit low, and I was like, okay, if they then get Fungold and maybe a Blinding Cloud, I personally do think Reynor should always have at least one Viper in the mix. We saw how effective those Blinding Clouds were earlier. Yeah, go ahead.
Reynor has no gas. There's no more gas up. He's mined out basically all the extractors. If he maxes, it's only Lings. Basically, what you see with his army is what you get. We do have 10 Broods, but there isn't really a Remax potential anymore. Rotterdam, those are some huge storms on the Broods and Fungals. They get denied by the Investors getting feedbacked. We only have one more Templar. It's this one right here. It is going down. It sacrifices itself to soften the Broodlords. This is Showtime's one opportunity. It does have 8 Stalkers. With the Broodlords on such low HP, they will get one shot by this Stalker ball. There is a chance. A Hail Mary here for Showtime. He's going for it.
There are Lurkers on the high ground though, and the Lurkers are going to do fantastic damage against those Stalkers. We've got a couple Neuroparasite land as well. Showtime has really thrown everything he had at Reynor, but I'm afraid it is just not going to be good enough. Yes, Immortals are fantastic against Ultras, but Reynor's army is so much more technical. After a 28-minute Game 6, we are going to Game 7. The European closed qualifier has truly saved the best for last. Showtime Reynor, a best of 1, where the winner gets directly seeded into the main event of the Esports World Cup 2025. The loser will still have some opportunities, but is going to have it a whole lot tougher. Basically a $17,500 best of 1 over here, State.
Man, what a series this has been. The fact that Reynor, it took him mining out, I think, all of the gas geysers on his map, save for one base, to actually take Showtime down. And just think back to when Showtime was on, what, 4 bases? How it looked like we were about ready to go into a Game 7 10 minutes before Game 6 actually ended. And I don't even feel like we're calling this early. I feel like Showtime is showing resilience that is almost never, ever seen. Even in a situation like this one, sure, you might try to survive, you might play until you get knocked out, but you will eventually get knocked out. Not Showtime. He is somehow taking these incredible trades and pushing everything to his limit. He was able to survive. There were 2 bases on his side of the map he never really mined from, maybe like a couple hundred minerals, and he pushed Reynor to the brink, where he mined the gas out of the gold bases. He mined the gas out of basically every expansion on the south side of that map, and still it was basically like a 100 supply army that was going for a Hail Mary there for Showtime. It did not work, but Showtime, man, he is making him work for it.
He absolutely is. I just got a note from our production manager or our crew, a beautiful man out there has been enjoying the games, that the players have requested a 5-minute break, which is understandable. This has been a grueling best of 7 state. I'm sure you could use a couple minutes as well. So we're going to take a very tiny break. And after that, we'll be back with this ultra important final game of the best of 7. Reynor Showtime. The decider is coming up. A long week of open and closed qualifiers will come to an end. We have welcomed many players to the Esports World Cup 2025. Zone and Cure got it done through Korea. Serral got it done earlier through Europe. Trigger got it done through the American qualifiers a couple days ago. Firefly got the job done in the Asia qualifier. And now we will qualify our absolute last player for now until we continue much later in this month with the global qualifier to the Esports World Cup. Will it be this man who is making a remarkable comeback? He was down 1-3. He had a bad start in that final game that was so important to him, but he has turned things around. He has won 2 in a row. Can he win all 3 and complete the comeback? It is Basilisk Reynor.
And he has shown so many different builds over the course of this best of 7. When he is down, he is not out. He seems almost impossible to kill. Can he finally come back and win this Game 7 and go to EWC? It's showtime. Such an intense series.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys have been pushing each other really hard. We knew that 3-0 in the upper bracket, there was no guarantee that for Reynor that was going to go like that again. We know that Showtime historically has done well against Reynor, and he has already done incredibly well again tonight. But obviously after taking the 3-1 lead and having a good start into Game 5 as well, before he got surrounded, you want more. It's a bit of a unique wall going on over here on Incorporeal, but it's all right. Protoss players like to get very creative with the walls these days. It is what it is. And this could be one of those 10, 11-minute games where, all right, even these guys can run out of steam. Or it could be one of these moments where they're both so afraid to make a game-ending mistake that it is going to be a little bit more passive. And we could have another 30-minute banger. And yes, we've had long games. Yes, we've had macro games. But we never truly had the all-out macro where they both truly found their happy spot, right? Like, yeah, when we got into the late game, Showtime was just on the ropes and he did a remarkable job in hanging in there. But that's not the same as getting into the late game while being ultra well set up and being even with your opponent.
Yeah, both late games that we went into, Reynor got really good starts earlier on. In one of those maps, he was able to get basically a complete surround on the maxed army of Showtime, kill all sorts of high-tech units, and nearly kill him. I think at least one Nexus failed, possibly 2 bases went down in that game, and still Showtime was able to remain resilient, come back, slowly claw his way back across the map, and at least last another, 10, 15 minutes? He was able to force a late game where it seemed like he was already dead. And then in the previous map, game number 6, we saw basically the same story. Showtime very far behind. We were getting ready to go into a game number 7, but he says, no, I'm still in this thing. And he pushes a Reynor to the brink where Reynor has almost mined out his entire side of his map. That is what it takes to defeat a Showtime. Even when Showtime is wounded, he comes right back into the main base with his bread and butter, the 2 adept flank, right into the main mineral line. He is going to sacrifice these things. Drones getting pulled. 3 drones already going down. Can he get a 4th? He can. That is a nice trade for Showtime.
That's mega. 4 is a lot, especially because there was a bit of lost mining time as well. Yeah, the adepts went down, but make no mistake, Showtime is going to be happy with this. Now he is going to keep that Oracle at home just a little while longer. He has used energy recharge also immediately on this Oracle to make sure that these speedlings of Reynor won't just get a cancel and even things up again. Definitely a advantage is Showtime after the first 4 minutes. I mean, he's been crazy with these adepts throughout the entire best of 7, but it's absolutely been paying off way more often than it hasn't. And this one was perhaps the second best start we had. I guess the one where he killed 3 drones and kept both of them alive was even better, but this is pretty damn sweet too. 4 is just so many this early into the game. Like, that represented almost 20% of Reynor's entire economy because the drone counts were so low. Now Reynor is doing his absolute best to recover as quickly as possible. We've got Zerglings working on the cybernetics core, but the adept is on hold position. The follow-up is a Twilight Council and a Forge. Kind of expecting just Stalkers here. I think Stalkers are often the most solid, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to be right. At least the last 2 games, it seems like Showtime's MO has mostly been to go for more of a standard approach, although there have been a couple of deviations in terms of how he exactly gets there. But a couple more adepts getting warped in back at home At least one. I'm curious about where Showtime is going with this. It actually is going to be Glaives with +1. This time it is not a reaction to something they're seeing as these Oracles come back in, get 2 more kills. He did this previously in the series to great success when he was moving around the map with, I want to say, oh wait, is that actually going to fall? No way! Can't believe that Oracle went down.
Excellent queen movement there by Reynor. There is still a Phoenix being annoying, but Phoenixes won't kill things too quick. Wants to get it over. I don't think you're gonna get it with 2 queens nearby, but it's so important for Reynor right now that he gets some map presence on the other side of the map. A single Oracle activates Pulsar Beam, but there is so much energy on this Oracle that I actually do think that Showtime is going to be able to get a cancel on it. Queens are going to try to save the day. There is a creep tumor, but Oracles deal decent damage. Now, this is a lot of energy that's being used. Queens show up in time by the looks of it. Even though this is really close, they might still be a cancel. Oh my goodness, Reynor refuses to cancel. Keeps it alive for now. Let's take a look at the Zerglings on the other side of the map, because it's so important to see what Reynor has seen. How many adepts did he... Oh, there were Stalkers being warped in. That's so cute. Because Reynor just saw a glimpse of those Stalkers. Why would Showtime be warping in Stalkers if the first tech choice is actually Resonating Glaive Adept?
I don't even know if we have a Roachmorn right now. There's certainly no Roaches on the field.
There is one.
Okay.
There was one at least, unless he cancelled it. No, there it is.
All right. Safety Roachmorn. Reynor taking 2 more expansions right now. But these are so many Glaive Adepts about to come in. We have a Spire starting for Reynor. It's nothing but Lings. Finally, now it's revealed. There's Glaive Adepts. Roaches immediately get started right now by Reynor. Blink and +2. So there is going to be a transition here for Showtime, but not until Reynor survives this initial wave of Adepts. Is he going to allow the Shades to complete? He is. Full surround right now of Lings. +1 melee attack just now finishing. So they're going to trade a little bit better than they would otherwise.
Wow.
Already the drones vacating the 3rd base. He's able to clean up a lot of these Adepts, but now they're in the main base. More damage being done, Rotterdam. The Oracle comes back and takes down the hatchery. So much being done.
Yes, but it's a lot of Adepts, and I actually think it's not too bad for Reynor. It could have been a whole lot worse. Those Adepts, they came over from Showtime's 3rd base. They have gone for the 3rd of Reynor, but Reynor evacuated the drones incredibly quick. More Adepts is showing up. Reynor's got a decent amount of army supply, though. Now it's all about making certain it's in the right spot. What is also very big for Showtime is that he saw that Spire, and that's why we got another Phoenix on the production tab. A few more drones will fall, but this won't be like some of these other games. Reynor will absolutely stabilize. Reynor's got queens for days, and he does still have a 4th base. It was 28 Adepts, so this is a very serious number. Good damage, but definitely not crippling damage, not game-ending damage. Reynor is still in a very playable position.
Yeah, luckily for Reynor, he was taking a 4th base behind all of this, so losing that hatchery there, the triangle 3rd, it's not too painful here for him, as these Glaives Adepts definitely going to cancel that Shade. 4th base does get scouted out. Now Showtime again behind all of this. He had +2 ground weapons being researched, Blink being researched. He's reinforcing with cannons back home because he's a little bit afraid of counterattack. And so I think there's a very high chance that we stabilize from this into a relatively normal game. Reynor, he's adding in a couple more drones, going up 70+ now. Showtime, I think he will be having his eyes set on taking a 4th base very soon.
That was beautiful, by the way, by Showtime, because Reynor was looking to intercept those retreating Adepts, was setting up the surround with the Zerglings. Zerglings jumped on it, but then that Oracle was still there. And that's been a sick Oracle for Showtime, as it obviously killed the hatchery earlier. But if that Oracle is not there, if it's literally anywhere else, then all of those Adepts will get picked off. And then you're left with just Stalkers. And just Stalkers will struggle against Zerglings with +1 melee, soon to be +2 melee. Showtime is going to take a 4th base. And honestly, if you ask me, rather surprising location. He's going to take it over here on the center left at the 9 o'clock spot. That is not something you see very often on this map.
Yeah, it's almost the way a Terran would want to play the map, where you just expand towards the opponent just to have this base where you can levy pressure from, because it's so close to the 3rd and the 4th of the Zerg player. And behind it also a fleet beacon.
Oh,
Storm.
no.
Oh, the wall is not complete. The Stalker just barely out of position. These are +1 Lings getting into the main base right now. Luckily, there is static defense from Showtime. Oh, Storm. I don't think it's going to get canceled. 500 HP left, only a couple seconds remaining. It will finish. Oh, if Reynor had gotten that Storm, though, it would have been an insane moment right now in this game, because Showtime, he is very vulnerable. Still, the Templar Archive's going down. I don't know how many Templar we have on the field right now. Okay, there are 6. So a lot of storm available, but
Hive Tech is done on Reynor's side. Lurker then has been up for a while. We've got 20 Bailings. I think Bailing speed is already done too. And Showtime made a couple Phoenixes because he spotted that Spire, right? Just in case Reynor would show up with Mudas. But there were no Mudas. Instead, it is Hydra Link. Now, there are 6 High Templars with Storms, so Reynor needs to be very, very cautious. He cannot afford to throw away too many units. Gets one of the High Templars, but so far, very good pullback micro here by Showtime. As he goes all the way back to the high ground, there's a cannon there as well. I think Reynor needs to be very cautious. Like, once he's got lurkers, his army is strong. But I don't think he has too many lurkers yet. What's happening at the third base, as there is a surround there, that's a lot of Banelings rolling into the third. But Showtime is sharp. He's paying attention, and he saves the vast majority of his workers. Does lose static defenses, goes forward, steps into his own storm state. It's absolute chaos.
I mean, there's just action everywhere right now. That third base finally going to get resaturated right now by Showtime. +3 ground weapons nearing completion, but 6 lurkers starting up. Seismic spines, the Hive Tech range upgrade for the lurkers, halfway done. And once Seismic spines is done, I'm telling you, Showtime is going to have a hard time defending this fourth base, because typically with these compositions, you're able to maneuver around the map and delay the lurkers from getting into a position where they can siege down your expansions. But that fourth base is such close proximity to the 4th and 5th of Reynor that it's just a couple screens away. Those lurkers will be able to work their way right up to the Nexus as soon as the upgrade finishes. And this is going to be a tough position to break out here for Showtime.
Yep, and the biggest problem is he lost all the cannons and batteries as well in the third, and that's why those circling run-bys are incredibly problematic. And High Templar is going to get picked off. Reynor rebuilding a Spire now. I thought the other one finished up actually, but I guess he cancelled it the absolute last second after holding. Showtime is in trouble. He's got a decent army. He's got a lot of Storms, but he doesn't have any Immortals. He doesn't have a lot of Archons. Here are the lurkers of Reynor. Can Showtime break through? He's going to jump on top of everything, and the answer is yes. Power of the Zealot, power of the Stalker. Showtime cleans up, and did Reynor get too carried away there? Did he believe a little too much in his army? What a call there by Showtime to just jump on it.
Man, the concave of those Zealots coming in. The Lurkers is not able to get the splash damage done. That line splash damage, the Zealots mitigated it so much with the angle of the attack, and now Showtime getting on the aggressive. He's going to the bottom left. This expansion will get canceled by Reynor, but now he has to go back home and be on the retreat because this hatchery is going down. He's got to save these additional bases. Reynor's back down to 4 hatcheries.
Yep, he does have 4 lurkers. There are a few more lurkers on the way. Showtime's got an observer. Showtime looks at it. A single Phoenix can actually help lifting some of these lurkers out of the ground, because then you have to manually reborrow them, and that's annoying. Doors is still wide open. Oh my goodness, what a best of 7 and what a finale. Reynor continues to find damage, but it is 3 base against 3 base for a little bit. Seems like Reynor does have the triangle again, so he's a 4 base Zerg. And okay, it looked like Showtime after that great hold, that was not an easy hold, really had some real momentum. But now with every second that goes by, I kind of feel like this world is becoming more and more grim for Showtime, because he doesn't have robos. What he can do is a lot of Archons, Storms, and Zealots. That works against a few lurkers. That's not gonna work against all the lurker state. And with every minute that goes by, that lurker count of Reynor is increasing rapidly.
Showtime's gonna have to find some way to pull Reynor out of position if he wants to make this composition work, because if all these lurkers are together, if Reynor can bring the fight to the Protoss base, it will be very hard for Showtime to dislodge him from this position. That's why this Phoenix is patrolling here, so that he can react. But his army, it's in the middle of the map. Is he actually gonna go for the counter? No, instead he is pulling back home, but these lurkers are just a stone's throw away from that Nexus. A couple of them going to unburrow. They're getting even closer. Some of those should surely be in range now. And here comes Showtime. He's going to try and breach this position again very soon here, Rotterdam.
It's going to be even harder than before. He is gearing up for it. There are a lot of Zerglings of Reynor not quite here. Here come the Zealots. Here come the Archons. A couple of Storms land. The first few lurkers have gone down, but Showtime's supply is plummeting. There is still an Observer in the mix. That Observer is not getting sniped. And D. Mauer will actually plow his way through every single lurker. But he continues to lose a lot. He continues to take damage. Reynor is not mega rich, but Reynor is richer. Reynor does have Adrenal glands at this point. And a few of those Archons, by the way, were breeze away from falling. They did survive. They will regenerate their shields, but it just doesn't feel like Showtime can possibly keep this up. The moment he moves out, he knows he's losing the third, he's losing all of his probes, and he loses any chance of staying in this game for longer than a few more minutes. But if he doesn't move out, it won't just be a couple lurkers, it's going to be all the lurkers again. It just kind of feels like it's a lose-lose, pick your poison scenario for Showtime. I don't even know what the right call is here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the mineral income right now, the main and the natural so mined out here for Showtime. He is more than doubled by Reynor. Even the third base is nearing halfly depleted. And so the Zealot Warpins, there's going to be very few left. We have so many Storms and so many Archons, but only a couple of Zealots to assist. Morlings coming in. A lot of the Zealots that would love to be on the front lines right now have to stay at home. There is a Stasis Trap and 2 more Templars for this huge flood of Lings that's coming across as Showtime. He sets his eyes back on that triangle. I think a Revelation cast on those Lurkers, revealing them, and that is not a concave that Showtime can attack into. He still doesn't have a 4th base, only just now re-expanding to the 9 o'clock position. But Reynor, he's already nearly maxed.
Couple of High Templars very exposed as they are going to be surrounded immediately, but Showtime's main army does go for it, but Showtime realizes he is too far behind. It is Reynor down 1-3 who completes the epic comeback, comes out on top 4-3 in this great, very memorable best of 7, and the Italian Stallion will join his teammates Trigger and Serral at the Esports World Cup 2025. What a series state. I know it's 7 a.m. for you, but holy smokes. What a final game. So scrappy, so messy, a little bit of everything, all the drama. Just a really, really cool set of games. Very happy for Reynor. Heartbroken for Showtime, who fought so incredibly hard and came so freaking close. Now, his chances are not completely done yet. He, of course, has the global qualifier to look forward to. He could also get it done upcoming weekend at the Balance Jam Elite over in Bulgaria, if he is the highest finishing player there that is not qualified yet for the Esports World Cup, which if he plays like he did throughout this close qualifier, that could very well be Showtime state.
He looked unstoppable the first couple games of this series, and I think back to all the macro games that Reynor won, and he won them by a hair. This was truly a best of 7 between Reynor and Showtime that was deserving of a seed into the EWC here as we recap the tournament. This is the upper bracket. Serral versus Reynor took place earlier today, but it feels like years ago with how long that best of 7 ran on. That was a 4-1 win for Reynor to seed him directly into the EWC. And of course, Reynor with that victory over Showtime, not only in the upper bracket, but also in the lower bracket, coming back from a 1-3 deficit to seed directly to Riyadh in the Esports World Cup. I mean, what a day of StarCraft here. Day 2 of the European Closed Qualifier. This was a marathon, Rotterdam, but what wonderful games we were treated to.
We're going to take a little look at the low bracket as well. Of course, big shout outs to Goblin for having an absolutely amazing run, but also HeroMarine for winning that tiebreaker and keeping his EWC dreams alive. Lambo played a couple of great games throughout this close qualifier. Unfortunately, he finished 6th, but he will also be going to the Balance Jam Elite, so that's going to be one hell of a battle. Could very well come down to a Lambo Showtime series over there in Bulgaria. Ooh. It's going to be super fun. Just a fantastic week of games. The open qualifiers, the close qualifiers. A big shout out to all the competitors because it takes a lot of them to sign up to make an awesome show. After Dallas, a lot of people said, oh man, like neither Reynor or Serral made top 8 in Dallas, which means that they're going to tear through those European qualifiers. They got it done, but it's safe to say it wasn't without a couple of twists and turns. They both had to work incredibly hard for it. But the 2 European Zerg Titans do punch their ticket into the Esports World Cup. And obviously, we all look forward to seeing them there.
Yeah, we had a lot of players show up in a big way here in the European tournament. I think the favorites absolutely won in Serral and Reynor, but I'm thinking back on all of the games that we cast over these past 2 days, and let me tell you, the competition was absolutely fierce, which makes it even more impressive for Serral and Reynor to advance to EWC in the way that they did.
Yeah, they looked good as always, and we are expecting big things of them. But so many great performances from a lot of different players. It's fun, and it doesn't stop here, right? We do have a couple days off. A lot of the players, including myself as caster and a few of the other casters, already flying to Bulgaria tomorrow, and that is relevant because the highest finisher that is not already qualified for the Esports World Cup will also go to the Esports World Cup. So even though it's not a road to EWC tournament, it is still very, very important. After that, I guess the EWC action slows down for 2 weeks, but then around the 20th of June, I believe, that is when we're going to have that close qualifier with those 8 players that all got very close within their region, just didn't go all the way. Think of HeroMarine, think of Goblin, think of Showtime, think of Lancer, also known as Cyan, Firefly, of course, and then the 3 Korean Terrans, Gumio, Byeon, and Ryung, I believe. So of those 8 amazing players, 4 of them will still make it. One of them won't.
Let's not forget, we have GSL Season 2 getting ready to finish up after BGE as well. So there's going to be one more spot for players in EWC. I mean, it's been certainly a crazy week with GSL, with all these qualifiers here for EWC, but it's going to be a crazy couple of weeks leading up into the tournament. It feels like we are sprinting through the entire circuit at a breakneck pace, and I think that's going to be it for us today, Rotterdam. It is, if I check my clock, 6:52 a.m. in Korea. After casting that best of 7, I'm almost feeling dizzy, not just from the quality of the games, but how late we are pushing it into the night. It's been a pleasure casting with you. You have anything you want to say before we close it out?
Just great job, mate. You hang in there like an absolute champ. It was a lot of fun. Also watching the previous days. Big shout out to all the community streamers and all the players that were involved. And I think a big thank you to our production crew as well. Was hanging there, enjoying the games with us. And I can't wait to see who is going to be the next lovely nerd that will qualify for the Esports World Cup. I think that's all I got.
All right. Well, that's it for us here at the EU Close Qualifier. We love you guys. We'll see you again soon. Good night.